yeah, I don't know. I think more power to the players is always the way I would go.
It's interesting. It's definitely interesting. I mean, I could see the 5-player no coach thing working really well if everyone gets along really well. Like old school esports, you just played with who you wanted to play with, and there wasn't all this other stuff. And so it worked well for my team, but it was also, if I didn't like playing with a player anymore, I got a new player. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, but that's how I feel like it should be. Like, you're the team captain of your team. You choose the people you want to play with, and if you're good, you probably have people lining up to play with you, right?
Yeah.
Look at T1. How often do you think the coach is telling Faker what to do? Like, they had Coma for a while, but they've had a bunch of different coaches, but it's always Faker. And as soon as he doesn't like his teammates, he's probably getting new teammates. And I guarantee you, those players are not fighting Faker on anything. They're just going with him. And like, obviously that's like
Faker's the most extreme.
Yeah. Example, obviously it's kind of an outlier, but I think for showcasing the point, it kind of works in the sense that like in my mind, a team would just be like kind of built around a player, you know, like it's this guy's team, and then he gets his boys, they follow him. If they are beefing too hard, the guy just leaves and they get someone else.
But we do know that there's also insane amounts of player drama and arguments and all that kind of stuff, which that's
part of it,
which can be really hard to deal with. It is a really interesting conversation. Do you want to finish it up, or okay? It's a really interesting conversation. Obviously, you know, not everyone has to agree, but it's fun to talk about, and it'll be interesting to see what the development is of it over these next couple of years, and also maybe if we get some chance to see your plan in action, just the no coach team.
Yeah, do it.
Could work out. We got a ton of questions from me tweeting out, you know, that we're going to do this kind of community-focused episode. Obviously, it's a bit of a weird episode because it's been a couple weeks since we had games, so I figured it's a good time to talk about some of these kind of bigger topics like coaching, and also to answer some of your guys' questions and some of your hot takes. So we got, I don't know, 150 or something responses. We got a bunch of questions, and we're going to start with some of them here. The first one's going to come from Jordan, Lo-Fi Banshee. He says, if you could bring back a specific iteration of a champion, which would it be? And then question number 2 is favorite thing about new season, whether LCS specific or in the game in general.
I got a good one for that. My favorite pre-rework is actually Urgot. I would bring back Urgot.
Little missiles, the
okay.
Position reversing thing where you'd like into your position with the other person?
But I mean, okay, so he was fairly simple. He was never super popular. He was played like 80 carries sometimes. Sometimes he show up top lane. But here's my thing. I think people didn't play him because he was too ugly. The actual play style of the character was cool. I think if you replace that Urgot, put in like the model of like some hot sorceress babe who's like shooting fireballs instead of like this abomination shooting acid hunters or whatever they're called, people would play the hell out of it. It was actually a fun here. It was like, you know, had an Ezreal Q could lock on. Like, I thought that was fun.
One thing I thought that was not fun was playing against it, because back then I played a lot of lane also, and laning against an Urgot, if he landed the heat-seeking goopy shit, then he would just spam you with the
dodge it, dodge it.
Just don't get hit with the initial pheromones or whatever the hell it was.
The acid.
But the range on the follow up, the heat seeking.
Yeah, it was strong.
I believe it was Q's with after.
Q.
Was insanely long.
Yeah, so don't get hit.
They had to turbo nerf it to keep him in line.
I'm just saying that was cooler than current Urgot. Yeah. This current Urgot, I don't know.
You don't like those shotgun legs?
I mean, it's like okay, but I don't know. He's like this weird kind of like mid-game. He's like not that good early or late, and he like spikes really hard at 13 on like 2 items or something. I don't know. He never really like has found his place in the game in my mind.
Yeah. For me, I actually really liked the old Swain. I liked the Laserbird, and because I always thought like I've always liked playing, you know, kind of like drain tanky sort of style. And I liked that with Swain. It's like you could toggle the ultimate on and off. It actually felt like a dot champion, right? Like with the Laserbird kind of like denying people off minions. The E was a dot. So it felt like you were all kind of like dots and draining and whatnot. And I always kind of liked that play style. New Swain never really hit that mark in the same way for me because it, especially, I mean, I guess it's been changed a few times, but especially when it first came out, it felt much more kind of like Suicide Bomber, where you have to charge up your ult and then like you had to get these soul shards that made it do more damage, and you jump in the back and explode, and then you kind of just die because you stop draining. Now you can like pop your ult while still draining, so it has a little bit more of that kind of sustain thing. But I've never really liked the laser hands thing.
It is weird.
The W always felt like it really had very little purpose. It's like, I think initially when they were designing it, I think it was supposed to be more like a scouting thing. And I think the designer who was designing it got let go, and then someone else took over halfway, but the kit was like already locked. So they were kind of stuck with that. But it's like, what is the W? The W is literally just a thing that you drop down when you hit E to get another soul shard. Like that's it. It's just a dead ability. Like there's nothing interesting about it. You can sometimes interrupt a recall with it. Otherwise in a team fight, you just like plop down the W on someone and hope they don't step out of it. Like it is such a useless ability. And I feel like he lost a lot of his identity, honestly, with the rework. Whereas the old one, to me at least, was a lot of fun.
To me, I like the majority of the reworks. There's 2 old champions.
GP1 is amazing. One of the best reworks, I think.
The GP one, I think the Aatrox is the best.
Scion rework is also really good.
New Aatrox is insanely fun. Actually, they turn like it's kind of fighting game-ish. You know, you have your Q combos and stuff. I played a lot of the old Aatrox, the attack speed one.
That champ felt so
that would have you would have to go fight to your death so you could use your revive mechanic. And like it was kind of fun. I wouldn't say I would want him back over New Aatrox though. New Aatrox is so cool. I guess maybe old Aurelian Soul that was actually roaming and not scaling, just because I have so many fond memories of Huhi and CLG at international events, you know, versus Rocks Tigers at MSI as well. So maybe I would go with the Aurelian Soul one, but yeah, a lot of the reworks have been super good. I mean, old Volibear where he chucked you over his shoulder was funnier.
Did you guys like old Graves? I used to play a lot of old Graves bot lane with Leona, where you just like dash in on them and the triple buckshot.
Graves is definitely one of the ones that you hear come up pretty often where people talk about him fondly, but like I don't know. I actually played AD carry back then. I was an AD carry main in like season 1 and 2.
Rush days.
Yeah. I mean, there was the trifecta. It was like Ezreal, Corki, Graves were the 3 ADs you play bot, and I never really liked Graves. He was pretty short range. I think he was like 450 or something. And he was good with like Taric or like you said, Leona.
Yep.
Someone who can CC and then he just QRs you and kills you. But like he wasn't actually that cool. I think the new Graves is infinitely cooler. Like he's got a shotgun and like
I hate smokescreen.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I ban him a lot. Like I don't like playing against him, but I think just like as a character, it's way more interesting than the old one.
That's fair. What's your favorite thing about new season, or LCS specific, or game in general? Favorite thing about new season? I actually really like the grubs. I think the grubs were really successful. I think there's a lot of interesting kind of mini games around that. I've been playing a fair bit of Kindred, and I've just been doing a lot on like, especially if you're playing red side, where you just hop over, take one grub, and then just leave and stuff. You just try to do that twice so they can't get enough grubs to actually spawn the void mites, things like that. It's fun. It gives them good experience. It's an extra objective, so it feels like there's something interesting to play around on that side of the map early.
So how do you guys feel about the change that they made to the aggro of the grubs? Because I feel like, I don't know when they exactly implemented this, but I feel like it's right after the LCS game where we had one at Whippo's tower.
I was laughing so hard.
It's literally the next patch because we had a grub that was at Whippo's tower, and the way that happened is if one of the grubs, like they shared aggro, so if one of them was still aggroed inside their range, which it was, Blaber was doing one inside the pit, then the other ones will stay aggroed on whatever they are. They could be aggroed on different things, but as long as one was still inside, they would stay in there. Now though, they split it up. I'm pretty sure they did it right after that game, but now it's split up. So you can have some of them walking back, and then they never go super long range. But it is kind of annoying when someone else gets aggro and then I can't keep them all together and I want to AoE them.
Yeah, grubs, the aggro never makes sense to me before or after the change. Like there was that example. I remember I had one game where I walked over to the grubs. There was only 2 in the pit, and I'm like, I don't know when he took it. I guess he did. I killed both of them, and then like 10 seconds later, the third one just comes waddling in from I don't know where. Like I don't know where it went. So yeah, it's weird.
I do love the idea of the objective, and as we've said many times, I feel like it's one of the smartest new implementations where it's a different type of objective, 3 of them, multiple smites. You mentioned last time, both junglers can get their bonus experience from their jungle item off the first one that they kill. So there's games around trying to get just the one, or you can do one over the wall actually with jungle. Jungle Ezreal is super popular again now. Well, I say super, but it started.
seen it.
I've never seen it either.
It started to get popular again. I was talking to Inspired about it. Inspired was playing a bunch of games with it. You can go the lethality build. Obviously, you don't need mana in
A lot of the range ones
in
can
jungle.
do it.
But yeah, regardless,
Or
I
seen
think that's one of the
Zyrus as well.
coolest changes of the new season.
Yeah.
As far as LCS specific, the top 2 is full audiences once again, and being on the live patch. And I don't think either of those need explanation.
All right, let's hop to the next question here. This one's from Michael Dixon. If you had to pick one thing, what do you think is the most important factor of the LCS that would help contribute to international success? I don't know if this is really answering the way he wants to answer, but to me, by far, the most important thing to having international success is just high level of competition here, because I really believe that the players are talented enough that it's not like they're just inherently worse. It's that LCK, LPL, they have more good players, more good teams, and it's like steel sharpens steel kind of thing or whatever, where it's if you're playing against better players, they show you holes in your game, you improve, you overcome them, and it kind of becomes this like thing where you're pushing each other forward. So to me, the most important thing by far is just you want as many good players as possible in the league that are pushing each other and improving the teams.
Yeah, that definitely would work. I think maybe playing more games could help. I think we have a later question.
Stage games?
We'll talk about it. Yeah, stage games. I think, if you look at LCS compared to LPL or LCK, they play way fewer games, especially this split. I would just like more games. It's fun to watch. And I think that as much as you try to get good reads from scrims, stage games are always going to be more important because there's actually stakes behind them. The teams are absolutely playing to win. Like there's a reason they don't want to lose, whereas in scrims sometimes people will just flip things for no reason and you might get bad reads.
Yeah, I see it super common now for all of the teams to have it as one of their big bullet points. FlyQuest recently they posted a picture of their whiteboard where they had it. Cloud9 has talked about it, but all of the teams now seemingly have as one of their goals or important rules is take scrims as seriously as stage games, but no matter how you try and pound that into your players or how much they're focused on it, it's actually just going to be different without crowd and being at home or at the office or whatever rather than on the stage, and it is kind of hard to get in the exact same mentality.
Yep. What would you say then to because I've heard this this kind of take, but I've also seen the other side. Whereas when we had double round robin, best of 3. You were probably in the league at the time when we did the double stream thing, and LCS didn't do better internationally in that year. Do you think it was just that they needed more years of that, or why do you think that didn't correlate to better international success?
Well, so for starters, I think it's very hard for LCS to win internationally, and that's not even saying the league is bad or whatnot, but when you just look at China or Korea, it would not make sense for them to lose to us, right? I think the biggest factors is going to be player base.
China probably has more than 50 times the players.
Yeah, I mean, China has an unreal amount of players, and Korea, they have a ton of players, but also just the ping and solo queue matters so much, right? The fact that if you're a pro player in LCS, you are forced to solo queue on 50 to 60 ping, which people will call it a cope excuse, but realistically, if you're putting in the same inputs on 60 ping, it will not get you the same results as doing it on 0 ping. So obviously that's going to be a huge deal. So if I was LCK and I was losing to a team that had a way smaller ranked player base, way worse practice conditions, I don't think that would make any sense. So I think even if you say, obviously LCS has been losing internationally, so everything we're doing is wrong. I feel like that doesn't totally work because you're probably just going to lose no matter what you're doing. Mm-hmm. But I think that more stage games would probably help.
Cool.
Yeah, I always just felt like it. Also, the age at which people start playing, and whether they're playing normal games or ranked games is very different too. North America has the highest percentage of normal game players compared to ranked game players of all the regions, which is kind of interesting. So we just need to have every child get a computer at a young age and start practicing and playing in ranked and training up. And then
Korea doesn't even have normal draft.
we'll just have legions
Yeah.
of players.
Interesting.
I'm pretty sure they don't even have normal draft because the mode was so unpopular. So I think it's one of the normal modes. I'm pretty sure draft is disabled. There's only like blind pick, normals, or ranked. So if you want to play like draft, I'm pretty sure you can only play ranked because it was so much more popular. I'm almost 100% sure it was that.
I literally played a bunch when we were in Korea for this last year, but I can't even say which one wasn't there because I only played solo queue.
Yeah, because you don't play normals. There you go.
I can't even say.
I can't relate. All right, next question here. This one comes from SMT Enjoyer. I was wondering how you three feel about the 2-week break and how it'll impact each team. What do you hope each team worked on? Also, some insight onto. This cuts off. But maybe just like for one team or something. What's a team you think would help and what you hope they work on?
And we talked about this in the previous episode, or the first episode when going into the dark weeks, where we're like, well, Energy and Cloud9, biggest spotlight is for sure on them because they are expected to be number 1, number 2, and they are not even close to number 1, number 2. So that is still where my head is at. I'm like, holy, they have better done some intense practicing over these last couple of weeks and come out, with some big improvements and firing, because we only have this week and then the super week and then we're in playoffs. So practice time is over. All right. We got to, or almost over. So they got to get ready for playoffs.
In my experience, these breaks help reset momentum in a way. I actually, not saying this is going to happen, but I would expect from what I've seen before, it hurts the teams that are doing well, and it's going to help the teams that were struggling before the break.
Yeah.
I think I did mention it in the previous episode, but if you're winning, you don't have that same motivation. Like you might just be
you're getting lazy.
Yeah, just a little bit. Obviously, they're not trying to. No one's trying to do this, but you don't have that the pain from losing to fire you. Like you're not trying to be like, we can't let this happen again. You're just like, we're fine. Like, let's just play some quirky support. Like, whatever, man. Like, it's fine.
I know a lot of people are thinking 100 Thieves could really be screwed with this because the rumors are, well, everyone's saying it, 100 Thieves are horrible in scrims, including 100 Thieves themselves. Ayla said that they were on a 17 loss streak in scrims. They lost 17 straight games, but they're still doing well on stage. So people are like, oh, well, they're going to lose their momentum. Other teams are going to, pass them. So we'll see how it all does work out. Next question here. This one's from Chris Tidwell. Says, do you have any speculation on roster changes before next split? Who picks up Licorice, perhaps? For me, I feel like Licorice absolutely should be in the league. I think he was the best top laner in the league last year. And I think, while it's hard, to be talking about, partway through a split or anything like that, should be replacing people. But the reality is I do think a roster swap, especially one with a really good player like that you're picking up, can give you a little bit of that kind of reset and mental. So if a team is doing really poorly, you can sometimes get that honeymoon phase, maybe have a new chance to kind of fix some problems. So I do think, honestly, any of the teams that are down at the bottom, if you're missing playoffs for sure, you should be probably considering it at the very least.
Yeah, I know Licorice is working on some other projects. He talked about his mindset coaching project as well. So I think he definitely is a very strong candidate for a midseason replacement. I don't know if it will actually happen. I know he said he was open to it still. What about what?
Spica? Or anyone else?
Yeah, Spica's been grinding away. I watch his solo queue stream.
Rank 1 challenger, right?
Yep. He hit rank 1 again.
Yeah, I think either of them would be a good addition to teams. I generally side with not making changes in teams unless there's something that's just completely not working. If it feels like your team is even if you're not doing great, if you're getting better, if everyone's on the same page, I would prefer to keep that team together at least for the full year rather than a mid-split replacement. But if you have just a terrible environment, people cannot get along, they're just morale is terrible, then probably need to make a change.
That makes sense. All right, next one here from Jorge Villatoro says, now that we're more than halfway done the spring split, who do you think will win MVP, rookie of split, coach of split, comeback player, etc.? So kind of just who's your early award candidates? It is rookie of the year. I've seen a lot of people online saying, oh yes, Sniper these last couple games, he's going to win rookie of split for sure. It's rookie of the year. There's not a rookie of the split, so that won't actually be done until the end of the year, but we can kind of talk about maybe some of the players that are standing out to you guys for
and
awards.
We can say, because this is just the dive and they asked the question, who do you think would win rookie of the split?
Sniper.
If we
Sniper's he's been impressive. In the beginning I was a little hesitant because there's so much hype And his first Riven game wasn't great, but he's had a lot of really good games since then. I think he shows a lot of promise, especially for not playing so long. So definitely would give my vote.
Yeah, I think Masu, honorable mention. Meech, honorable mention as well. I wish that XU and Isles were technically considered rookies, but they are not because they both have a couple of games.
Would you put either of them above Sniper, though?
I wouldn't, but I would definitely put them in the honorable mentions.
Yeah, like they'd be like top 3 or whatever.
Yeah, I think both of them have been good.
How many rookies are there?
Especially
Like,
XU.
is there that many more than 3?
I think there's 5. There's there's Masu, Meech, Sniper. I forgot who the other 2 were, but then a bunch of the other ones are like young but have played a couple of games, and so they're.
Does Tomo count or not? I'm not actually sure if Tomo counts because I think he came up and played someone Dignitas swapped their academy.
Yeah, no, Tomo has already played.
So he doesn't count.
He already played a bunch with Dig.
I'm trying to think who else it would be.
But as far as MVP, that's pretty fun right now. I feel like Inspired maybe would be my vote. There's a lot you could say right now since we're still partially way through.
I think Inspired probably would be the front runner for me. We know him to be the kind of like driving force on FlyQuest. He's setting up the plans. He's always like such a solid jungler. So if I had to choose right now, I'd probably choose Inspired. I also think that River is a close second. He has just looked very good, especially on a team that no one expected to do well. And a lot of their advantages are coming off of his plays, like the decisions he makes in game, the mechanical outplays he goes for are just really impressive. So to me, that shows an extremely good player when you can make anybody look good with you.
Especially when you're looking at a team that was expected to do so poorly and they're at the top of standings, right? Like they're doing very well. Not in scrims, but on stage they're doing well. And River, I think, has been a beast, so definitely worth that consideration.
They also asked about coach of the split, and we talked for 30 minutes on coaches so far. Who's your coach? Coach of the
How
split?
would you know, man?
Yeah.
We don't know what the coaches
I don't
are
vote on
doing.
coach of the split because of that.
Yeah, exactly. It's like whether a coach is good or bad, like we will never know. No one except the team knows.
Yeah, we need more data on that one.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for the question. Next one here comes from, also Andrew Barton. We won't go to this later because we're kind of talking about it now. He also tweeted basically his take was Inspired MVP. You guys kind of agreeing so far. GM for FlyQuest over there, so he wanted to get that out there. Road Roller, though, he tweets, would you like to see Fearless Draft in a best of 2 for the LCS? So Fearless Draft, if you guys don't know, if you're listening at home, is where you basically cannot repeat the same picks. So, if you play Zach in game 1, doesn't have to be banned in game 2. You just cannot go back to it. So it's forcing some more champion diversity into it.
I would, because I care purely about entertainment, and so 100% I would. Obviously, that's a different format and wouldn't prepare us for international events.
Ship it.
Yeah, man,
it's fun to watch. So,
at the end of the day, people watch Pro League for entertainment.
Yep.
yeah.
It should be entertaining. I would love any kind of format that changes up how you pick, and anything that forces people to play something that, as viewers you don't see often, or even as a player, like you maybe wouldn't be able to prepare it as much. So I think that would be awesome. I would love that.
How about you can't pick anything that was picked in LCK last night?
Sold. Here's my take, and I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but I also think, and I've felt this way for a long time, that, okay, there's the S tier, there's like the meta picks that are just our defaults everyone goes to, but I really believe that there's a very big kind of A tier below that of champions which can situationally be, sometimes even better, or, or maybe just slightly worse. But there's a lot of situations where those champions, I think, are overlooked because people default so heavily to the meta. And I actually think that as much as people are like, well, if we did Fearless, it'd screw us over internationally. I don't really agree with that, because I think it forces you to actually explore some of these other champions, which are then available and maybe become actually some of those primary picks for you in certain spots.
Yeah, I mean, even outside of Fearless, I think a big thing that drives the meta is just the draft format being so counter pick heavy, right? Because a big reason that you see the same champion, something like Cassante, Udyr maybe, is because like you have to blind pick something on your team, right? Not everybody gets counter pick, and you don't want to blind something that's going to get completely hammered in lane. So you default to these like more safe, more solid champions. Like I don't think anything really hard counters Cassante. And so you just see him more often. I don't know what you would do to change the format. I think there's like a ton of things you could do probably, but I think, yeah, if you weren't so worried about getting counterpicked all the time, you'd see a lot more champs.
All right. Next question here. So we're gonna have to do a time limit on this one because this one we could get really in the weeds. But we'll do rapid fire. What would be your LCS dream team? There's a 2 import limit. It's their peak skill, and green card is optional. I'm gonna say so.
I want double lift and Aframu back. I want that bottom lane.
Are we counting green cards or not? Like, are those counting as imports or not? Like, is Bjergsen an import? Is Jensen an import?
I don't know.
I think they're fine to not.
Okay, so if you have a green
full-time.
card, you don't count as an import.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna rattle off probably off the top of my head. Okay, so my non-imports, Blaber, double lift, maybe like licorice. Can I have is it perks as his LEC peak? Do I get perks? Is it why not?
Cloud9 tried to do that, bro.
He
They
was
don't
in the LCS.
if they don't get
He was washed when he came to LCS.
yeah, if they
It
don't
wasn't even that bad. I feel like he did fine.
He did fine.
Like,
But compared to his peak,
you get peak
Yeah, I mean-
of his LCS.
no,
play.
I get peak of his LEC. Perks is giving me my mid laner.
All right, well, actually,
and
I'm
then
t-
Core JJ's support,
That's what I was
world
gonna
champion
say.
core.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
Yeah,
say. We
so
have a lot of people that are world champions at some
So
point.
that's my my 5 then. Yeah, licorice, Blaber, perks
No.
in LEC,
No.
double lift, and Core JJ. That's my 5, just off the top of my head.
Man, that's actually tough. I'd have to think about it. I mean, I would go Blaber for
We're going
jungle.
rapid fire.
I'd
There'll be stuff we'll
I'd probably
miss.
go impact top.
No Bedios? Not drafting yourself?
I mean, that's a
Betting on
little
the champ.
egotistical for my liking.
From your peak, though, you were best jungler in the league.
I mean, it would
Peak
be
was pretty good.
it would be
You're not gonna pick yourself?
unfair. If I
Yeah,
did
yeah,
So.
do that, sure.
I would take sneaky 80 carry, impact top. Who's support?
Double lift.
I don't think I'd take double
The double lift blitzcrank?
yeah.
I've tried this one.
That
Before.
was his peak.
It
He
didn't
played
go
that
so
shit
well.
at Worlds season 1.
Yeah.
I don't know about mid or support. I don't have anything for that. There's too many
You
to
must pick.
sort through. Must pick, I guess, Bjergsen for mid. Support.
Lemon Nation.
Lemon's not a bad choice.
Bring
I
back
feel like
Desire
like
Ash.
peak Lust Boy when he first joined TSM
was
was
really good,
really
actually.
good.
It's crazy to me. Nobody else wants Aframu. I want Aframu back for sure. Peak Aframu?
Peak Afro is really good, but Peak Core is also pretty damn good.
Aframu is the only time when everyone was following North America meta, I felt like, at MSI when he started playing.
Sona stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I would like Afro. I played with him. I'd play with him again. Yeah, maybe I'd take Afro support.
All right, there we go.
What was your full team?
I just did the bottom lane. I mean, I'll also grab Medios, and then mid lane. Well, since you went Bjergsen, I'll go Jensen. Top lane. I mean, is there anyone besides Impact for top
I was
lane?
wondering if anyone. Oh, I said Liquor.
Oh, Hooney.
Oh, yeah, you can.
Hooney.
MSI champion Hooney.
Okay.
When- laughing.
Even when Hooney
Nah,
came
bro.
up,
Like,
You're like garbage pick.
no disrespect to Hooney, but
Hooney?
like, dude, I played against him and it was he was just the biggest clown to scrim against, man. Like, I don't know, dude. He just
Hooney and scrims for sure was it.
I have such a hard time taking it seriously because it would be like I would have to tell my team like, guys, I literally can't go top anymore. Like, we are just not getting real games. This guy is dying to any and everything.
I played rank 5s with Hooney, and we had a 100% win rate. I played like maybe it was only like 4 games total or something. But he played Callista top, and he bonded with me, and he was like, "Play whatever you want, buddy," and then just ganked top, and we won every single game.
Yeah. I mean, dude, like, don't get me wrong. He's a good player. He's been successful. He's a solid pick. My personal experience is playing with him.
I watched some Echo Fox scrims back in the day when Hooney was on Echo Fox. He was trolling.
That's not peak Hooney. That was not. You said we get peak.
Yeah.
That was not peak.
Yeah, well, I actually thought it was a good pick. I was like, damn, I missed out on that. All right, we got some hot takes now. This one comes from Gavin. I'm not sure how to say that. Gavin Kwok Sung. Part of the reason LCS will fall short this year is because we simply aren't playing enough games. LEC teams that didn't make playoffs played 9 games. LPL has played 9 games and they're BO3. LCK played 10 BO3s. So we have talent, but not the consistency. This is kind of what you were talking about earlier. So you would say you agree with that?
I think that more games would for sure help. I don't think that would ever hurt a team getting more games. Whether or not, like, that's the reason we're not going to win, I just think it's very hard for us to win internationally. So that, like, using that as the bar for, like, anything is just kind of, like, going to make everything look bad.
All right, but we're going to give this one a soft pass.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, it would help for sure.
All right, this next one comes from Molecule. He says, LCS clears the LEC. Thoughts?
Oh yeah, we saw what Energy did to G2. Like,
Yeah.
it's not close.
Yeah, and I mean, when we saw what Immortals did to NRG, so
Yeah.
so our whole league clears. I think. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say this last split of LEC. I guess G2 would still be
G2 is really
G2 is still like all right. You know, we still got our
Okay,
question
we'll
there.
give you that. G2's good.
Yeah, G2 is still very good, but I definitely think our LCS is so competitive this year. It feels like even all the way down to the bottom of the league, and it doesn't seem like LEC as the whole league. You know, looking at some of these games, and you're like, whoa,
Yeah.
yeah, the bottom's not competitive.
I think you take G2 out of it, and you take whatever team LEC wants to kick out of it too. They can kick out FlyQuest, or if they still think C9 is gonna be the best, they
Chop
can do
them
that.
down to 8 teams, and then it's good.
But we're chopping the top.
Yeah.
We're chopping the top, and then we're having a league battle,
Okay.
and we're gonna smash those fools.
Yeah, that's
They're gonna
thinking.
get blasted.
That's smart right there. Yeah,
Just cut caps out. We clear them. It's easy. All right. Next one comes from Thomas Kuzer. Says, hot take, Fly the most consistent team in the league and have the best chance to take home the title with their combination of rookie and veteran star power. Wouldn't say it's that hot because they're in first place.
Yeah, I've got a lemon bet riding on this for both of you guys.
Yeah.
Right? You guys
True.
ready for Cloud9 making the big run in the last couple of weeks?
They will.
We'll give this a lukewarm. It's actually, that's just cold. That's a cold
It's
take.
a pretty reasonable take. I mean,
Yeah, it's not hot.
they're first place and they've been winning. Like, I don't know.
They have won the most games. They have
It's
consistently
absolutely
gotten
not a
wins.
hot take, but it's
That's like Travis, my roommate, who's like, "Oh man, it's 72 degrees in here. It's really hot. We gotta turn on the AC."
72 is what I turn the AC to when I'm hot. That is
Really?
72 is like my cold temperature.
He only likes it at
Crazy.
exactly like 70, and so if it's below that or above that, gotta change it.
70 is
up.
too cold.
It's crazy.
70 is too cold.
70's good.
All right. This one comes from John Billabong Zuidema. Hot take, LCS moving to live patch is the best format decision that's ever been made in NA, and we should expect EU and wildcard regions to move there soon, and eventually China and Korea too.
Not that hot.
I kind of like I don't know if it's a hot take, but I actually agree. I think live patch is just better than not doing it. I think it's fun to tune in and see, okay, what's OP on the new patch? Like, what should I be playing? You know, like, is this thing looking good? Am I going to get to see this new champion that just came out? Am I going to get to see this new item, this new build I heard about? I think it's really cool.
Yeah, I think it's again one of those like not that hot, just kind of.
I think
Solid
that
take.
I also agree with the second part where he thinks that the other regions are going to move to that also and copy that pretty soon. I think that's also reasonable.
How is that going to work for something like playoffs though? Because
Playoffs is locked, one patch.
that I don't know how you change that while keeping it fair, but it definitely has that issue of like I really don't care about games that are on old patches, especially if the game has changed drastically. Like if they're doing something that isn't going to happen in my solo queue games, like
Yeah, the only problem is
care
the
about it.
teams are going to be like, this is so unfair. You know, the beginning of playoffs, this team got eliminated, and then we changed the patch, and the patch is completely
right.
different. And then,
I don't know.
and-
I don't think it's something you can fix. I guess so. It is what it is. I guess for playoffs, it's not the worst thing, but if it's like a regular season game on an old patch, then I get really sleepy.
I mean, I think the only real fix to it would be that the live balance team would also have to be on board for it and do basically small patches only, like once it's playoff time. you
Like
know?
just keep buffing the stuff that like a certain team's winning with, and like nerfing the other team.
Well, it's like because when we get close to Worlds at MSI, they're generally supposed to do it's smaller changes as we get closer. So it would have to be something like that with playoffs, where it's like, okay, we're still in live patch, but they're not putting out reworks and they're not putting out crazy things. It's just like, this is good.
maximum
Five
change
Buff
for
the-
one
buff the bad
champion.
champs.
Yeah,
there you go.
maximum
Little
change allowed is 2 AD or armor. That's it.
There you go. All right.
a lot.
Next one comes from Herrick. Says, hot take, Jan being antagonistic is actually really entertaining. And just saying, making him, and JS making him?
Just saying. Yeah, you got it.
making him a far more interesting and more fun player to follow and be a fan of. So I guess this is referring to Pros. I don't know if you watched the Pros episode, but he was kind of just like trash talking everyone, just stirring stuff up. So, I mean, again, I agree. I don't think it's a hot take. People love trash talk. People love when the players are showing personality. You know, when they're like not being neutral. They're like, no, this guy's ass, or that team's garbage, or like you only won because you got lucky. We'll smash you next time. That stuff's just more fun.
It's kind of like Live Patch, where it's more relatable to solo queue, where everyone's just trash talking all the time.
I don't know if I want the pros telling everyone to get cancer and stuff, but that's more my solo queue experience.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I think, like, man, the Jan Sven arc from last year was so good. I love that. Like, just the no handshake, like, death stare. That was so good. We need more of that.
It felt like we had like TMZ levels of tabloid pictures after too. They would be like zooming in, like look at his side glance on his eyes and look at the shoulder bump.
That's something we didn't touch on in the free agent discussion. Do you guys think Sven will get a spot?
Dude, what's even the update on Sven?
He's in Korea grinding.
Okay. Yeah, he's living with LS. He's actually been streaming. I watch it. He streams kind of starting late for us and then throughout the night. So like usually right when I finish my stream, he's on and I watch him. Dude, he's just the funniest guy. I really hope Sven gets on a team. I think he elevates whatever team he's on, like as AD or support. I think that he's one of the players who has a really good understanding of the game, and I think he's very
hard worker too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a very hard worker. I think he just helps his teammates too. I think that, you know, if I was on a team with him and I was doing some really troll thing, he would bring it up and address it and just like get to the bottom of it. I think he's one of those guys who's like not afraid to just have those hard talks, which honestly you need in a team. Yeah,
super agree with that. There was one tweet. I don't even know if we actually put it into the document for the show, but I saw it and I'm going to say it anyways. Make it the best LCS team that you can with players that don't have teams. I've got Sven, I've got Licorice,
Spica.
I've got Spica. Like we already have 3 positions here. We just need
Sven, Licorice, Spica.
Support in top lane.
No,
all right, I mean support in mid lane. Yeah.
But who's a really good mid laner that's free agent though?
Pobelter. Oh, I slammed Pobelter in there. I want that on my. That's my team so far. And then support.
And Sven just 2 boxes. He plays support and AD.
Okay, genius.
What would you? I think I would want Sven on AD if I was picking.
Yeah, well, that's what he's practicing now, right? So.
Oh, he's doing both. He's doing both. He said he would. He said he would prefer to be AD.
Boxing is sounding kind of good.
Sounding kind of nice.
Who's the best free agent support?
Sven.
If Sven's my AD character.
Yeah. I feel.
Sven also.
Okay.
Does it feel like recently all the best supports are role swap supports too?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because how can you be good at the game if you only play support?
I was gonna say
I can see it in your eyes.
It's fueling the conversation. I've seen so many of those tweets lately. I'm just like, support is OP because all the support players are so garbage. And
okay, so there's a little bit of truth to it. Like, like I'm not even trying to shit on support players. If you only play support,
you're just accidentally doing it.
Yeah. Okay. So it's just like the required knowledge and skills that you can do well in support at, it's just a lower bar than other roles. Like if I'm playing Yuumi and Janna every game, like I'm not saying there's nothing you can do that's skillful, but if you like try to play any other role, you're just going to be missing so many other things, like, you know, how to CS, how to lane, how to like team fight, like go in, engage, all this stuff. Like support can get by with very little of that.
Yeah, there's 2 big factors in that, and one is that just by the nature of the role, you're gonna get free gold, and that's the structure of it. That's how it's going to operate, and you get more free time. You get to lane, and you have roaming timings that you can go off as well. So, I just feel like with the structure of that role, it's that's just kind of how it's set up.
All right, there was an absolute ton of questions were about BO2, BO3. A couple of people that tweeted about it were Mr. Miniman, Joel Garrison, and Carter. So there was a bunch of people. Do you guys have a preference on if it's like BO2 or BO3? If you could decide, Mark Z gives you the keys to the LCS. You can choose format for summer right now. What is it going to be, Media?
I talked to Mark Z about this, and I was hardcore pushing for BO2.
Does it change your mind? Because Flower says he's going to quit if we do BO2.
That would be unfortunate. I think I could probably talk him out of quitting. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's where I feel like everyone gets a bad taste in their mouth. I wouldn't call it BO2. I think that if you call it a BO2 and you do some weird point system, like, you know, you get 3 points if you 2-0 them, I think that is where people get confused, and it's just like, what am I looking at? I think you just call it like a double header, a back-to-back. You just get more games this way because For scheduling, it's a lot easier. You know,
Bonus game.
We're playing 2 connected best of ones.
you're because you play 1 blue, 1 red, and I'm just okay with it. I know that there's like the sentiments like people hate ties, but I'm like, I don't think so, man. Like it's not even a tie. It's just you played twice, and it's if Cloud9 and FlyQuest are going in
twice in each one game.
It's back-to-back one.
yeah, but like it's
Back-to-back
not,
sweeps.
and
Really.
It's just you go into playoffs and it's like, okay, when these teams met in the regular season, they were pretty even.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
One team
I think
slammed
that's
the
okay.
other team 1-0, and then they got slammed 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, like, you have a blue and a red side game too, so like your drafts are more even. I think it would be way better. I understand that the issues people have with it, but I just don't think they're that.
The blue side, red side thing, I think, is the best argument for it because it is the most fair format, right? Where it's like every series that you have, teams get to play once on each side, so draft is even. Like from that point of view, I think it is the most fair. But I do think that it is. I don't feel that those series are as satisfying, right? 'Cause if I'm seeing like a banger 1-1 series, I'm like, well, I want to know kind of who wins.
Yeah.
Gotta wait till next time they play leaves you hungry.
But then there's another best of 2, and that's another.
What if I don't want to be hungry? I don't want.
Sometimes I just want to eat food.
Sometimes you gotta be hungry.
Gotta stay hungry.
I personally just like tournament formats the most. So whatever is going to get me a tournament format is what I'm going to vote for.
All right. We got some other Twitter and YouTube questions. This one says, this was from the Hyterion. If it doesn't get covered in this episode, I would like to know thoughts on unconventional supports like Camille beginning to shine. I'm personally a big fan of more variety for support mains, and if Riot is okay with this and not going to gut them.
Dude, if Freak can be killing it with Camille support, then we got to nerf it.
What does that mean? Why does Freak doing well mean it has
He's
to
not
be
a
nerfed?
mechanical genius.
Oh,
He's a
flaming Freak
no,
now, I guess.
he's a regular
not here
genius.
anymore.
Regular genius. Just a boring old
He's
genius.
our good old buddy genius. I always do like it when when unconventional things are used sparingly. I don't like it if they are the best at whatever they do,
I like things being able to be flexed into different roles. Is cool. The issue you run into with it, however, is in pro play drafting, because flex picks just naturally are better for draft because you can pick it early and then oh, this is a bad matchup, I'm putting it somewhere else, and then it makes draft kind of what I was mentioning earlier even more rigid in a way, because it's like, okay, they're gonna pick a flex. We're going to have to pick something that does well into this or does well into a counter pick. And so just like the conditions for like what champs you can pick when kind of get narrower.
All right, this is kind of a question that I think is off of what we were talking about with Freak last time, where we were talking about kind of items in Dota 2 versus League and stuff. This says, what about Flash being turned into an item similar to Blink Dagger in Dota 2? It would open up the possibility of opting for Flash in the game instead of before it, and even upgrading that item again.
I don't like it. I don't want to pay for my Flash. I like my Flash. I've had my Flash my whole life. So
Want it from level 1.
You're not going to take my Flash away from me?
All right. There you go.
I wouldn't like it as an item. I think it's good as a summoner, but I would be okay if they change summoners to make them more kind of like aggressively weighted. Like if you flash when you're not in combat with the champion, it's like a slightly shorter cooldown. So like if you flash in on somebody and then they flash away from you, like you get the advantage out of that trade. I think things that just incentivize aggression and like making things happen are always good for the game.
That's cool. This one comes from TurdyBoy962. I have a question for the community questions episode. What is your favorite season in LoL history? Could be an entire season or even just like a meta. I feel like everyone
2015
says,
or 16?
Everyone always says something between season 5 and season 7. But at this point, I don't even know if they were actually the best seasons or if it's just kind of rose tinted glasses. But that's the answer I feel like everyone gives.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because in any meta, like, there's going to be some good, some bad. I remember, like, Season 5, I had really good memories. Season 8, I had a good time. I mean, anything where junglers were forced to build, like, that aura, Aegis aura, probably wouldn't get my vote. That was, like, so awful.
Yeah.
But I think the game now is pretty good, honestly.
I mean, if it's esports history, the 2015 and 16 is just my favorite by far. League was so overwhelmingly big. It just really felt like everyone knew about it. everyone, would recognize us no matter where we went, and everyone cared about League. You could talk to everyone knew the big matches. We were filling Madison Square Garden. Then we had, MSI, where we actually did well. North America had some hope, and we got second place, and all this stuff. I was just like, oh my goodness, that's my favorite for sure. I don't think, because of like the rose tinted gladness, I don't think that's ever going to be replaced unless like NA wins Worlds or something. Then that'll by
this year, there you go.
Yeah, this year. There we go.
All right, this will be our last one, I think. This one's from John Doe. Says, is there any way for Riot to basically bridge the gap between pro play and solo queue regarding ADCs? They're not weak, to be very clear, but they're unsatisfying. Feels like the entire class is pro jailed, and it's more than a little frustrating. I kind of relate to this a bit because, I play Phil. When I play AD, I don't think the role is bad by any means, but I do think it's pretty unfun in solo queue because it often feels like by the time you're going to be a part of the game is already decided. Like, it feels like you have to farm so much, and you're kind of like so linked to getting gold and playing for that, more so than other roles that I play, that it feels like by the time it's ready and you're like, all right, I got my 2 or 3 items, the game feels decided one way or the other, and it feels like, oh, did I really even matter here?
It's a bit of a prisoner dilemma in my mind for AD carry, because I think it has to do with how many different buffs there are for AD carries, whether it's like Knight's Vow, all the enchanter items, enchanters themselves, because the difference between an Aphelios by himself with nothing, he's pretty weak, right? But all of a sudden you put like a Lulu and Ivern with him, and he's just mowing your entire team down, unavoidable autos from super far away, and like there's no counterplay, you can't kill him, then it gets kind of ridiculous. So I actually think if they just removed a lot of the tools that buff teammates, they could actually increase the base level of AD carries, so it's a little bit more in the same range. It's like you don't need an enchanter to be super strong, and I think it would give them a lot more agency.
It is tough because it's one of those things where when ADC is played, like when your team is playing around you really, really well, it's just has felt like for forever by far the strongest role in the game, right? And that is just pro play. You play around your ADC, you're not even just itemization and stuff, but like how your team is positioning, how your team is peeling. When they're doing that perfectly, you are a god, right? If you play it really well. But oftentimes in solo queue, your team's not going to play around you. They might not be itemizing around you. The game is kind of faster and scrappier, which often means if you're coming online later, you feel like you have less effect. So it is hard. I think what you're saying is a good idea. I also think the other angle is take away some of the scaling power and make them stronger early, so they feel like maybe they can be more of kind of like an impact on the early game. And
the issue there, like, how do you keep them out of solo lanes?
Yeah. You can't, I guess.
Yeah, it's tough. I think there's probably some solution, but I'm not a game designer, so I'll let them take care of it.
I mean, there's really ham-fisted stuff like they can do where it's like you link power, like with Lucian. What they did is they made it so it's like his passive is linked to other people.
Yeah.
And you can do like Neela. It's like your passive experience is linked to being by another person. So it's like ham-fisted stuff where you can be like, you must go bot lane with 2 people or your champion sucks. But that also feels kind of bad when it's forced that way.
Yeah. But it's also just that feeling is a byproduct of the archetype of the role of being a glass cannon. Sometimes, like in a 1v1, oh no, someone got me and jumped on me, and my team's not playing around me. This is garbage. I'm just a bag of gold for the enemy team. Oh, I am a glass cannon, and I'm being protected, and I have room to play, and I'm just blowing everyone up. Oh, great! It's the best role in the whole game.
Yeah, one thing that I think might be a good direction for AD carry is making them a little bit more. Like, I feel like Bork should be like a core item on most AD carries, because if you think about what the role does, right? It's it's the one that kills the front line. It's the consistent damage. It takes objectives, takes turrets and whatnot. But for a long time, they've kind of they've killed front lines by having crit and a ton of damage. So yeah, they're killing front lines, but they're also two-shotting any carry. And I feel like AD carries shouldn't really be that insane. They shouldn't be an assassin, in my opinion. I think they should maybe have more like percent damage type stuff. And that would make them, if you're behind, it wouldn't feel as bad. If you're ahead, it doesn't feel as bad to play
higher
against.
sustained damage, but like less bursty.
Yeah, something like that. I think would probably be good.
The only problem is like everybody has burst damage now. It's like bruisers have burst damage, tanks have burst damage. Everybody's got to have burst now.
Yeah, it is tough. All right, this was a fun episode. It actually went a lot longer than I thought. That's going to wrap it up for us for now. Thank you, everyone, for sending in your questions. Even just on Twitter, we got like 150. We got tons in YouTube and other places as well. So appreciate everyone sending in all those questions. Hope you enjoyed this episode. We're going to be getting back to what the normal ones are, obviously, as LCS is going to be back this weekend. So we'll have a regular episode next week. And remember, if you're watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. You can also check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and Anchor.fm. Continue sending us your questions. Use the hashtag TheDiveLOL so we can find those for more episodes like this. And be sure to tune in this weekend for LCS Week 5 starting March 2nd at 1 p.m. It's going to be FlyQuest taking on Cloud9. We'll see you there.
Emily.
Hey, Jet, how's it going? Are you excited to be back? I'm so hyped.
Let's go! LCS is back.
Do you remember what our rest of the schedule is?
Yes. So we're Saturday, Sunday this week. Next week is a super week, so it goes Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then we have playoffs.
So then playoffs are Saturday, Sunday.
Playoffs are Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay, but then it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Nope, it's just Friday, Saturday.
Huh. And then it's Saturday, Sunday, though.
Yeah, for finals.
Okay, cool.
Yep, pretty simple.
So to sum up the rest of the LCS schedule, it's Saturday, Sunday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Friday, Saturday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yep, Saturday, Sunday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday,
Uh-huh.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday,
Okay.
Friday, Saturday, Saturday, Sunday.
Huh.
Simple.
So simple.
Picture.
All right.
Just think about it like this.
Oh,
Saturday,
okay.
Sunday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Friday, Saturday, Saturday, Sunday. If you look at the picture, you can say it really fast, and you can remember it because it's like a sideways pyramid.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Like a Jenga block.
Yep.
How good are you at Jenga?
Really good, but this one's missing a Sunday.
Sure.
Yep.
Worst Jenga block ever.
I mean, it's a different kind of Jenga, but I'm just saying you don't need the base of the pyramid.
Yeah.
You can pull that block out and everything still stands up. It doesn't
Pulled
break
the
it.
Sunday out.
That thing is falling.
Really? You think that?
That is immediately
it's gonna
falling.
fall.
Yeah, 1,000% is falling.
Welcome back. How's it going, Aframu?
What up?
We got a guest. We have Aframu. How you
Hey.
doing? What have you been up to?
Chilling, investing, playing other games.
Investing?
Got Radiant and Valorant.
Are we gonna get stock tips?
Yeah.
No.
Right. I want to know how to be set for life.
Yeah. Just a lot of studying. Just a lot of reading. That's about it,
What'd you do over the break? The LCS break.
Oh, the LCS break? Oh, I've been on break since I retired, man. I've been doing the same thing.
Okay, so we've had 2 weeks off.
Yes.
Teams have continued to be scrimming. We're going to be on a new patch as well. I think LPL jumped the patch a bit, so they're going to be on the same patch as us. But this is the 14.4 patch. For those of you who saw the LCS when it was on, I think 14.2, and
Yeah.
we're leapfrogging here to 14.4. So there's been a good number of changes. Here's the patch overview.
Yeah, there's a lot here to take in. I mean, this is, of course, an oversimplification. The one immediate thing that comes to my mind is, like, Bard, I think, is more of an adjustment. Because even though, like, the Chimes damage did get a nerf, his Q got a ratio buff to, like, 0.6 to 0.8. So there's a lot that happened there. I will say immediately, top lane Twisted Fate is terrorizing people, so that one definitely needed a nerf.
Yeah, I think more specifically, Cassante and Smolder are two champions that we're going to discuss. What do you feel about the Smolder nerfs?
The Smolder nerfs?
Or Cassante, really.
Usually when
whatever.
a new champion comes out, first time no one has any idea how it plays.
Yeah.
People start figuring out in lane, you just, what is it, his E, where the slow that goes out, where you can poke, clear wave.
Yeah, the
instantly.
W.
The W. Absolutely broken. Lane phase is pretty simple after that, and you just build stacks. And once he gets to that point where he's at 225, I'm pretty sure,
Yep.
it's just a monster. So people just take a little bit of time to figure it out. So you definitely need nerfs.
That makes a lot of sense. I know players have been talking about Smolder a little bit, just like how it seems like after the nerfs, he just feels balanced. The one problem that I had with him on release was that you could either just go Doran's Ring or anything, and you would just like rank your W up a chew, I guess, like three ranks, and you can like get past the early lane phase pretty easy. We saw the Cassante nerfs. We could probably bring that up quickly just because
Sure, yeah.
Cassante is the changes that he got were pretty significant because the biggest problem with him is that once he ults, he's just like a big POS. And he is probably one of the stickiest champions out there. The changes that we saw is, yes, during All Out, his Q no longer slows. His W is a lot now slower and jankier, so like the cooldown is higher and the channeling is higher. So in general, like for him to be able to get on top of you, it's much more difficult. And his dash speed on E is slower significantly. So once he's all out, generally easier to get away from him. Now, you mentioned that LPL is on 14.4, and so I got to see if Cassante was being played. A, yes, played religiously. And B, the changes are, we're seeing a lot more Ghost TP Cassante. And it makes up for the changes to how, I guess, like the stickiness that he had removed from him on All Out has been compensated with the fact that they're now going Ghost.
Right.
Yeah.
So it seems like the adjustment that players are making is a pretty clear adjustment. So I don't think there will be a tone down to his play whatsoever.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we're still going to see Smolder, and I think we're still going to see a lot of Cassante. I am really curious what happens in top lane, though, because there were also some Renekton buffs. And I feel like
Renekton?
Yeah, I know. With Cassante still terrorizing top lane on the previous patch, the go-to kind of counter, if you weren't doing hard lane counters to something like Udyr as well, which ended up getting banned, was the Aatrox. So I'm very curious to see. We have a bunch of top laners who just love playing Renekton. I am curious to see if he comes back. Obviously, we still don't have the absolutely broken Gore Drinker Renekton that terrorized everyone before. So, like, itemization is still something that you have to consider when you're looking at him. But I am wondering, because I feel like top laners do love having that kind of safer blind that they can pull out and draft, with Udyr, Cassante, and Aatrox kind of being the three standard champs we've seen, especially with Udyr remaining super powerful.
Yeah, I agree with that. I still think that, once again, using the LPL games that we've seen as a crutch, but also just how people have played regularly throughout this split, the champs into Cassante or the champs into Udyr, we're seeing a lot more diversity. Like, we're seeing a lot more like Olaf or Darius is a champion that we've seen a lot more than we have in the past. And so, like, I think now that players have gotten more practice on those picks into Cassante, I think we'll probably see less Renekton than we did in the past. So I'm still hopeful that we won't be in like complete like 100% presence of like the Croc top lane.
One champ that I think is going to reappear this week, we'll see if it does for sure, is Volibear. I know we have a resident caster, Kobe, who's made it to Grandmaster with Volibear before the buffs.
Oh, sure.
But I would just say, like, it's been a bit since we've seen him in LCS. Obviously, here 2022 summer playoffs was the last time we saw Volley. But when he was a meta pick, one is you could flex him.
Yeah.
And I think you still can between top and jungle, even though he'd be primarily a jungler. But then two, I feel like he just has so much early game strength and simplicity that he can slot into so many team comps. He's really strong on 1 and 2 items, and that's all you're ever really getting before the game is decided. So who cares if he sucks at 4?
Yeah.
And of the meta junglers, I was going through it, he can kind of push them around early.
Yeah.
between like level 3 and 4. If you're in 2v2s or in 3v3s, Volibear is going to have a bit of an upper hand if you play the fight properly. So I think he slots really easily in, and the buffs for Volibear, making him a little bit faster with his Q, are meaningful.
That makes sense. And at least on 14.4, I saw a pretty big change bot lane. So I wanted to ask you and pick your brain on it, because not only did we see like, I guess, a buff to World Atlas, because we saw that people were starting lane without it to begin with, like Senna or like Ashe or something like that, and they'd get first back and then start that. And we saw like changes to a lot of the support items. We saw like a nerf to like Maokai generally. Like, how has bot lane felt from your perspective in solo queue overall?
When World Atlas came out, obviously they were doing the double World Atlas stuff with Seraphine.
That was fun.
Yeah.
Not fun at all. Not fun.
You got to have more money.
Still broken. But now that I was also doing the Ashe where you don't buy, Senna, you don't buy, you just come back and buy it afterwards.
Yeah.
But the changes are good towards the quest. What is it? Solstice? This sled one?
Yes.
Yeah,
Slay.
Solstice Slay.
Yeah, I would never take that on melee support. I would always take the shield type one, but I think they upped it to, what is it, 7%?
7%. Yeah.
Maximum heal now, which
Yeah.
is pretty good. And the item is still broken, I'm gonna be honest, but it's a lot more fun having options, 5 different options where you can, depending on what archetype support you're playing, you can take.
Do you think that we'll be seeing a lot more engaged supports? Because we saw a little bit from like Ole picking Leona, and of course Maokai was already a pick.
Yeah, when I was playing solo queue recently, I personally think Leona is just broken.
There it
on
is.
This new patch.
Let's go.
I was spamming her a lot, and I was like, this is a little busted. So
Might be easy.
it'll
Emily,
probably be a lot more.
You also wanted to talk about Lulu really quickly, because there's obviously the 10
Yeah.
sports with Solstice Slay. What do you think about Lulu?
Yeah, so I think this is the glitter lens changes are the first kind of like maybe buff to a potential lane Lulu that I've seen in a while, since they gutted her several seasons ago, because everyone was sick of seeing Lulu out of the bot lane, and then even in bot lane, she was still incredibly oppressive. Especially with hyper carries like Jinx and Felios. So I am like kind of keeping my eye on Lulu. I don't know how you feel about her in bot lane right now, because I feel like she's been peeking out here and there, but with other better enchanter options, we haven't seen her as much.
A lot of people are playing the more aggressive kill lane type stuff. Kalista got nerfed. A lot of Samira I've been seeing. But the 20% on the Q, I remember when that got nerfed the first time, and Bjergsen was spamming Lulu middle against us. It was absolutely oppressive. So hopefully we don't get back to that point, but hopefully enough where bottom lane it feels a lot better.
Yeah. Final note on the patch: Nico is re-enabled. Previously, she was not playable because of an exploit that they wouldn't tell us about.
They didn't
because
trust
they
us.
didn't trust us to not tell everyone what the exploit was.
shit.
But it's fixed now, apparently.
I just wanted to use it for myself.
Yeah, Nico's
Use
back.
some
You can
LP.
play it in the LCS. But, okay, we've had a 2-week break. Big question on a lot of minds is how did the players use the break? And more specifically, like, which teams are going to be able to benefit more from the 2-week break versus who has lost the most from the 2-week break? So let's discuss, like, who do we think are most fortunate that the break happened?
I think definitely C9. I think when you are on a kind of like, you're underperforming, especially compared to expectations, having this kind of large reset will really, really help this team. I think improve their synergy, kind of talk about what they've been struggling with. Additionally, I think some of the other changes, even some that we haven't necessarily talked about, like the Ahri coming back in the meta potentially, will really help out C9's players as well. But then also on pros, when I was talking to, we had the little TLA reunion.
Yeah.
I was talking to Jan, Armeo, and Ayla. They all like were trying to avoid saying that C9 was doing really well. So like, again, they're rumored to be doing a lot better in scrims. And I do think having that kind of reset will be really good for them.
That's the thing. I think like, because the biggest thing we've heavily shown their replays in their games, in which they feel disjointed in a lot of plays. So like, but they are not the only team that is like that. Energy is another team that I feel like when we saw them, a lot of their game-losing plays were just them not being on the same page. And I think, yes, a lot of it happened around bot lane, and you have a big change in bringing in Huhi onto the team as well, so that's great. But then we didn't expect them it's hilarious. They would have like huge winning state bot lane, try for a dive, and then almost consistently this split have like, it's like messed up somehow. like the 2v2 dive messed up. There was one play where they brought in contracts that messed up. So I think overall they've just not been on the same page as a team on what they want to accomplish. So this break, even though generally speaking, not a lot of players will like the breaks that they have, but if you're performing way worse than you'd expect, and some of the players have just been frustrated. We heard them in interviews say how they've been arguing a lot more. So now you have that time to be able to just grind out scrims and talk to each other, and I think that really does benefit them.
And Afro, put yourself back in your playing days. Let's say you have a 2-week break in the middle of a split. What do? How does that impact the way you play? Because like kind of the way we have it now is the teams that were performing under expectations, oh, it's going to help them. And the teams that are performing over expectations, oh, it's going to hurt them. Do you agree with that assessment, or how would you deal with a 2-week break?
I'm not saying it's gonna happen to the teams that were doing well before the break, but you do get a little bit lazy when the break happens, just because you had that momentum, you're doing really well, and you're going into the break like, oh yeah, we're the shit. So you're like, okay, we don't really got to change too much. Whereas the other teams, they're like, all right, finally we have all this time now. Let's hash it out.
Let's finally fix the
our
pool
style,
issues.
And then they're gonna come into this week with a bang. But I guess as a player, you try to combat that with just staying on top, watching other regions. As you were saying, how Energy was failing the dives and stuff like that. It's a lot more time for them to go over, all right, this is how we're going to do it.
Yeah.
And it helps a lot.
Yeah. So on that, FlyQuest is the first place team.
Yep.
So in nature, they're the team that would have the biggest risk of being complacent because they've been quite dominant. They came in, I think, with a lot of fire to this team. Jensen came off of a bad year with Dignitas. Inspired and Whippo didn't even play in the previous split, so I feel like they started the split with a lot to prove. And with this massive opening, it feels like you've accomplished something, but ultimately, they haven't accomplished anything until playoffs come.
And that's very fair, and I think with this team, the positive is that at least when you hear the players, Inspired and Whippo and Jensen, generally speaking, like, they are players that will definitely challenge themselves even with their winning. So I don't think complacency is a problem, but catch-up effect is a real thing.
Yeah.
And when you've probably been in those experiences, like, you have losing scrims, oh my God, those reviews are taking like 40 minutes or so. but if you're winning, it's like, okay, guys, maybe like a 10-minute review. So it's difficult to shadow box with yourself and talk about what you can be doing ideally if you're not being challenged in those scrims. And if you're just flat out the best team, and if you're winning a lot of your scrims and generally see yourselves as the best, like teams will catch up to you, especially the teams that scrim against you pretty regularly because they have a lot more stuff to look over.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. 100 Thieves are super interesting in that context because Ayla brought up they're so streaky. At one point, they lost, I think, 17 games in a row.
No.
And this was Golden Glue on Hotline League on the break where he said we had momentum. We were coming off of a lot of wins, so definitely I don't feel like it's in our favor that there's a big break. And 100 Thieves are a team that I think have overperformed compared to all of our expectations, especially like preliminary power rankings, but also just generally, this team has drafted really well for the players they've had. They've had a surprising amount of coordination and synergy in their games that's won them games, especially through team fighting in positions where it didn't look like they could. So I think it'll be interesting to see them coming off the break as well as not only like FlyQuest as kind of the most dominant team, but 100 Thieves as this surprise team that knocked off a lot of wins before the break.
Yep, and officially they're in second place. But the state we are in the split right now is we have 9 games completed and there's 5 games left. So when there's only 5 games left, it's reasonable to have an MVP discussion.
I think it's reasonable.
We haven't been having an MVP discussion. We're doing this a little differently, though, rather than just saying who we think the MVP is. We had to make MVP pyramids. Raz, this is yours.
Yes.
Describe what an MVP pyramid is.
First of all, it's an MVP pyramid.
Oh.
So for me, the idea is essentially like, as you can see, at the top of my pyramid is River. I think River has done so much for his team. I think even in their losses, been incredibly proactive in getting his lanes ahead. And we've sung a lot of praise for his team and the success that they've had. Yes, they are a second place team, but I think a lot of it comes down to the success that River has had as a jungler. And then past that, it'll be a little bit of a FlyQuest Central with Whippo and Inspired. Whippo is the best top laner in my view in this league. The counter pick that he's had have been extremely effective, and Inspired has been behind him that follows up. And then from that point forward, I actually think it's a bit of a toss-up, but I have Impact and Jojo Pion. I think Jojo Pion, even in their losses, even with how their games have gone, have been having huge leads and have been having great performances. The team fight's been really messy. That's where I have Quid right behind him, and I think it's a bit of a free-for-all when it comes to the mid laners. Impact has just performed well, though. So I've had him as right down there with him.
Afro, what do you think of Raz's list?
There's a lot of FlyQuest on here, man.
That's true. I mean, they're the best team.
You might as well put the whole team on here.
Okay.
That's 2 out of 6.
We gotta move through this. This was mine.
Okay.
I'm ready for you to flame it, but we agree on River and Inspired at least, and
Yes.
Quid. That's surprising.
Hey.
I threw the Cloud9 guys on the bottom because they're still in it if the next 5 games go extremely well for them. I just know that after this 2-week break and having, 4 weeks in the history books with 2 weeks coming and 5 more games, a lot can still change. So I know those 2 players have won it before and could still go on a surge. But I think River is actually the leader at the moment.
Yeah, I somehow knew you have Blaber. You'd sneak.
I had to throw him in there.
Yeah,
I had to put him in there somewhere.
The one that shocked me here.
Chad is gonna hate that C9 is on here because you gotta have 4 and 5 players on a pyramid. It's like because this is for the end. This is for the end of the year. They're 1 game behind.
You're
Team Liquid.
projecting?
So I cheated.
What?
That's not a
Oh
pyramid.
my
No.
goodness.
So initially, when I did this, I only submitted the 3, and our producers came back to me and said, "You can't do that," because I was like, I have no idea
It's not
outside
a
of
3-player
these 3.
pyramid.
Yeah. So I just picked someone from every other team. But in
like the whole
all,
LCS?
Wait, it's every team in the LCS.
in all seriousness, though, I think this is what's really interesting because obviously River is in the lead. I think Inspired and Bwipo are right behind him. And then it's like a free-for-all. And this could change so significantly with our final 5 games that I also asked them to Photoshop a giant question mark on top of mine. They
refused.
They did not do that. They were like, Emily, you're trolling too hard.
I agree with them very much. So with playoffs on the horizon, we're excited to let all the fans at home know you'll be able to cast your own votes for the Kia MVP and Kia All-Pro. Voting for that will be live from March 8th to the 18th. So stay on the lookout and get ready to place the vote. With the MVP discussion behind us, let's take a look at the standings as we move into the final 5 games of the LCS. We got FlyQuest up in first place, and weirdly enough, Cloud9, Dig, and Energy 1 game out of last, technically speaking.
Oh my God, the next few games for FlyQuest are actually difficult. The C9, 100 Thieves, of course 100 Thieves being the 2nd best team right now in the standings. Cloud9, of course, we just talked about the break that they had, so they have to be playing better. So it's going to be a nice next 2 weeks that we have ahead of us. Anything that catches your eyes?
Yeah, Afro, what do you see here?
FlyQuest, obviously, C9, 100 Thieves, TL. It's going to be tough. They might lose their first place. We'll see how it goes after the break with these upcoming matches. But I'm surprised Dignitas, 4 wins, man.
Yeah.
They were doing not so hot at the start of the split and then brought it back.
True.
And
if they pull off one against 100 Thieves today, that moves them right up.
Yeah. I think they have a good chance of ending top 3.
All right, so notable playoff scenarios that we need to keep an eye out for is if FlyQuest 2-0, they're actually going to lock top 4. The next 2 there with Fly 1-1, as long as they win 1 game, they're locking top 6, which means they're going to be in playoffs. There is a scenario where Fly 0-2s, 100 Thieves is just going to automatically guarantee a tiebreaker for top 6, and obviously 100 Thieves 2-0 will lock top 6 and guarantee a tiebreaker for top 4.
I do want to also verbally mention Team Liquid here because their locking playoffs not only depends heavily on whether they win games and what games they win, but also all the other teams. But they are like 100 Thieves. I think 100 Thieves is like at a 99.7% chance to end up in top 6. Team Liquid is right behind them actually at like a 97 chance. So, but there's just too many scenarios to fit on a graphic.
And Emily, you also, during the break, have an Are You Smarter Than with 100 Thieves.
I did.
Who'd they fight against?
Shopify Rebellion.
Okay. I mean, let's check it out.
In Aurelion Sol's old kit, he had a passive called Center of the Universe. What did it do?
Wait, what?
What was the last competitive LCS season when dragons were not elemental?
I don't know any. I'm sorry, bro.
Name 1 dragon from either Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon. Hello and welcome to Are You Smarter Than an LCS Pro? Today, I'm joined by Shopify Rebellion against 100 Thieves. The theme for this episode is Lunar New Year. It is the year of the dragon. So if each team could select their first participant to stand up in front of one of these.
I'll go.
Yep.
Let's do it. Yeah. Top 1v1.
Round 1 is Dragons in League of Legends. These are each worth 1 point. When using his ultimate, Smolder calls out to a family member. Who is it?
His mom?
Yes.
The champion just came out.
Next person from each team.
Just like that. What the heck?
Oh, you didn't know? You didn't know that?
We have 3 glasses. We already have an advantage.
What was the last competitive LCS season when dragons were not elemental?
Dude, there's no shot I know this. You want to go first, bro?
Going through the encyclopedia right now.
I'll give you a hint. Elemental Drake started in 2016.
You lost me already. I'm out.
Just hit it.
Yes.
LCS 2015.
Yep.
Oh, I guess you guys got 2 points.
Great work.
Oh, summer. Oh.
All right. At how many stacks does Smolder's Q do bonus true damage?
225.
Yep.
This is the practice tool.
This is from David playing Smolder nonstop.
Yes,
We all
it
know
was a
it.
If
small.
you're wondering why Zazil is holding a handheld, it's because his beard would disrupt the other microphone that would be pinned to his chest.
We got 0-3 just like that.
Yo, guys, come on.
All right, rotate again.
It's one more round. One more round? Okay. I'm confident in this one.
When were Dragon Souls and Elemental Rifts added to League of Legends?
Don't choke.
Wait, I don't freaking know, but I'm just gonna guess. 2016. They got added in 2016.
No.
Wait, can I confer with my teammates?
Yes, you can.
What? Wait, what?
No,
Because you failed.
No, yeah. Now they get like the opportunity.
2020. 2020.
Season 10.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
All right, I came to an answer.
All right.
Season 10.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Great work.
Great work, everyone. Great work, everyone. Great work, everyone.
All right. There are 3 Dragon Trainer skins in League of Legends. Name each champion. 1 point for each champion named.
Do I name as many as I
Yeah,
need?
keep going. Just.
Lulu, Tristana, Heimerdinger.
Yep.
Okay, that was good. How can we win?
That is it for round 1. We will be back with more Are You Smarter Than LCS Pro soon.
It's been too damn long, but the LCS is finally back. And C9 sees their green light, a double kill for Berserker. He's gonna make it 3. Dread it, run from it. Zeri arrives all the same, a pentakill for Berserker.
It's been super entertaining that the fact that there's no free wins that you can get with any single team.
A lot of the teams are really kind of like echoing this thing of like anyone can beat anyone.
C9 wanted to regroup. Castle steps forward. Jojo is caught in the middle of the rocket jump. Castle with a Q1. Castle with a Q2. No damage enough just yet. Ladies and gentlemen, where were you when Immortals smacked Cloud9 in the mouth? GG IMT.
The skill level is higher. It's been pretty competitive.
The conversation about the LCS being a very competitive league just shows up in every single weekend that we have.
Welcome back to the LCS waiting room. We're very close to game number 1. We have to talk about Shopify Rebellion because while they are technically in last,
Yes.
if they're playing against first, they're very effective.
I've never been more confused in my life with this team.
Yes.
Or just with any team.
So since their opponents today, Immortals, are not in first, do we even need to play the game?
You might have something.
I think so.
This team is like, yes, very confusing. I think at the beginning of the split, it doesn't help when you make the swap, of course, between like the bot lane. My thing that I was impressed with them was that they were probably the easiest ones to cling on to just like their own identity. So like the Scion, the Garen, of course the Garen wasn't the best, but I think in general they were the team that like just headshot NRG based off draft, I feel like alone. And so that's what made them interesting.
And what was interesting to me is when I had him Saturday on Pros, he said this. He said, I actually don't like being known for off-meta picks. I enjoy playing the meta first and then having pocket picks. Afterman, when you heard this quote, you had a little inquisitive look on your face.
We actually had to play in a tournament together in the offseason. It was for Riot, Disguise Toast tournament, I'm pretty sure, where we won that. He just wanted to play anything, man. I was bottom lane with him. He's like, you know what? I don't want to play Aphelios. Give me Brand. I'm like, okay, you know? So He loves having pocket pics.
That's kind of been his identity.
enough,
I'm
fair
not
enough.
gonna lie.
I
Like,
think that is his identity.
yes.
Yeah, we need to move on though because we only got 2 minutes, 30
Fair.
seconds until the games start. Ole is a player we're always tracking with Immortals drafts because early on in the year he said he's just going to pick high win rate supports. So here you go. Here are the highest win rate supports.
Hey.
I'm ready for the Ivern support, you know? I want him to pick the Lehen special, the Elise support.
It's never gonna happen.
No, it's never gonna happen.
I think Maokai almost certainly. I did not know Ivern's support had this high of a win rate.
I didn't either.
That's actually crazy.
Yeah, that's a wild one.
That's not gonna. He's not gonna pick Ivern. I guarantee his teammates will not allow it.
Yeah.
But the Leona one he did play. He was actually, I think, the first to bring it out here in the LCS. So like, I do expect him to go towards like the Leona, the Maokai. His Bard was exceptional. Also, just the team as a whole has kind of been sad to see play. Because the Twisted Fate was a fun one. I think that was like maybe what Tactical was referring to as the headshot pick in the prior draft that he wanted to try out and it didn't work. And then whenever you hear from like teams internally that has scrimmed them, they're like, this is a really good scrim team, but they just haven't been showing it on stage.
Yeah.
TF could not cut through Udyr
Yeah.
ever. We're almost ready for today's face-off, and drops are going to be back. So if you want to get drops, make sure you are logged into watch.lolesports.com to get the rewards. Drops are back. Tell your friends. Get them to give you their logins so you can get drops. Don't do that. Get them all to watch to put the logins in. 20 seconds left. Let's do predictions for the day because I think this is actually one of the easiest days to go 0-4 in predictions if you're a little bit off. I've gone a little bit rogue apparently because I was picking a little bit of upsets. I kind of went back to preseason power rankings thinking things are going to reset during the break, but this is probably the most difference we've had in our predictions all year.
I think the surprising thing to me is that no one picked TL because I think that game could be super close too.
Rolling. Even Discord picked energy.
Discord is at 60%, which kind of tells you like a bit how closer the matchup is, but I'm surprised that no one flipped on TL.
Even the Discord, first of all, the fact that Discord is also Raz, I appreciate you guys. but Discord going 50.2%. So it's like a 0.2 on the C9 versus Fly thing. So they also believe that the break has had a significant impact, surely.
Yeah, that's going to be game 2. Game 1, Shopify
We're all
versus Immortals. We're done here from the lounge. Let's send it to the stage to get into games.
Gentlemen, y'all know what time it is, but in case you don't, let me tell you, it's time for the LCS face-off. This weekend, all of our teams are going to be going head-to-head right here for a cage match. The words will be sharp, the fights will be fierce, so it's time for talking trash and kicking ass. And maybe, just maybe, if we're lucky, some of these guys will pop off and tell their opponents exactly what they think of them face to face. It's time for the LCS face-off, starting right now.
Welcome everybody to the LCS face-off. Also, shout out to my boy Rafa who did that rendition on the guitar of the LCS theme under Flowers intro, which was banging as always. I'm Zazil. I'm here with Kobe and Afro Moo. We got one of the greatest NA players of all time here to guide us through the game.
Welcome back to the LCS studio.
Glad to be here.
Face-off time. Honestly, Shopify Rebellion and Immortals, both of them, they have to think of every game as a must-win for now. They are tied at the bottom of the standings, 3-6 for both of them, as you can see. But the good news is that is only one game behind Cloud9 and Energy. You know, our previous number 1 and number 2 teams of the LCS. So The LCS is anybody's league still. Shopify and Immortals getting right into the draft.
Oh. And we've been having some of these players cooking. You know, we have to ask chat which was the best cook here: Insanity on Garen or
They both
Tactical
lost.
on TF.
Oh no.
These guys have been cooking. We'll see who's gonna cook harder today. What have you thought of some of the crazy picks we've been seeing from Insanity, by the way?
The Garen wasn't so hot. Lenny Phase was cool, but after that, I don't know what was happening. So I don't know if the coach made him pick that or he wanted it, but hopefully not again.
Yeah, he said on the pros podcast afterwards that he was like, maybe not the best time to pick it, but definitely a good one.
And Kobe, you got to be excited. I know
am.
my boy Kobe. I don't know if you knew this, Afro, but Kobe's in Grandmaster and he is spamming Volibear.
Really?
Yeah, I became a one trick over the last 5 months or something, spamming this champ. And Volibear just got a bunch of buffs on this patch, which caused a lot more people to play him. A lot more move speed on the Q now as you rank it up. And in the jungle, which is, I'm assuming, where it's going to go. You can play a top lane.
Yeah.
As a pretty good top lane bully, but assuming this is going into the jungle here, Armeo going to have some early dueling power, but into an Ivern can be super frustrating with all those heal and shield that we're already seeing with the Senna combination.
I hate the Nautilus with the Senna, man.
Oh yeah, not your favorite?
Not my favorite.
Do you think there's any chance that it'll be like farming Nautilus, that sort of style, trying to fill the role of the Tom Gensh, or do you think it is just Nautilus support, Senna standard AD carry?
I think Nautilus will probably farm this game. They picked Ivern, so he's like pseudo frontline with Daisy. So he still needs a kind of a tank, and you have Fake God who likes to play a lot of Bruiser top.
So this is, if you didn't know, Ole said in an interview, basically he picks his supports largely just based off solo queue win rates now. So if something is OP in solo queue, he's going to play it. He's bringing a lot of those out in the LCS. Has felt they've been really effective.
Yeah.
So we have Smolder locked in as the AD, presumably here for Tactical.
Is this the first time in an A if someone's picked it?
No, we've had it a few. It's only won once. I think Dignitas, I want to say, was the one who
Oh,
won
Tomo,
with it.
yeah. Tomo's been
And then
popping
we
off.
had a couple losses with it so far. So, if you are on Ole's team, what kind of support would you want to be playing, alongside the Smolder and into the Nautilus Senna?
Yeah, the ones that are banning out right now. So Leona's gone. Braum is
So you want hard engage?
okay. Yeah, you definitely need engage with Azir, Smolder, Volibear. Something with CC can tank for your long range carries. You also got to buy time for Smolder in late game, so you don't want to be too weak. If I was going to pick here, it has to be a front line.
Yeah, I mean, Braum is always pretty good with Smolder for the protection, but Maokai is up, and we saw that win rate. Maokai has been #1 win rate support for 3 patches in a row.
They should ban it here, I'm going to be honest.
They're taking their time on this ban.
Oh, it's Braum. There you go.
So, yeah, Braum to me is one of the most frustrating with Smolder because it's really hard to punish the Smolder early when he's trying to stack up, and then you get into the late game and the team fights are incredibly annoying. Double Dragons, though, I feel like is always too much scaling. They did the little hover over on the Aurelion Soul, both of them taking so much time. And there is the Maokai. I mean, I feel like that is just a no-brainer right now. The nerfs that he got were pretty small.
His lane phase actually with Smolders with Maokai is kind of weak. So I think Shopify just thinks they can punish it harder than having Leona or Braum.
Oh. Was hoping for a little gangplank action. But something a little bit more standard now. Hui, after the buffs, has become super prominent.
Okay. So Hui's going to get locked in.
Let's go.
We have been seeing a little bit as support, obviously, in pro play, but Nautilus already locked in, so it should be an Insanity champ who's giving us the eyes. Calm down there, Insanity. My wife is watching. Insanity also had a quote on pros. If you haven't watched this, it's actually been a great podcast with a lot of the pros. He talked about, he likes being able to have the pocket picks, but he actually enjoys playing more of these meta champions. He does like playing standard too. And Hui, while it is maybe a bit of a newer pick in the LCS, is becoming pretty standard worldwide.
I think it just took a little bit of time for people to learn him and all his combinations.
Yeah.
I was thinking with Shopify's early picks with Senna and Ivern that they were going to have, some sort of hyper carry on the team too, with so much healing and shielding. I guess that Fake God is going to be kind of the point person here at the front. They're going to try and make this Aatrox unstoppable. Expect, the full lethality Aatrox build, being backed up with Ivern shields and Senna and everything, turn him into the Juggernaut. Try and win the game before the Azir and Smolder scale. Seems like a good idea.
Good luck. Our draft doesn't really punish early game. I guess Ivern can do that. So we'll probably see a lot of Ivern going around top side, it looks like.
Try and win some
Maybe
one-item team
Which,
fights.
if you have to play one team or the other, which draft do you prefer?
The right side.
So you rather play Immortals heavily?
Yeah.
And if you are playing Immortals, so you're playing Olay, you're playing on the Maokai. What are your goals going into this game? What are you telling the team that you need to get done in the early game to be able to win?
I'm not looking to win lane, so I'm just gonna get a couple levels bottom, start roaming to match this Ivern, who's gonna just try to be a terror to my Volibear.
All right, well, we'll see if Olay can do that. Immortals and Shopify both hungry for a win here, trying to climb up in the standings, reach that top 6 to be able to make playoffs here. And we are getting down to the brass tacks of it, honestly. Second last week of the LCS, coming really close now to those playoffs, and these teams have got to show us what they have improved on the last 2 weeks of this break.
Yeah, it's so exciting because we've had this long break where the teams have been scrimming and trying to come up with ways to save their season, especially these two teams. As we said, they're tied at the bottom of the standings. But the bottom of the standings this year in the LCS is so competitive that they're still within reach very easily of taking games off the top teams as well as making their way into playoffs. I am personally super excited for Volibear. And we'll be tracking our Mayo. There's a couple little things that even a lot of Challenger Volibear jungles don't do. And one of the biggest ones is keeping up stacks of your passive. There is no reason, if you're just doing a regular clear, not to start by a Blast Cone and auto the Blast Cone to get 1 stack of your passive and increase your clear speed there. And then also using your kiting of the camp across Raptors and Wolves so that you keep up your stacks when you're going between those two camps. If you just leash them out and then Q for move speed across mid lane and then use your E for long range to keep up the 5 stacks, it greatly increases your clear speed. The passive is super underrated on this champ.
And are you mostly feeling the Sundered Sky into tank step build? That's
so
what
I'm a Sundered Sky man every day of the week. Sundered Sky makes your Q crit for really big upfront burst damage and then also so much survivability.
All right, so down in bot lane, nice little early trade there. Shopify obviously starting in lane with that deep lane ward. Looking to punish Olay, pushing him back pretty heavily. Starting taking a pretty big chunk there.
Not much you can do.
So for Immortal side, are you mostly just trying to stay in range of XP basically at this point?
Yeah, just get XP. I mean, these kind of lanes kind of suck. You do what you can, but you lose the trade 90% of the time.
Yeah, gotta wait and watch as they build up the big wave to push towards you.
Oh. All right, Zazil, nice hook, goes in again. Olay getting chunked out pretty heavily. And we have seen Tactical cook it a few times. The TF obviously not working out when he brought that out. And, anytime you're having these kind of situations set up with the slow stack, we have to look where the junglers are. We know that Ivern is not going to be down there, so there's not going to be any sort of a dive. So they'll get denied from a little bit of early CS, but Tactical Olay should be able to pick up most of the farm as it does crash towards their tower.
One small demerit already for the Volibear. Did not keep the stacks up, 5 stacks up, crossing from Wolves over to Raptors. So a little bit less speed on the clear, but honestly, it's not going to matter for this game. It's just going to be a full clear up to top side and try and trade the crabs with Ivern. Ivern almost always looking for the end regular clear towards bottom side of the map, and they'll get that Scuttle Crab vision for their pushing bottom lane down here. So B-Boy and Zazil can keep up the pressure at tower.
Yeah.
Almost a turret plate by themselves as well already.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is looking pretty rough down here already for Tactical and Olay. And Boogie is now here. He's level 4. They're considering an angle for a dive, but there's not enough minions there, so it wouldn't be this way. So I think Ivern will just complete the base. Armeo here hovering around mid lane, but is spotted out. You can see the pings on the minimap over towards him.
Oh, do we get a
but
gank
we'll be
here?
able to grab that top scuttle. And as they push off their tower, they're definitely going to look. Zazil's going to go in with the hook. Nice Q back from Olay. Olay, though, ignited, and he's going to be going down. First blood grabbed pretty comfortably there by Boogie.
You want to switch teams now, Afro? You can go from the point of view of the Zazil
The wave
B-Boy.
is so doomed, man. Look at the wave.
Just surprised our Volibear cleared to top side when he should know this lane goes like this. I mean, I guess you don't expect the dive, but you're gonna get poked down.
Yeah, and Ivern is so annoying in the early ones too. I mean, this is set up by, of course, another good hook from Zazil. Second one we saw on screen of him hooking Olay and getting the big chunk. It's like the ideal situation for them to get these really big chunks. And then with the turret plate money that they got themselves already too, things are really looking up for that Shopify game plan of setting themselves up for a strong early stage of the game, trying to head off before the Azir and the Smolder get to scale. Honestly, I feel like they're going to be in a really good position to fight a lot of, these team fights around neutral objectives towards the mid game.
So we asked Discord who was going to win every lane. That was the votes there in the bottom of the screen on the LCS Discord. Tactical lay back to lane now, trying to fix that wave, but it was really stacked towards their opponents. They're losing even more farm. There's so much for B-Boy to actually pick up here. He, of course, is going to be the one farming. Grab the early 50 boots off this, as Castle narrowly avoids getting pulled back there by the chains. And Armeo going to have a little bit of work to do, try to get his team back in this, because bot lane looking really rough. Insanity's been pushing pretty heavily through mid and looking comfortable there on the way. Neither mid laner has based yet. But honestly, with Azir not having 6, doesn't really have to be too worried about anything. They know exactly where Armeo is thanks to that pink ward, and Insanity will just reset here, spend up his gold.
All right, everybody's favorite time of the game, grub time. At least the jungler's favorite time of the game.
He was in range. How surprising to go for that.
All right, it looks like Armeo is taking the grubs by himself while we're seeing the bottom lane skirmish
stole
here.
one of them, so I mean he gets one, I guess.
Nice little yoink.
Yeah, you've talked a lot, Kobe, about how you always like to prioritize at least just getting one of those grubs.
It's because of the jungle item, so you get bonus experience on killing a major jungle champion, a major jungle camp, basically. And each individual grub, at least the first one that you get, will count for that bonus experience. So both junglers can get them off the grubs, but only your first grub does give it.
You know what? They can actually do a dive here. Oh, if this dive works, it's over for MT.
There are so many minions stacked up, and Boogie's already behind them. We'll see if Tactical can get out, but even if he gets out, Olay is kind of abandoned here at the turret, and they could just look for the Maokai. Boogie, we'll see if he wants to step forward, but at the very least, they've denied all that farm from Tactical.
Oh, no.
This is honestly really reminiscent of the TF game, where he was completely zoned off, dove really early, and it became impossible for him to get back in it. He's more than doubled in the farm right now.
Oh, no.
Is that the comms right now?
This is an FF, man. Like,
I love the emotional updates on the bottom lane. It's rough out here for the Smolder stacker. By the way, he's at 22 stacks right now, almost 7 minutes in, and Shopify grabbed Dragon 2.
Man.
And Shopify, the early game going very well for them. We have to take a look at the strength of the schedule for them, because their next 4 games after this, assuming they could get a win here, are obviously going to be very, very important. We are in week 5. We're going in towards week 6. So, it's not just about the record. It's about the strength of schedule as well, and the quality of teams that they're going to be having to play. And there it is. So they're going to have Dignitas next, Energy, 100 Thieves, and then C9. So Dignitas, feeling pretty beatable. Energy, 100 Thieves, Cloud9. We have to see how these teams are going to be looking, after the break.
Yeah.
But those are all teams that are, expected to be very strong. So honestly, pretty tough strength of schedule remaining here for Shopify. So it makes it an even more important win against Immortals.
Yeah, I mean, the 3 of those teams are also only 1 game currently above them. So even more critical to win those, so you can try and, leapfrog basically in the ladder. And like you're saying, over the 2-week break, people are expecting Energy and Cloud9, probably 2 of the biggest improvements, or at least supposed to make the most of the time.
Do you think that if you're doing well, it's an advantage or a disadvantage to take the break, Afro?
If you're doing well.
Yeah. 'Cause it seems like everyone thinks it's an advantage if you're doing poorly.
I think it's good. If you're doing well, just having a break like that, being able to rehash over how your playstyle wants to go, your identity, always helps. Sometimes you do get a little lazy, I won't lie. This has happened to my teams in particular, but for teams that aren't doing so well, it also helps. So yeah. I think it's a positive for both sides. Just depends how well your management, coaching staff, players value the extra time.
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, you're a player who is obviously known as such a leader on your team, and we have to cut this off as it looks like they're going to be zoning them off, potentially going to be looking for a dive again. Zazil not 6 yet, but Boogie is here. Could fish with the Root Collar, and there goes the flash forward from Zazil. He's going to lock up Tactical, and Tactical's got really nowhere to go. He's going to have to flash out. The Ghost is used as well, but the Dawning Shadow will get the kill. Armeo arrives, but it just might be him dying as well, as Zazil's going to look for the angle on the hook. Mask is coming down here now on the Azir. We'll see if the roam can be matched from Insanity. Doesn't look like it, but they can't even defend the tower with their jungler down here, with their mid laner making the roam. It's Tactical going down again, spending both summoners, losing all the farm, and the Smolder's completely out of the game.
If I'm in the review after this, I will ask my jungler, where are you?
Help, please help.
Armeo was like 5 seconds late on that dive, which is kind of sad, but he did choose the path top this game, which is kind of, oof.
Yeah, I mean, that has determined the whole game. So, I mean, I kind of feel bad that we have you up here and you have to watch this brutal bot lane beatdown. But honestly, that is the whole game right now.
So you've been a part of some crazy comebacks though in your career. You know,
Yeah.
I think to CLG at MSI, you were a part of. How far down were you against RNG? It was like 13K or something like that.
Yeah, but we were winning lane at that time.
Okay, well, Matt's gonna be going for it. There's the ulti in from Blaber as he's gonna go over the top. They get the kill on Insanity, so they do get something back. Maybe gonna be able to get a plate or something off the back of this, but it is a glimmer of hope there for Immortals. But just talk me through, like, how do you stay positive in a game like this? How do you stay focused on what you need to do to win?
Where did they get out?
Fight here. It looks like Boogie gonna be looking for the root collar. Can he find the lockdown?
Oh no.
It's gonna be a flash from Olay, so they force out the flash. They will survive, but it is a kill. They do get a plate through mid with Mask, so they get a kill, they get a plate, they deny a little bit of farm. Immortals still trying to stay proactive. At the end of the day, obviously Tactical is totally out of it, but you're down only 1,000 gold. So, what do they need to focus on from here to actually, make this happen?
It's kind of like having Cassid in mid. You just wait for 225 stacks and somehow be able to win the game. Oh, we got a 1v1 here.
Fake God popping the Deathbringer, looking to try to get this 1v1 against Castle, but Castle sidesteps so much of it, and now stepping forward with the Mega Narc, could look for an ulti. Doesn't want to risk flashing in, knowing that he could have that flash response from Fake God, so it is just going to be a one trade there.
Immortals got the classic, don't worry, we scale boys comms going on, but they actually do scale as long as they can keep their income on a reasonable pace. So they definitely do have options. Yeah, it specifically feels bad to be Tactical because of all the zoning, and to boot your Smolder, who doesn't get to stack as fast because he didn't have access to the minion wave. But they can definitely still focus on the same game plan. They have a really good team fight for later on.
I mean, it's tough because he's only got 47 stacks. 225 feels almost unrealistic for the game.
First ever 30-minute.
30 minutes is seeming generous at this point, man.
God,
like, this is looking brutal.
Let's not hope for that.
Honestly, we should open up the chat and we should have a bet for chat. Or even just predictions. What do you think is the time, if any time, that Tactical will be able to get to the 225 execute?
What time does he get it? And is it tomorrow? Is it in his next game of Smolder?
Maybe a simple yes or no. Does he get it today?
I mean, it's tough because he's not only getting zoned off of these minions and losing stacks there. When you're this far behind, you can't even trade, so you're not stacking off the enemy champions, which is actually where you get a ton of your stacks. But Immortals here over by the Dragon, going to be starting this up. Olay going to let the Nature's Grass rip here, just trying to keep them out. And it's just going to be used as the disengage tool. So Immortals do grab the Dragon. They avoid a fight, going to be feeling pretty happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, not having to worry about the Dragon stacking now, more time for the possible dream team fight scaling here. It's actually not that bad as long as you're not looking at it from Tactical's pop.
As long as you just squint a little bit and don't look towards the bottom of the map.
It's fine.
It's looking pretty nice.
Yeah, recovered.
I think at this point I'm dropping bottom tower and just playing with my top side for the rest of the game.
Yeah. At what point, if any, do you think they should move him to a different lane? We'll have to come back to that as the ulti's going to be popped here from Fake God. Again, chasing after Castle. Doesn't look like it's going to amount to too much. Nice sidestep on the Q1. Q2 not going to land. Mom's getting called in the bot lane as we're going to have the TP coming down there. Azir going to be coming in. It's Armeo trying to chase after them, trying to keep Zazil interested. But Shopify just back off. Again, another play down towards that bottom side. Dissipates. No kills for either team.
I definitely agree with Afro, though. Still looking at possibly dropping bottom tower here. Shopify are keeping up the pressure. Ivern's down here again. Zazil gets the shield and goes in.
Yeah, Armeo in some trouble. Sky Splitter's going to come through for the shield. Going to be able to back it out. And we'll be okay with Olay behind him. But again, it is Tactical on the run. Flapping his little wings out of there. As he is again going to have to watch this tower getting hit, missing out on farm. And the tower is going to be falling. Looks like they're going to move Smolder over towards mid. Maybe move Azir down towards bot, but there's not much of a play to be done here.
Thoughts on the static shiv for Senna first here, Afro? Because, I mean, he did quickly clear that wave.
Was surprising. As soon as I saw it go off, I was like, oh. But I guess it's for wave clear, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, just trying to prioritize that push, I guess, from this position. They're going to be starting up the Herald on top side. Fake God around here, and we do see Zazil's coming in, Boogie's coming in, and Sandy is here as well. A fight could be breaking out. The hook's going to connect on Tactical, and he's just gone.
Wow, the
Now you
magic
see
trick.
him, now you don't.
He's a magic dragon.
I thought it was
Poof.
an artist, not a magician.
Don't know why he was there, but all right, man.
It wasn't there for long. Don't worry.
No. I guess he just felt like he had nowhere to go. You know, he's getting zoned off the bot lane turret, walks up, trying to be useful on the map here, ends up just giving over another freebie. They do get the Herald, but they're going to lose the tier 1 mid. And it's looking really tough here for Tactical. 77 CS at 15 minutes is not where you want to be. He's at 56 stacks. So obviously it gets faster as the game goes longer. But I mean, I've even seen, there was an LPL game I want to say recently where I saw sub 20 minutes in pro for 225. So it can happen even in pro that you get those really fast benchmarks. But you know, at this current pace, it's like even being generous and knowing it's going to ramp up over time. Is it going to be a 35-minute 225? Is it going to be, you know, a 40-minute? It's like he's just not been given any chance to get any.
Well, they're giving him wolves right now, so
something.
He's gonna get a couple off of the wolves.
Best thing I think IMT can do is just stall. You can't really make any plays off their top side. Unfortunately, unless Shopify messes up, but you just gotta keep farming.
My boy Kadril in chat is predicting 26-43, I was told, for the stacks. Kadril, what are you talking about?
That is very
He's got
generous.
Like 10 minutes to quadruple his stacks.
I'm gonna go 29.
He's a believer. He's a believer.
He's got faith.
I'm gonna go no. This is
No,
not gonna get him.
yeah.
I think Nexus Explosion.
Yeah, next game. Next game is when he's gonna get 225. Next time he locks in Smolder.
It's harsh, but honestly,
harsh but fair. That's what we strive to be here on the LCS. Tactical got the CDR boots. He's got the Essence Reverse, so he has a little bit of CDR in there. We'll see if he can find some way to scrape that together. Castle obviously doing pretty well on the top side. Master doing well in mid lane. Everything else is going fine, but it is a 3,000 gold lead now. Obviously, the problems in bot lane have bled over to the rest of the map. They lost that tier 1 bot. They lost the tier 1 mid. The objective's fairly even overall, and we'll see if Armeo can make anything happen here. Good look for the dive. There's the Mega Gnar coming out, and he's going to slam him into the wall. The turret's turned off, and there's no chance for Fake God. Easy dive there for Immortals.
that's some good old-fashioned volley bear right there. Love to see it. Tower dives made easy. You too, at home, can execute on this. Turn off the tower, go to your top laner, get that tower. Honestly, you know, it looks like the mental holding strong here for Immortals. So the best thing is to just keep feeding wolves and raptors to Tactical so you can accelerate the measly stacks that he at least has there.
Yeah, that's what they're doing right now.
At least get him some more. Good, yeah. Always give Smolder the raptors for sure.
Krugs are super those too precious for you?
I mean, I would give him literally everything that we possibly can in hopes that they can get that comeback.
And Blaber doesn't feel that item dependent. You know, you can be successul, I think.
He's early game champ. You know what? The time to shine is quickly passing.
Was 10 minutes ago. All right, well, on the other side, Senna, checking in on the stacks. Honestly, not that crazy either. 47 stacks there for B-Boy. They dominated the lane so hard that it was like they weren't even trading either. So I guess there is a little bit of a cost there for Senna because Tactical was just always getting zoned off. They weren't really interacting. So B-Boy has not picked up very many souls either. But here's the Sky Splitter coming down for Armeo as he fancies his chances in that fight. Just going to push Fake God back as Castle was in the area. And Fake God just kind of found himself on the weak side of the map. Dragon going to be taken on the other side. So Armeo just going to do his best to take away a couple camps, get what he can up on that top side, maybe put the Gnar in a position where he could open up the map and buy some time for Tactical.
Honestly, I feel like it might be time for to check in with people who actually believe is there going to be this comeback for the Smolder Azir squad, because I don't think they're going to be super duper pressured, and they should be able to continue the farm. Got some bounties. Look, they got 2 bounties.
That's topside, man. Love to see that.
All right, well, we'll see. He's stacking it up very slowly. Unfortunately, we don't have the stacks on screen right now. I can check in-game. Let's get the update.
I got you. We got 109 for Smolder. And as you said for Senna too, only 50 for the Senna right now.
Yeah, so not a lot of stacks over on B-Boy's side, but B-Boy has gold, so that is working in his favor. Has the 2 items already completed here. Tactical level 10, so down in the experience as well, which always does hurt. You love having those damage abilities maxed out. 13 actually reasonably big power spike there for Smolder, as the W really does help with the wave clear, and the poke in team fights is actually pretty reasonable.
And it's kind of interesting, again, Bloodsong, Nautilus here for Zazil. It did get a really, really popular in solo queue because obviously the support item was just super busted.
Zazil going to be looking. There's the TP coming in, and Armeo's in trouble. The Depth Charge going to connect. Nice buffer on the ulti to immune it, but Insanity is behind him, and the Unending Despair going to get cast. Meganar into the wall for Insanity, but there's no damage here for Immortals. It's 2 free kills on that bot side. Can they get anything more off this? They're just going to be pushing up towards that tier 2, but they have no wave right now. There's no dragon there, so no big objective looking like it's going to come off the back of this.
Yeah, I'm asking why are we down here at that moment? Caught out of position, nothing to play for. Usually you want to play with your Zerk on top side, more so than having your playing against with your Gnar. So that was just a little blunder by Immortals, but they're still sticking.
Another bump in the road. It's okay. Just keep on chanting, we scaling boys. We scaling boys, we scaling. Tactical 139 now. He was pushing mid while bottom lane was dying.
Yeah, maybe it's the strat. Put Smolder mid so you can farm the camps and the wave.
I mean, it does start to ramp up. It starts to ramp up quite a lot, but still going to need another 100 in the next 6 minutes if Kadrill is going to be correct.
Kadrill might be right, I'm going to be honest, guys.
You think 106 minutes?
He's going fast.
That's optimistic. I mean, I guess if he gets every jungle camp,
the race is on.
Maybe it's rigged. We'll see.
I do like the adaptation that people have made in the build too. With the Sojin on top of the Essence Reaver. It's kind of the middle ground between the two builds.
Between the full tanky build, yeah.
You saw at the beginning.
Yeah, I've always preferred the Shojin Rush myself. I think when you are going to do this build, I still think Shojin first does feel really nice. I don't think the champion really has a lot of mana issues, and Shojin just has more of that CDR to get the stacks coming out earlier. The early HP also feels quite nice. It's just so hard to auto attack on this champion. I feel like the full auto attack based builds, the full crit builds and stuff, never really made that much sense to me because he's so squishy and he's so low range. So having the extra HP feels pretty nice. I've seen some people doing obviously like Shojin, Triforce, and things like that too, but seems to be more popular in solo lanes.
Yeah, I remember when Smolder first came out, everyone was confusing him with an auto attack based build, more so than having the spellcaster.
Yeah.
But as soon as I played one game with him, I'm like, this is a
how are you supposed to auto attack on this champion? It is really, really hard. And Shopify up towards this top side. Boogie just hanging around. Has been pretty annoying around these tier 1 towers, just threatening wraparounds, trying to cover his laners, both in bot and now in top, so they can push up, slowly work away on these towers. If you are on the Immortal side, is it mostly just defensive vision that you're trying to maintain here, for Olay? Obviously, Zazil's been pushing forward. He's trying to get that vision line up. What are you trying to do here for Olay?
More on the defensive aspect. This is how Immortals should have been playing the whole game, as like playing defense, because I don't think they really have too much in the early game, even though Volibear is not too bad. But their Smolder and Maokai needed protection. So what they just did right there, where Maokai groups up with Volibear, gets the vision down, and just defends the play that Shopify is going for, is how they should have been playing most of the early game.
All right, we'll see. Ivern coming down, but Castle aware that he could be there. As Fake God just clearing this out. Did go Profane Hydra as the rush has become incredibly standard there on the Aatrox. So easy to burst people down to that half HP, where you then get that bonus damage on the activation, and really does ramp up the damage so much, especially with that Deathbringer auto if you can get it into.
Yeah, especially because they have an Ivern and a Senna on the team too. Really helps out any sort of front line going full damage.
That makes a lot of sense. Zazil could look for the hook here, but there's no one really around, so it wouldn't be much of a punish even if he hits it. Boogie now clearing out that vision around the Baron. There's one more ward in the back of the pit. He sees it. They're going to be able to get that out of there. Zazil clearing out more of these wards as well. The empowered plants honestly, it feels like it makes it a lot harder to maintain vision control though, from the offensive side. You're having those extra plants to try to clear things out, as Castle's just been steadily pushing away in these side lanes, building up a pretty nice CS advantage. He's about 40 CS up at this point, and that pressure through the side lane has really been buying some time here. Now that Tactical, obviously, he's had the 125 stacks for a while. You have the AoE on your Q. That helps you really ramp up how quickly you can actually stack this.
Yeah, this is the point where I'm glad I'm on picked the Immortals draft. Both solo lanes have prio. Smolder's just got to relax, farm it up, and it's a pretty good spot for them.
So what do you think Shopify has done wrong then? Because the early game went so good for them, but you're looking at the farm now, it doesn't feel like there's much of an advantage in the bot lane. Who cares? You have the extra Last Whisper, Smolder scaling. What should they be doing to actually try to get themselves into this game and accelerate it?
I think it's all on B-Void and Zazil. Yeah, they got the bottom tower, pretty early. Zoned them off, got the mid tower right after, but after that, it's just based on movement. Like, you have to put your bottom lane, somehow get them to top to take the tower, but they did that, 4 minutes ago? When they should have done it probably 10 minutes ago.
Also, it's kind of funny that it's a Chemtech soul, which is, effective when you're low HP, but they're playing against the Smolder, who just executes you when you're low HP. It's like,
wait, that's
great.
not fair. Stop it.
Nice Dragon Soul. One of the least effective already, and then it's even more ineffective versus Smolder.
They can get the Dragon Soul, but Smolder has an Elder Dragon built in.
Yeah, and I'm kind of on the Cagel train now. It's almost 25 minutes, but Smolder's at 2:04.
Oh, okay.
Tactical is close. Cagel's got it kind of locked in.
Yeah, they've been donating him so many of these camps, and he's been farming pretty.
Don't touch those chickens.
Undisturbed.
You better
for a
leave
long
those chickens.
Getting both sides of the jungle. It feels like he's getting the chickens. It looks like he's running straight out towards them, so probably going to be able to get that. That's about 1:30, and he might be right on point. We'll see if he's going to have that prediction
What
correct.
was the exact? He had seconds in there.
It was like 26:40 or something like that. And I think he's going to be pretty damn close. Shopify finally do take down that tier 1 top here. The hook going to be landing on a mass. There's the depth charge.
Nice.
The flash forward from Ivern roots him up. Gets that shutdown, and now I think it's Baron time here. They're going to be heading over to it. You can see Armeo trying to push out mid lane. Tactile trying to get his 225 stacks off of these Krugs. He's not quite going to get there. He's very close. He desperately wants to get it. We need to hit a couple more abilities. There's the Root Caller going to be landing onto Olay, and they're going to try to turn it around onto Armeo. Sky Splitter coming down. Mom gets called, and Ivern gets cooked up there by Tactical. They get the shutdown, and that is huge because that means they can't actually go to the Baron. They buy the time for the 225 stacks to come through here as well.
He's literally 224. One stack. He's literally waiting for Cagel's exact time for the seconds. Actually, he beat it.
26-14. 26-14 for 225.
Oh my God.
Honestly, I'm pretty impressed with how terrible the game started.
He brought
the
it
fact
back.
that he's been able to bring it back, and yeah, he's not even really behind that much in gold now. He just got the shutdown, and they have bought themselves the time that they need. So he's going to be relevant. Well, he is still down almost 2K in gold, so that's pretty relevant. But at the end of the day, when you get 225, you're feeling good, and he's got a pretty heavily scaling team. That just felt pretty overambitious, I have to say, from Boogie going over the wall there. I don't even know if he meant to. Like, he hit the Root Caller, he hit the Q, went over the wall after it. I don't know if that was like a misclick or if they thought that they could turn or if there was some miscommunication there, but Ivern dying meant that they can't actually go for the Baron at all.
After you kill Azir, who's their long-range poke, the enemy team, they have to be basically on top of you to do anything to stop you, so you just want to pull them in closer. Going over the wall, a little ambitious.
All right, well, Fake God potentially in some trouble. He's going to flash out. Does have the World Ender pop, but he's just using it to run. Armeo going to flash follow here, and it's looking like he might just get chased down. We'll see if Castle has a flash of his own, and he's going to go right over the wall. No way out here for Fake God. The Sky Splitter claims it there, but a Shopify onto the Baron. Was that even worth it? You're down in bot lane at 27 minutes here. They're going to try to go in. There's the smite to secure it. Olay going to look for the fight as Castle arrives in the backline. Mom gets called over the top, trying to soften them up. And the 225 stacks, you can see it on those HP bars. There's the first kill for Castle. And it's Mask now flashing forward after Insanity, but Insanity flashes out himself. Armeo arrives. It's another kill going their way. And a good dodge there on the hook here from Tactical. He's just got to wait for the rest of his team to corral them, and he can step forward, get these kills. Zazil channeling the Hex Flash is going to go in, but there's nothing for him to do. It's an ace for Immortals, and they have pulled this game back.
Tactical acquires a bounty on his head as well. Smolder has arrived. Oh my goodness. All right, Immortals. The plan, they stay true to the scaling. Honestly, sending jungle on bottom side, they are going to give the guaranteed smite advantage up here to Shopify. But look at Olay with this Maokai support getting in there. He sacrifices himself. He gets the ult down. Castle in the backside, and they chase them all through.
I think Shopify could have played that way better. Insanity was going towards the left. Boogie just ran at the enemy team for some reason. As soon as they killed Olay, they probably could have just kited straight up and had a easier fight. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like especially when you're playing with those Enchanter style champions like the Ivern, you need to stay as a 5 squad. You need to stay together, make use of the multiple rotations of those heals, of those shields. Weren't really able to do it. Immortals find the flank with the TP from Castle. They're able to make the collapse happen, and now back to live here, and Dragon going to be spawning in just about 10 seconds. Look how much damage B-Voy got done, even in that lost fight. 6,500 damage here from the Senna, but not much from the rest of the squad as Olay stepping forward, looking to clear out this minion, but not going to be able to do it just yet. Castle on the side, trying to poke away at Fake God, who's going to be stepping forward, but there's the Nature's Grasp going in from Olay, going to be looking for the Twisted Advance as Armeo jumps over the top and just Goomba stomps B-Boy. He's gone already, and Tactile has got to be careful. A lot of damage coming through there from Insanity to Spiraling Despair, cooking up Immortals as they all funneled in and got AoE down by Hui. And now Shopify going to be able to grab Soul very likely off the back of this. There's no Armeo. There's no real chance to steal this away. So they get Soul, and their hope's still alive now in this game.
That was the complete opposite of the last team fight, where they just stayed together, grouped up, and I mean, Insanity just cleaned up.
Yeah, when you're all grouping up, charging in there for that big AoE there, really big stuff, Insanity lane, the combo. Let's take another look at it. As they walk up, Olay uses the ultimate. They're trying to kite back, as you said. Daisy out there on the front line, and everybody, they immediately take down B-Boy, who was the biggest damage previously, but...
I actually really dislike... I'm like 50-50 when Azir Superman's in the ulti of the team. Sometimes it's just so bad, and sometimes it's just way better for you to just long-range poke.
Yeah, especially when you have the Smolder on your team with stacks ready, you know, play a little slower.
Boogie might be caught out here. He's spotted in the jungle. Looks like he's got nowhere to go. Tactical on the back of him. Zazil and Fake try to get over here to help him out, but here comes Mom, and Tactical's on a killing spree, gets another execute. Castle will be fine on the other side. We see the power of Hui, but again, Shopify a little bit out of sorts. They're split up, and Boogie, I think, was trying to hightail it down towards bot lane to support his team, but ends up getting punished. Shopify obviously can win these fights if they can play them out properly. We see the power of that Hui. If you can hit multiple spells on multiple people, you're proccing that passive, you have them all grouped up for the AoE. He's very dangerous in these closed corridor fights, but it is getting really, really tough. I mean, the front line now is just going to be getting smashed by Tactical, who's getting more and more and more stacks. He's now at, what is that? 320 stacks, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, if Immortals don't just charge in and serve themselves up, I feel like it is kind of hard for Shopify to get the dream, you know, engage and teamfight and access onto the back line. If Smolder and Azir are playing defensively, how do you get a Nautilus hook behind there? Or, you know, I guess Fake God with some crazy flank has to come up like a Superman or something.
Yeah, I don't think you do.
Yeah, yeah.
As long as IMT plays their range, I don't see how Shopify ever...
Play protection. You have Maokai ult, you have Azir ult, you have a lot of options there.
So would you prefer Immortals to just showing up to the objectives, you know, setting up saplings and brushes, playing disengage and just secure objectives, you know, force Shopify to engage in them instead of being the team that hard engages?
Definitely. Yeah. It's usually what Azir wants to do until that, obviously, that one moment where their backline opens up and, yeah, you can Superman it.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to find that moment or not. Shopify, though, they do still have a gold lead. It's only a couple thousand this late in the game, not meaning too much, but they do have that Soul on top, which is, you know, about 4 or 5K worth of stats. But Smolder eliminates so much of that with his scaling. The execute at this point on the Q is going to be getting higher and higher. That scales up as well with the stacks. So it does get really tough to deal with this champion. At this point, the execute is anyone below 10% HP dies instantly.
Oh my God.
Like, this is a ridiculous amount of stacks that he has. He's just straight up playing Elder Dragon built into the kit.
That is ridiculous.
I want to remind people, too, it's incredibly important this game for both these teams. These are the two teams tied in last place right now. So with, you know, Super Week next week, they've got to make a real big push right now. Every win incredibly important.
I hate when the game goes so late, you got to fight over Elder. Especially at Shopify when you had the early game lead. It just like the game went so long you couldn't close it out. It just feels horrible.
Yeah, I feel they meandered a little too much. You know, be more aggressive with controlling enemy jungle. Be more aggressive with trying to push in and force the early game before you find yourself in this situation.
And this is Immortals' final 4 games here. Really tough schedule, honestly. So super important game here for them. We see Shopify over by this Baron. Zazil posturing to try to look for a turn. We'll see if he can actually find the right hook, as it's only Armeo stepping forward, but he gets crushed by the Hwei damage over the wall. When you're isolated, that QW does so much damage, and that Baron getting low now. Armeo's going to have to go in pretty soon here if they're going to try to look for a steal. But Castle on the side, charging up that Mega Gnar. It's a hook in from Zazil. They've caught Castle, and can they burst him down before he Megas out? They can. Castle's just gone. The Nature's Grass comes through from Olay, but it does nothing at all. The Baron has leash, but not that much. Mask has to run now. Tactical, though, could harass them over the wall. Can he get these Qs down? They need vision for him, and they just don't have it, as Ivern brushes are everywhere. There's a pink ward in the bush in the pit as well. Here comes Mom for the desperation steal. He's not going to get it, though, as Armeo's got to go on the run. Tactical going to flap his way back to the base as they watch another objective go to Shopify off of a great turn onto Castle. Couldn't actually mega out. The Sterix doesn't matter at all, just dies through it.
So huge for Shopify. I mean, getting the pick on the side and the isolated target here, easily allowing them with the Ivern, with the Hwei, with the Senna, take him down. And now with Baron, they actually have the pushing power to make a difference in this game. Let's see it. This Baron power play has to be huge for them. There's 54 seconds left on Elder. They're already going to get Scuttle Crab vision as well. This could be it. This could be what they're looking for.
That was a tough one. Immortals, it just felt like they didn't want to approach, through the river. They were kind of playing behind the wall, poking over the wall so much, and pretty separated from Castle. So Castle is isolated. If the team had been behind him when he gets hooked in on, maybe that looks very different. But now Shopify, they have this Baron power play. They're pushing up through bot lane, going to be threatening the base here already in 20 seconds until that Elder spawns. This inhibitor is just going to be given. You can see Castle pushing out through top lane, trying to get something ready, as Armeo is out around mid, but he's spotted by that ward with Tactical. So Shopify know there's nothing to worry about for them, and they're just going to keep pushing. They're spotted on ward. They're over by mid lane. So Shopify's not going to turn. They didn't realize that they had the vision, so I think they were assuming that Shopify would just back off, but they're just going to stay at this point. TP is available for both top laners, so they can actually call him in. First Nexus Tower is going to go down just to the cannons here. And now, one fight away from claiming victory in this game is Shopify. We'll see if Immortals can put a stop to it, but the hook not going to land on Olay.
Oh my god, they're just going to go for the end here. Look at these guys.
Yeah, they're ready. They just want to force them back to base. At the very least, they want everyone to actually be back in base. Maybe now they go out towards the Elder, but the hook is going to force a flash from Mask, who has got to be so careful on the side. Zazil, they're looking for the engage now. Nature's Wrath coming in. Pretty good angle here from Olay, but it only catches Zazil. And that means it's going to amount to nothing. Olay trying to poke and prod here. You can see he's so far down in XP, though. Level 10, when people are hitting 18 on the other side. This Maokai is going to be absolutely paper. Castle, though, does have the Mega Gnar almost ready. Armeo trying to get in here from the side, but Mass is not even close to with the team. Now going to be TPing in. We'll see if the turn's going to come in. This TP is pretty risky. He's going to get rooted up by Hwei. We'll see if they can find an angle. In goes Castle. Castle flying into the backline. There's a flash. The Mega Gnar across multiple members. In comes Mom. Olay in the backline as well. But it is Immortals who are falling. It's Immortals who are on the run. The Dawning Shadow going to claim the life of Mask. Tactical trying to make it happen all by himself here as Armeo is chasing after Zazil. May be able to get this one kill. We'll see if they can get anything else from this, but now they just need to buy time. They can even threaten a TP into the base here. It's going to be a TP back to the Elder, though. They're going to claim this. Shopify will get the Elder and will look to push here. They're so long on some of these death timers, they want to end the game.
That is game right there.
They got to make use of it. All right, everybody heads immediately bottom. Teleport comes out. Here comes the siege for the win. Immortals only have Tactical and Armeo to try and defend.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. Tactical's got no ult, no sums. They're going to be looking right for him. Olay is back up. We'll see if they can buy some time. But look at Armeo. He's going down so fast already, and Tactical is gone. Chopped in half by Fake God as the World Ender will spell the end of Immortals in this one. Shopify got ahead big early, but they outplay them in the late game, where Immortals were meant to be dominating. It was Shopify that come up big. Better team fights, better coordination. They walk away with the win.
I gotta give it up to his sanity, though. He was playing those fights very well. He landed a couple of key ults. That last one on the Nexus, they just hit Tactical through the front line. That was insane.
Actual snipe there. Huge stuff from him. Insanity has been so big for this team. And this is on one of the standard picks, not the crazy, Garen mid lane counter picks and stuff that he was pulling out. He can do it all.
Yep, looking really good. Going to be very happy about that win on the side of Shopify. And this one hurts for Immortals. Obviously, really tough early game there. But now let's take a look at our Pagoda Egg Rolls Let 'em Cook replay featuring Insanity from Shopify Rebellion.
This is the big one. Yes, it starts out with the full assassination of B-Boy, who had done all of the damage in the previous team fight. But then, as you called out, Aframu, when Azir goes in, sometimes immediately popped. And it was a nice one there from Insanity.
Insanity actually traded the kill on the Ole there as B-Boy died, so it immediately made it 4v4.
Yeah.
And having Immortals use all of their damage over here on the left side was not really the play.
Yep, well, Insanity, another really strong game for him, but we're headed to a break, so check out part 2 of Are You Smarter Than with 100 Thieves and Shopify Rebellion. On the other side, it's Cloud9 versus FlyQuest.
Welcome back. Round 2 is about to start. 7-0. Shopify have taken a commanding lead. More League Dragons in the second round. Each of these are worth 2 points. What 2 champions in the game other than Smolder are dragons?
Shyvana and
Come on, bro.
Anivia.
Yeah, it is.
This is embarrassing for him.
I'm going to give you 5 more seconds.
Brilliant Soul?
Yes.
Because I forgot about that champion.
We're getting destroyed.
All right, Aaron.
Let's go.
Oh, again?
Yeah, we're going through time.
All right. In Aurelion Sol's old kit, he had a passive called Center of the Universe. What did it do?
Oh my god.
He had 3 stars. I would go around him and do damage.
Yes.
And if he W'd, it'll like be bigger and like it'll go faster and more damage.
Yeah, wow, that's like...
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to award bonus points. You guys are so far ahead, but yeah. He said, my production says no bonus points. You're just... What? All right.
Can we forfeit by any chance? Is that like an option that we can do? Because we're getting completely like steamrolled.
I don't think we got this far
All
ahead.
right. What is the name of Shyvana's ultimate?
But no one would know this now.
I know it, I just can't remember it.
It's actually kind of tricky because I know
Here's
it,
a-
but I don't know which.
Here's a hint. It has dragon in the name.
Thank you for that hint.
Oh, really? That's crazy, actually. We can mutually agree to pass.
All right. You can talk to your team. Whoever comes up with the answer first gets it.
River, you are jungler. Yeah, you're literally a jungler. You should know. They don't have jungle.
Dragon's Ascent?
Yes.
Oh, wow. I did not know that. Can we turn on our brains, guys? We're gonna guess.
What were you guys gonna guess?
We didn't have an answer.
Oh, no. All right. In Aurelion Sol's new passive, he gains stacks of what that augment his abilities depending on how many stacks he has?
Stardust?
Yes.
Yo, River, man, come on. What are you doing?
All right.
You gotta be a player, bro.
That is it for round 2. Shopify are destroying 100 Thieves currently. We'll see if 100 Thieves can catch up.
There he is. It's right there.
Cover more ground in the Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid. Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello, welcome back to LCS. I'm joined by victorious Shopify support, Zazil, after a really strong win. Maybe not as strong as the Are You Smarter Than dominance that's going on. But congratulations. How did it feel to win in this new, interesting setup we've got going on here?
I mean, it felt good. I must say it might be my first win in a storage closet, but you take any win you can get when you're not a Valorant player.
You can say it. I didn't. With the Senna is something that we've seen kind of propagated across all regions during the break. So I wanted to know, is this something you kind of like practiced? We definitely expected to see it. The Senna Nautilus. Take me through your draft preparation and just overall preparation from the 2 weeks we had off.
So I'd say pretty much every team can play Senna, Varus, Kalista. That's like a requirement right now. And then some teams play Smolder into Senna, and they feel like that's the one they want to give up. Because obviously you don't really want to play the game banning Kalista, Varus, Senna if you're a red side. So you have to accept one trade, and we're fine with any of them. So it's mostly just what they choose to give us and what we choose to, play into it. In this case, we're blue, so it's what we pick. But yeah, we're really happy on either side. So it's just like, it's unusual to get Senna and Nautilus right now, but I'm happy when I get the chance.
Well, yeah, you guys had absolute dominance especially in the early laning phase. In terms of Shopify, obviously, this is an important win for you guys because you're tied with Immortals towards the bottom of the standings. In looking ahead, what are you guys focused on as a team?
Honestly, we're focused on just beating the fellow noob teams. So we're one of the noob teams, and we hadn't beaten any non-first place team, I guess, the stat. So we just have to make sure we're consistently beating not just lower place teams and higher place teams, but ideally both. And then, yeah, just win, I guess.
Okay. Well, all the best. Thank you so much for taking the time to join me, and congrats on your win again. On the other side, we have FlyQuest taking on C9.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back. We've got Cloud9 versus FlyQuest here. We're going to be covering the champ select from the lounge. Seems like Cloud9's coming in here.
Oh, they just got here.
Yeah, what's going on?
Let's see what we got here. Yep, that's JoJo. That's Fudge. What the hell? That's
the High and Mios. They're helping them cross the road. Wow.
Kind gentlemen, honestly. Even better that we're blurring the license plate, putting that out there. They're letting the old ass people in.
I love the
Letting anyone in these
suspenders
days.
look for Meteos over there, you know? Wow.
All right, so we're going to be covering Champ Select for this one. C9 versus FlyQuest. C9, of course, we talked about it coming into the day, benefited quite greatly from the break. At least that's what we're expecting. Any thoughts on this so far? Actually, before we even go to it, Buppo did have some thoughts on who would benefit the most from the 2-week break, so let's take a look at that.
It's going to be interesting to get a break because, like, obviously some teams that are struggling, C9, are going to have some time to see if they can come back. And that's pretty scary, you know, because, like, if this was just a regular split and you just go all the way through, maybe they boom all the way and don't make it back for playoffs mentally, right? With a break, who knows? Maybe our dearest super team will come back.
I just love hearing from Buppo just in general. Anytime you give him a mic, he is going to talk. So, like, he is going to talk some shit. So I appreciate it. Emily, what are your thoughts on that one?
I love how he called C9 our dearest super team. It's like a bless your heart. Like, we all kind of know what that actually means. I don't know. It is interesting. I do want to go through bans for FlyQuest because obviously Ari is something that we kind of identified at top of day, something JoJo might like to trot out. It was one of his standout picks last split on EG in particular. So seeing the Akali, Ari, and TF, obviously TF is a flex, but all coming out from FlyQuest on the red side bans.
Yeah, like about a 53-54% win rate as a top lane of the Twisted Fate, and we've seen it a little bit in the LCK, so makes sense that FlyQuest is just taking it away from Fudge. And Fudge in particular, as a player, I felt like he's been doing quite well within his individual lane. Even through some of the disasters we've seen from Cloud9, his actual lane stats have been quite good. Problem is, game's kind of just escaping them before he's even gotten a chance to really participate. So at least from the laning phase, it's been a positive. I saw a tweet that he had made 20 minutes before, I guess, game 1, where he was like, Renekton got buffed, guys. Just putting that out there. So if we see a Renekton pick, he's going to be on it.
We know how much he loves Renekton.
No, he loves Renekton. Afra, what's your thoughts so far on the drafts that's coming out? We got a Nautilus Senna.
A lot of people love this Nautilus Senna lane.
Yeah.
It looked great the last game, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing it explode. I talked to Zazil about this just now, but like we've seen it explode in popularity across LCK and LPL with Senna, Nautilus, and potentially the Hui, but they're flopping over towards Nico. I would be really interested to see JoJo bringing out the Hui. It's something we didn't see a lot of in the LCS. And again, something else that we've seen a lot more in the 2 weeks we've had off.
Bot lane already kind of seems like a big focus for us. Oh, God.
Oh, wait a minute.
Look, this is interesting. That just means
insta-lock.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been locked in. So that's going to be Karma going into mid lane. Technically can still be a flex top lane save. Could be said towards Varus, but I don't think... I mean, that's the thing about FlyQuest. I'm going to put that out there immediately. They have been the team that's actually make the best use of flex picks and counter picks as a whole so far this split. So already really difficult for C9 to kind of know where these champs are going.
Yeah, especially since they're on red side, they do tend to like to save that counter pick for Whippo in the top lane, and that's where we've seen a lot of the spicier things out of FlyQuest in their drafts as well.
Immediate callouts, just, cleanse alert. So the amount of pick that they have so far on FlyQuest side, the Ashe, the Varus, thing you just have to be constantly concerned about. I will say, usually when you have both Ashe and Karma on your team, there's going to be a quick scaling question. So just something to take note of for FlyQuest is that get a lead, you want to keep it, especially versus what is a pretty strong 3-pick from C9 side of Azir and Senna.
Yeah, and we see Lee Sin, Ben coming out for Fly, Xin Zhao coming out for C9. I am, like with C9 specifically, obviously we've harped a lot on their drafts previously as the J4 ban comes out for FlyQuest. But I think a lot of it is also just actual visible coordination between the team as well. Like we've seen players have some individually pretty strong performances, but during their losses, it really seems like they just haven't been able to put it on in the same page, or they were out team fought, like for example in the 100 Thieves series, by a team that was just ended up being more well coordinated and had better target selection in team fights.
That's a question I actually have for you, Afro, because C9's first 3 games were kind of what we expected. Stomp laning phase, pretty good coordination, but then in the 4 games that they just lost consecutively, it felt like that just went completely by the wayside. From the games that you've seen from C9, where do you think that's coming from?
It's just a mystery on how the matchups are supposed to go, when are you supposed to spike, that kind of thing. And it happens to, every team, where, you get a little too comfortable on certain picks, and then all of a sudden, it's changed.
Yeah.
And now you have to change everything. So it just takes a little bit. A lot of teams just need time in that regard, so I wouldn't worry too much about, their losses and stuff like that coming here after the break. I expect them to be able to do very well versus FlyQuest.
That makes sense to me.
Once again, with the Maokai locked in, we do see FlyQuest is going to be presumably saving that 5 counter pick for Whippo.
Is that
once
jungle
again.
Maokai?
Yeah.
It could be.
Okay.
It's very possible. I'm expecting it. If I were to say what FlyQuest is probably going for the draft, I'm expecting the Karma to go mid and it to be a Varus Ashe bot side with a Maokai jungle. So that's my expectation. It is a Croc top lane for Fudge. He called it out.
And a Nidalee, though. Which is another champ who received buffs. And this is a really, really interesting combo, right? Because it's kind of been denigrated in the LCS, not for picking it, but in terms of execution. Because with the Renekton Nidalee, you do really want to try to snowball that super early. They work really well in tandem together. So this composition coming out of C9, very interesting.
Yeah, and just good setup. I mean, yes, we already talked about the Renekton setup, and it's been a classic, of course, historically. As you mentioned, the 3-stack dive is always going to be a threat. But on top of that, you have Nautilus, which I think is a big win. The fact that any team fight, you have good setup for just Nidalee to land her Q fairly easily. So this is a pretty stock standard draft from C9 side. I mean, it's new for this meta that we're seeing both Nidalee and Renekton, so it's exciting in that way. But the fact that now that the Nidalee buffs happen, the Renekton buffs happen, and we're immediately going towards it, kind of speaks volumes on the comfort that these players have had on the champions historically.
One interesting thing is Whippo's taking that Varus top.
All right, let's head it over to Jet. Let's see what he has to say here.
Thanks, guys. In celebration of LCS Face-Off, we're going to have JoJo and Inspired exchanging some words right before the game. Former junglers. JoJo? Right now, buddy. Well, you're Well, JoJo's currently testing his audio. Inspired.
What's up?
Inspired, what do you have to say to your former mid laner here?
What am I supposed to tell you?
Scary.
Well, what do you want to say to him? How do you get in his head before a game?
What? I mean, he's a good player. I hope he will manage to carry his 4 not that good teammates. So, I mean...
I think Inspired's a great player. I think he'll succeed greatly. Much success to him.
Is this it?
Yeah,
this is how you get in his head?
That's
You
how I
build
get
him
his-
up?
I mean, he is a good player.
I mean, yeah.
I'm not trash talk. I'm a nice guy, you know?
Yeah, why would I trash talk him? Like, he is already suffering playing with those 4 bots.
I wouldn't say that, but much success to him. Much success to me. I hope we both play well, so yeah.
Fair enough. Thanks, guys. Let's get into the game.
There's a couple of friendly guys over there. No trash talk. You know, he's just playing with 4 bots.
Yeah,
I'm not going to trash talk. His whole team sucks. They're all bots, but
he XD. League of Legends is a friendly game. Isaac?
Friendly game, yep.
Friendly game when you're playing with your friends against your friends.
Yep. Sometimes, not even when you're playing with your friends, depending on who your friends are and how seriously they take League of Legends. But this is going to be a huge match for both of these teams. FlyQuest obviously in the hunt for that first overall spot. They want to end the regular season in first place.
Oh, yeah.
Cloud9, that is where they were expected to be. It is a far cry from where they are now, but they had a 2-week break to fix things, to work on stuff. And I've been hearing rumors that they are popping off in scrims, but as we know, it doesn't always translate to stage.
Yeah, it's funny how the scrim rumors have gone with this team, because also at the very beginning of the split, everyone is saying this super team is legit. You know, they're going to
They were really good for like 2 weeks.
Yep, there you go. So maybe they bought themselves another 2 weeks with some more scrim juice. But it's really fun because FlyQuest, as you're saying, is the team that Cloud9 have to forcibly take this from. You know, they're supposed to be the ones wearing the crown.
Yeah.
And camera on Jensen right here. Jensen versus his old squad, one of his old squads that he was mainly known for, trying to deny them. So there are a lot of relationships, between these two teams. It's not just the JoJo and Inspired there, but Jensen as well has his say about it, and it's been a very good split for him. He's been talking a lot of trash himself.
Absolutely. I mean, he's had obviously some rougher times on Dignitas. Didn't have the kind of performance that he wanted to have there. Also, obviously, was just on an objectively weaker team. Now he's back on a really strong team. He wants to be able to prove how good he is. People had been hating on Jensen for these last couple of years, I feel like. So he's trying to prove himself once again. It's interesting how veterans can kind of go through these ebbs and flows, where he was just unanimously agreed upon as basically at least top 2 for a long time in the entire league. Then people really did cool on him. But again, he's back in that discussion amongst the best mid laners in the league. He's going to have a big challenge here up against JoJo, who I think still has been playing very well individually, even in losses. His laning stats are really impressive. He doesn't always get a lot of help, and he gets a lot of focus from the enemy teams, and he's still doing really well in those 1v1s.
Yeah, I mean, Inspired said, you're doing really well, even for playing with 4 bots. So we recognize there.
We're
as
talking
well.
intermediate, beginner.
Yeah, what level? Didn't they just release some new AI?
Some new ones, yeah.
There's some new AI for the bots now.
Yeah,
I mean,
AI is pretty good in some
wait,
games.
That's why the scrims got better.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Riot.
Okay.
Thank you, Riot, for the resurgence. We know who to thank if they have their resurgence. The draft, I think, was really fun, too. It's funny because, the Nidalee buffs were actually not even on this patch. They were on 14.3.
Yep.
But since you always want to pair Nidalee with a hard CC stun setup, and Renekton is basically the dream combo there, the Renekton buffs were on this patch, and that's what moves the needle. So we are going to have the Giga healing buffs for Nidalee come in, which is super nice for your other carries later on for the team fighting, where Nidalee has always, been great for early game and invading enemy jungle.
Power clear.
Exactly. Trying to have really high pressure and high tempo on the map. But now even like your Azir will be happy. Oh, more attack speed from the heal later on. You can really make some more versatile plays with the champ now.
I think it's really a key thing to point out, that it's not just that it got buffed in this way that still makes it really valuable in the later stages of the game. The heal becomes really significant, not just the attack speed, but the actual heals themselves are really big now. And I think, as much as I already know people are already going to be popping off about how this was a garbage pick if C9 lose because everyone hates Nidalee, I do think it does kind of fit the play style of Blaber a lot more than some of the stuff that he had been doing. It felt like he had been kind of strapped on tank duty a lot of the time, and we've been having more, tank jungle, enchanter bot. Now we have engage bot. We have heavy farming jungle. I think that suits their play style, and I do think it makes some sense.
while we're scrolling through tweets here on broadcast, did they already show the tweet of Fudge? 40 minutes ago, he tweeted, just reminding everybody, Renekton got buffed on this patch. And he was the last one to play Renekton in LCS also. It's
He knew.
He is literally Renekton. Fudge is the go-to Renekton. And Cloud9, surprise, surprise.
Tough out there.
It's buffed. He's back on the Renekton duty, but it's in the desired pairing here. So it's funny because both teams always know whenever you have this combo, they're like, all right, well, guess what? They're going to play to Nidalee Renekton, right? They're going to try and stun you into Spear combo. So you have to be very careful with how you manage your wave in the matchup. A lot of pressure here for Bwipo, who I think has been a giant star in the top lane for basically the entirety of this season. He's been very outspoken too and very confident player here. So we'll see how he manages one of the most dreaded top lane jungle combos.
And there's been a lot of talk about early MVP candidates. Inspired a name on a lot of people's mind when it comes to those MVP conversations. You know, how will he be able to cover Bwipo on those potential dives? He is a guy who always seems to be right place, right time, knows how to play from ahead, knows how to play from behind to cover these potential dives, to cover these potential plays. As FlyQuest, 5 men stacked up, they are going to be charging out here towards bot side. They do have an incredibly strong level 1. Double Halo Blades Marksman plus Karma has got to be some of the most powerful level 1s you can have. So you can kind of just walk in, see if you can find someone, and there's not going to be that much of a cost to it.
Yeah, and Maokai, of course, is one of the Raptor assassinators with the damage on the Q. We can take out the whole squad pretty effortlessly. So FlyQuest, they invade those Raptors, they get the vision down, even get a nice little zombie ward there.
I think they're just going to start down here.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to split the map here versus a Senna Nautilus lane. You've got Ashe and Varus, part of the reason that they answer with this. Try and pressure them, keep that Nidalee at bay, keep it away from any sort of interference. And since it is going to be a supportive non-farming Senna here, the fasting Senna for Berserker, it just makes it really hard for the Nautilus to actually farm. There's so much poke damage. Ashe and Varus is brutal, and then your jungler's splitting the map too, and you're just like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, can be really tough. It is interesting though, because it's the inverse of what we actually saw last game, right? Where it was the farming Senna, it was that supportive style on the Nautilus. This time, obviously, the Nautilus is going to take TP as a result.
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost always on this style Senna, fasting Senna. I just feel like you get so much extra value.
Trying to hold her down. Don't want her to get gold.
Yeah, I want her to get souls though. It's a nice thing though, because you want her to get
rich in souls.
Yeah,
rich in souls.
Exactly,
yeah.
Rich in souls. It does mean that they're making Bwipo's job as hard as possible though, because yeah, we're splitting the bottom side of the map for our advantage for the side of FlyQuest, but it does mean Bwipo and the Aatrox is, guess what, left alone up there versus the Renekton Nidalee. And this is really creating that scenario where you're super open to criticism if that risky duo doesn't pay off for Cloud9.
Absolutely. And they are up against a really tough laning duo here. Varus, Ashe, double Halo Blades. You can see Busio already using the barrier. This is very common. You step forward, you just start shooting them, you force them to trade into you, and then you pop the barrier to get that beneficial early trade here. So that is exactly what he does. Jensen going to be playing the Karma mid. Not something I feel like we've seen in the LCS so far, but Karma obviously has been getting play and support and has been really popular as a solo laner for quite some time. It's a really strong pick. It does scale well, especially when you're playing with this double marksman here. You know, the value from something like an Ardent Sensor, even Bwipo's going to get value out of that, becomes pretty crazy. So I'll be interested to see if he is going to go like full AP or 1 AP item into some of the supportive items, which I actually prefer in these kind of comps where you have a lot of damage.
Yeah, I would guess that he's going to go the blasting combo with the Horizon Focus and the Malignance.
Full damage.
That's what I'm guessing for solo lanes, because that's what's really prominent now. But you're definitely right, where you could go one of the more supportive builds. You know, let's see, is Busio going to be Carrier in the bottom lane as this support or not?
If he is, you better be buying that Ardent Sensor. Let me tell you what. That guy's going to pump out some damage, so we'll see how it's going to work out. Jensen taking the bad end a lot of these trades here. Jojo doing well thus far, just keeping the minions between them. There is that Mantra Soul Flare coming out, and they're not going to be able to actually tag Jojo. Pretty common to see people looking to actually splash that from the range minions onto him. Also really interesting to see Jojo taking Grasp. I can't say I've seen this. People generally do just take Fleet. to be able to actually have that kind of sustained style. But the Grasp, he's going to be trading pretty heavily into it. I will say I'm seeing more and more champions take double scaling HP runes and then just splash Grasp in, and it's become a little bit of like this arms race of, wait, all of a sudden you have like 3k HP now, and you're getting really tanky. So I don't know if he's really going to cook and do like Roa and stuff, because I've seen some people do crazy stuff like that, or if it's just going to be, hey, I think Grasp is pretty good for the lane, and then I'll be normal.
Yeah, these Grasp Azirs getting kind of annoying. Just with a little bit of HP. When you go in for the big plays, though,
Do something for the tanks. Come on.
A little bit of extra HP goes a long way. So we'll see how he pulls it off here. Jojo, no.
That Nautilus has no farm, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we expected, right? It's a top lane, little bit of extra advantage there. I mean, Fudge got... Yes.
So you told me you like it when the Senna doesn't farm.
Yeah.
How do you like it when both the Senna and the Nautilus don't farm?
That's not good.
That's not
Somebody's
good?
got to farm this.
Someone, come on! Don't get ridiculous.
There's money on the ground.
Okay.
And
pick it up.
You're just not picking it
You're
up.
too good for that?
Yeah, it's like they're walking down the street and
I'll
they
pick it
see
up.
it. The only problem is you're trying to pick it up, and then Masu and Busio slap your hand.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of messed up.
That's not for you.
No.
That is not for you.
Is there like, do you have like a limit on like how much money it has to be for you to be willing to pick it up? We'll see if there's going to be a dive here, the stun into the spear.
Hey, what do you
no
know?
chance for Aatrox. Now you see him, now you don't. Renekton in Italy, baby. It's back, and it's a first blood for Blaber.
Run from it, dread it. You know it's coming. A stun into a spear, but we've seen it 1,000 times. Still works, good as old. They do get the play off under tower too, so that is nice. Even though Blipple has his teleport, so Blipple right back out to the lane while Blaber picks up these grubbies. The benefits of splitting top end.
You can see these are the stats of these two, throughout the split so far this year. Also in the head-to-head, Blippo is 2-1, so they've only played against each other 3 times. So these are not just their head-to-head stats, but head-to-head it is 2-1 in Blippo's favor.
And you see there, the big thing that stands out, of course, these guys are #1 and #2 in average laning stats here with the goal difference, but the solo kills. Blippo has done a lot solo, getting for himself, whereas Fudge here with the goose egg, and when Nidalee comes over and is the one to land the spear, still gonna be 0 for solo, but it's a team game.
Team game.
That's why you pick that combo.
Yeah,
super easy.
KP
kill.
just went up.
Exactly.
That's a dub. We'll count that. Plus, let's be honest, as a top laner, you could be down 20 CS, but if you solo kill that guy, you're like, oh, you're flexing on him, you're feeling good.
Definitely true.
Yeah.
Honestly, the best feeling in the game for anyone is solo killing their opponent. And then having your teammates hype you up and type diff of
The question marks, whatever diff.
yeah.
With the question marks, that's maximum dopamine.
Yeah.
It's interesting how that has evolved. Question marks to be the harshest flame or the biggest praise that you can get. Jensen versus Cloud9, actually a better record than I would have expected, given some of his times on some of the teams where he was struggling. So this is against Cloud9, obviously a lot of time with TL, some time with Dig, 18 and 23. Not too bad.
Yeah, I think a lot of those W's are coming from his time on Team Liquid.
You don't know that?
I actually do know that.
Okay. Well, you called me on it. I didn't expect you to call on that. I thought you were just going to be like, you know what, you're right. Sometimes you get called. I went for it.
There you go.
Didn't work out.
Swing and a miss.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, Jensen, this time around on FlyQuest, he's the one at the top of the standings actually looking down at Cloud9.
What Cloud9 wishes they could be.
They're also staring down this gold lead, of course, a lot off of, jungle and top side of the map. And Grubbies versus Dragon. Of course, the Grubs do give a lot more experience than the extra gold as well, in addition to the buff, versus the Dragon that does not give as much.
All right, well, Vulcan back here down towards bot. Farm has equalized. There's going to be a little bit more farm here to be picked up, for Masu if he can get back in time. Busio obviously would like to try to thin that wave, hold it for him if he can. But Vulcan doing all right, and Berserker's actually picked up a decent amount of farm himself. So I think what they are doing is very likely Berserker is picking up farm until the farm penalty comes in, and then, just proccing that support. So you can do those optimizations. And I'm always a fan of once you fully transform your support, giving more of the gold to the Senna at that point anyway.
Yeah, it's like when people are like, oh yeah, I'm going on the new diet, I'm fasting. But, I'm also still going to have...
That cheesecake's looking pretty
nice. I'm still having lunch, Berserker's like, I'm kind of going to fast.
But not that much. All right, we'll see. Inspired in some trouble now. Oh, the enchanted crystal arrow from downtown locks down Fudge.
You know what? That's the FlyQuest version of the Renekton Nidalee. They actually got the spear, but it was a ash arrow instead of a spear, and Busio nails him from downtown to set up Whippo. Whippo's like, I could do that too, buddy.
Yep. 2 is on the other foot. The Croc is on the other boot.
In fact, it's easy to kill people that are stunned. Yeah.
Facts.
It's a good strat.
Yeah. Why
Stun
did
him
he-
up. Honestly, really nice stuff there from Busio, though. You know, we had the questions of, is this bottom lane going to be, you know, the Carrier style Ashe here? Or is it going to be a flop? And so far, Masu and Busio, who are a big story for this FlyQuest roster, the youngest on the team. Masu, of course, was the most valuable prospect, and then Busio was the most valuable prospect the previous year. So combining them as like the young guys on the team to really come up under the leadership of all the other veterans from the top side of the map here for FlyQuest has been a recipe for success so far this year.
So far, it sounds like they're getting the gold star from Kobe.
And Chim Chim is a fan as well.
That's the second gold star.
There you go, 2 gold stars.
We'll see how many they can get, as it's going to be Blaber back on the grubbies. He got all 3, correct me if I'm wrong, on the first one. So going to be looking to try to get all 6. At the very least, if you get 5, you start getting those Void Might spawns, which does feel really, really nice. We'll see the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. This one is going to whiff, unless it's another cross-map one.
That one, we didn't see that. It's chill.
We saw.
Okay. Yeah. See, I called you earlier.
Yeah.
You called me on that one. You know
How's it feel, Kobe?
Fair enough.
Okay. All right. I understand.
We did in fact see it as well. Swing and a miss is fine. They're still keeping the pressure up. You know, trying to push under tower here. Of course, they're not the ones getting the Void Grubs, but they're the ones with the double range access to the tower, so they've gotten the turret plate. Yeah. Some of the times when you get full 6 Void Grubs, you don't get a lot of the returns early in the game when you don't have super hard pushing lanes, and Cloud9 are going to have to get those benefits a little bit later as you split into a little bit of split pushing and try and get those towers.
And we'll see. I mean, because so far, Whipple looking pretty good, but we're going to have the depth charge coming in. It's going to try to set up that spear. Busio blocks the spear, but might be to his own chagrin. Egg on his face. Blaber going to be able to take him down. Does protect Masu at the very least, and does save him from flashing, and doesn't use his flash as well. Has to give up his life, though.
All right, Cloud9 on the warpath. That is 2 for Blaber, 2 for the Nidalee. This is a champion, you mentioned it previously, if they don't win with it, if it does poorly, people love to pile on. And especially if the Nidalee is getting all the money too, a lot of weight here is on Blaber's shoulders. We'll see though, because it's really nice to rush into an early Lich Bane. This is the best, you know, assassin burst damage AP item that you've got in the game since Storm Surge was absolutely murdered. And so Lich Bane picked up here super early for Blaber off the first 2 kills. See if he can make FlyQuest really feel that pain.
Takes 4 opponents after this. Yeah, we'll see. And obviously, that last fight on top side, you called out. Blaber obviously got the first blood, and it was Blippo who got a kill onto Fudge. So, he should be ahead in gold. There was a plate that went over to Fudge's blade, so it might be close. But drops are back. If you didn't know, when the next 6 explodes, maybe you'll win a prize. You got to watch on LOL Esports. Watch on LOLesports.com, I do believe, to be able to claim those prizes. And Busio, as you called out, has that Enchanted Crystal Arrow ready and waiting. Going to be searching with the Hawkshot, doesn't find any target, but they do find an easy dragon.
Yeah, he was hovering there in the little pocket of Fog of War, standing behind
going
the wall.
in, Dominus Pop, going to be looking for the Ruthless Predator onto Whippo. He's trying to kite back. He got no cooldowns right now, but Blaber's coming in. Blaber with the heal. It's a flash out from Fudge. Going to be able to keep him alive and narrowly dodge the Enchanted Crystal Arrow there. They get the kill onto Whippo. Again, it goes to Blaber, though, 3-0 on the Nidalee.
Okay, Blaber shows up again. Another kill for Nidalee. It's going to be a fed jungle. Oh, we're really going to put Nidalee to the test this game. Let's see it. Checking on Berserker's stacks here, 39 so far for the Senna. Even with so much pressure coming from kind of hard lane matchup early on, jungle getting split against them.
Oh, there's the Emperor's Divide pushing Jensen back. Jensen trying to flash out, but I don't think he can create enough space. He gets the Mantra Tether. It gives him a little bit of a heal, but it's not going to be enough. Thumbs up from JoJo. Inspired answering with one in kind. He's like, yeah, okay, I see you, bro. Nicely done. Berserker now stepping forward onto Busio here. Busio should be fine. Has the minions between him and Vulcan, so no chance of a hook coming through, but it's Fudge slicing forward once again. Poking away here at the Whippo, and he's got the Sundered Sky down now. It's Demolish on JoJo because he's playing Grasp. It's Demolish on the Renekton as well, and it is 6 Void Grubs. So when they get access, they're really starting to rack up the gold, and all of a sudden it's a 3K gold lead now here for Cloud9. After that kill on top side, a couple plates went down. Kill mid, a couple plates go down.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how jungle does give you extra gold for your laners. Even if I'm taking all the kills as Blaber, I'll focus on the early Void Grubs, so you get your global gold there, and then once you get a kill, just go to town on the turret plates. JoJo gets paid, and he gets his Leandries for it.
Made that deposit early, you know, and now it's paying off.
So don't cry to me when I'm about the kills, okay?
Yeah. when I play with Flowers, he always tells me killing the Void Grubs is my gank.
Yeah, there you go.
He's like, hey, I did something for you. Now go to the tower, get some gold from that. Because he's not coming all the way up there. There's no camp in top lane.
He's not going to give you a fish, Zazil. He's teaching you how to fish.
He's teaching me how to grub. We'll
Exactly.
see. We'll see if that pays off here for Blaber. 4 kills on him. What kind of build do you want to see him go from here? Obviously, you know, we're seeing a lot of Lich Bane, very, very powerful. When you're 4-0, you're playing the Nidalee. Are you just going full AP from here? Do you like some of the more supportive styles that some people go into with this more strong heal style that we see from Nidalee?
Honestly, for competitive, I kind of do. For solo queue, definitely the snowballing. Just play for yourself, build for yourself, just completely blast people. But I feel like for competitive, since there's going to be a lot more 5-on-5s, and it just makes it really hard against good players to do, you know, full Nidalee, actually making a lot of use of cat form and going all the way in. Maybe spread the love and use your gold for a little bit of a supportive angle. At least the safety of a Zhonya's is super nice when you do choose your moments and go for some of the big plays. The extra time there. Playing around the rest of your team, being able to back you up. And Blaber, as you know, likes to be one of the first in, so Zhonya's definitely a super good item for him.
Yeah, allows you to just dive right in there, make something happen, and we are really ahead. Sometimes you can dive right in there, one-shot someone, go into the stasis, have the rest of the squad come in to protect you. JoJo, by the way, I just checked, he's proc Grasp 36 times. That's kind of insane. And you are getting HP every single time you do proc that, you know, permanently increasing your health by 7. So I'm not going to do the math, but that's quite a bit of HP given in there. He has the Leandries, he has the Merc Treads, he has a Cloth Armor in his inventory as well, which maybe means he's going towards a Zhonya's or something like that as well. It is double lethality users in the bot lane. Aatrox almost always builds some lethality as well up in the top lane. So there's definitely value in having at least a little bit of armor, even if you just sit on it.
Yeah, definitely true. And especially when you're playing poke like this, you're playing against a Varus and a Karma, even to some degree an Ashe here. Any little bit of extra padding is going to be super nice. And now JoJo can transfer into the side lanes here. Dream scenario for Cloud9. Mid turret taken already. The entire jungle just opens up to you, and you get to have some more side laning with not only your Renekton, but also your Azir. And JoJo confidently going to move up, make use of his Demolish again, make use of those 6 Void Grubs again, and really snowball. This is what people are talking about for scrims for Cloud9. Completely blasting, so really good job by them moving the gameplay
look
forward.
At that hook there from Vulcan, buffered on the chains of corruption. It's all for nothing from Masu. Doesn't amount to much there. It does use the ulti, and as you said, they have been looking good. Now the TP coming in here, and it's the call in for help as Bwipo needs it from Jensen. He arrives. Dominus has been popped. Can Fudge win in the 1v2? Doesn't look like it, but it is getting close. The Sundered Sky heals are making a lot of time, and the cooldowns come back up. There's the Dawning Shadow from cross map. Fudge gets the kill in the 1v2 with a little help from his pal Berserker. Bwipo gonna trade one back, but it costs him his flash to do it. It costs the TP from Jensen as well. You're calling worth.
You definitely are for Fudge there. Huge, and now he's gonna get a teleport from JoJo. Can JoJo catch him? They see him.
All right. Okay. JoJo gonna be stepping up here. We'll see if he can actually find it. And it's going to be Bwipo going to getting chasing down and taken down here. Easy kill, no ult, no flash, nothing really he can do about that. So JoJo trades one back in a neat super extended play. It's even better for Cloud9.
Was already worth, and now just got extra games on top of it. Nice little bonus.
Yeah. It's like, you order some nuggies and there's an extra one.
Nice.
You get a bonus nuggie.
Perfect.
Sweet.
JoJo with the bonus nugget, and so, he gets a kill for himself, actually, too. He's gone Frozen Heart on top of, a lot of the HP.
I was not expecting that. I'll tell you that much. I thought it was just going to be working towards a Zonias or a Seekers or
JoJo's
something.
going in. That's what I'm seeing. JoJo is getting in there. He's going to make use of that aura. He's going to make sure that aura is in range to apply the attack speed reduction.
Yep, and we'll see how that does pay off for him. I mean, the graph so far so good. And he is going to have a ton of HP. Very likely is doing that scaling HP rune style. A lot of people are doing a Rise, but it has become very popular across so many different champions. Dominus being caught there from Fudge will push Bwipo back, who responds with the World Ender. Nice sidestep on the Dredge line coming through as Vulcan fires that out, but Bwipo able to dodge it. Either way, though, Cloud9 claim the tower.
All right, they're not going to stop there either. Look at this pressure. Love it. Rotate right over to mid lane where JoJo had pushed up the wave. Everybody spawn your Void Mites. They get in range. The Void Mites keep coming. The siege lasts even longer.
All right, quick little update here. We are having some production issues, have lost power in some area. We won't be able to change the video source. We are just going to be sticking on the one observer for now. We'll give you any updates as those do come in. But Cloud9 pushing forward here. Again, buffers on the Chains of Corruption. Vulcan looking clean on the Nautilus.
I mean, Cloud9 overall are so calm right now. It seems to be such a clinical game for them with this draft, playing off the pressure for top side of the map. They're fine with the jungle split early on. You know, whatever. Boohoo, Vulcan didn't get a few extra CS on the Nautilus in the first stages, and one turret plate went over. But the snowball, incredibly effective for them, especially now that they're opening up the map and they've got all these split push options. It just seems like this Bruiser Azir is going to be a menace in the side lane. And Fudge as well already had a few laughs for himself here too. So Cloud9, pretty good mid-stage game where they can just play those side lanes, use their split push. They've got the teleport ready here on Fudge. Cloud9, of course, when we're trying to talk up, or FlyQuest, talk up their options here. Jensen, of course, did go with the blasting combo, the classic here for Karma, the Horizon Focus and the Malignance. But it's, you know, they're really going to need to get some value out of this poke. They've got Lethality Varus on 2 items and Karma on 2 items right now. Like, you got to get some value now with this.
Yeah, it's hard. And Blaber, you know, he just did the pit stop on that Seeker's arm guard. He's going straight towards Death Cap. So those heals are going to be massive. There's also Senna heals. I feel like it's going to be really tough to poke them down, even if you're landing those abilities. You have to look more for like 100-0 burst than you do just a little bit of chip here. Vulcan moving up towards top side, so Fudge playing safe on that bottom side, as he knows his entire team is pushing up towards this top lane tier 2 and should be able to claim it pretty easily. Jensen, Busio, Masu in the area. But it is going to be too little too late there from FlyQuest, as they're just going to watch another tower crumble and Cloud9's gold lead extend to 6.4K.
Absolutely beautiful from Cloud9. People are wondering, is this team going to make the changes necessary in the 2-week break to climb back up the standings? And so far here versus the #1 team, it seems like a resounding yes. Playing off the early pressure, keeping up pressure on the map here for every single secondary tower down here. 22 minutes approaching. And now, if they just push into the jungle, take over vision in jungle, they can force a lot of these plays on the Baron. It's so early here for FlyQuest. It's kind of rough scenario because you've got a lot of turn potential. The Azir with the tanky build can turn on you.
now even as well.
Yeah, and Vulcan is ready to go. He's got flash ready on Nautilus, ultimate ready. He's got his level 11 for the rank 2 ultimate, by the way. Vulcan is 2 levels above Busio. So, yeah, I mean, plan for Cloud9 looks wide open here, and FlyQuest got to get creative.
Fudge on the round here, but Busio's in the area. We'll see if they can chase him down. The slice connects on nothing, so he has no dice. There's the Enchanted Crystal there. The Tether's going to be there. The TPs are coming in here. JoJo arrives, Blaber in the area. FlyQuest will have to disengage. Inspired hunting on the side. JoJo goes for it. Nice flash out from Busio. Is going to keep him safe from the Emperor's Divide. But JoJo tethered up and Bwipo's flashing in. Here comes the Dawning Shadow from Berserker. Just barely going to keep JoJo alive, who's just too damn tanky for FlyQuest. Vulcan now in the back line. Blaber is here. FlyQuest are shattered and they're on the run. No one dropping on the Cloud9 side. You try to burst down that Azir. This tanky build paying dividends there big time for JoJo.
Yep, with the Nidalee, with the Senna, keeping them upright, and Baron is going down for sure. Cloud9, they don't drop a player. They have dominated this game. They have dominated this top side of the map and this Void Pit. All 6 mites, plus the Rift Herald, plus the Baron here for them as well. Cloud9 controlling purple, and look at that bottom side of the map too. JoJo even gonna chase FlyQuest away. slap their hands away this time around from the dragon. That's not yours. Get off the map.
It was theirs earlier, so they were just blending it to them, you know?
Yeah.
They were wrenching it out. The
Time's
Baron Pit has been Cloud9's the whole game, and now it's Cloud9's time to take over the timeshare down in the Dragon Pit as well.
The vacation home.
Yeah, it's the vacation home, exactly.
They leased it out to FlyQuest for the first 2 dragons, and they're like, you know what? Now it's prime time. You got like the winter months or something.
Exactly. We already did everything there is to do up in the Baron Pit. They took the grubs, they took a herald.
Work
they got
is
the
done.
Baron.
Now they're
Exactly.
going for
This place is boring. Let's check out something else.
All right, well, let's see if FlyQuest can maybe get some objective bounties, is what you're trying to look at now.
You can tell by the tone of voice that you don't believe they can get this.
Well, the top lane, they could for sure get that one at
trouble,
least.
though. We'll see if they're going to be able to get him killed. They did lock him down. A nice buffer there on the W from Inspired, dodging out on the Emperor's Divide. Vulcan now needs to go on the run. The Chains of Corruption making a big difference there from Masu, able to nail JoJo, and they do lock him down despite that tanky build to get the kill. Whipple is pushing out on that top side. Not going to be able to go any further. Cloud9 will get the Dragon, but it is at least one pick, and it's a little bit of time that they buy themselves.
Yeah, FlyQuest, we finally get our first kind of opening here. Objective bounty on top side while they get the pick onto Azir, so as you're saying, some money back to them, but Cloud9 kind of quickly stabilized. They're like, okay, you know, nice little pick there for you, and yeah, you got your objective bounty. They retreat back to the dragon and try and at least keep pace there.
Yep, and Blaber did turn one of those 2 rods into a Zonia's. Now is back on 2 rods, so he's restocked up. We'll see if they're going to become a hat this time.
When you go for the early Lich Bane, that's adding another AP ratio to your kit, so like you just need to get more
Many
AP.
rods as you want. Can't have too many.
Death Cap is actually amazing. Adding an extra ratio in there, now you get the multiplier. Looking pretty beefy.
We can see Opportunity has been purchased for both Masu and Berserker. An item that's definitely gaining a lot of steam as people are realizing how strong it can be, especially in these poke-style champions. It works perfectly with Varus' kit, right? You're sitting back, you're not constantly hitting with the lethality. When you're out of combat for a bit, you get the bonus lethality, you get that extra damage on those big Qs that you're looking for, but it's Cloud9 grouping up 5 top, looking to push forward here. They've got a lot of engage. FlyQuest's going to have to be so careful. Nature's Grasp used here from Inspired just to keep them safe so they can clear out the wave as Masu's running back.
Jojo got hit. Took that arrow in the face. He had Merc Trez and he just got it one niddly heal and he's like, thumbs up. Nice one. He just stares it down. Tanky Azir.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, the Senna heal there on Blaber, 220. The heal that was thrown on JoJo was 300 as well from Blaber, so that is a ridiculous amount of healing. If you don't kill them off instantly, the poke just means nothing. Cloud9 seem to have really expertly answered what FlyQuest have crafted with their composition, and FlyQuest gonna have to give up this inhibitor without a fight. They try to clear the wave, they try to hold it as long as they can, but it just bought them a little bit of a time, and now Cloud9 setting up shop here as they're gonna raise their own tower in the mid lane and look to play around that.
Taking over more space. Okay. We're slowly moving across the map. More and more Cloud9 territory. What's less the FlyQuest here, Zazil? They've only got inside the walls of their own base, basically.
They can have the fountain, you know, they can sleep in there.
Okay. Fair enough.
What more do you need,
the
you know?
soothing sounds of your fountain. And for now,
is it
you're
soothing,
next
or is
to
it like
Sturts.
haunted? Because that's where people respawn.
True.
You know, like, can you hear like the screams of your teammates
while they're dead?
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, think of it, it could be a messed up place. Then they just pop out of the ground out of nowhere? Are they gonna be happy about that?
Now I'm gonna have nightmares about the fountain and all the ghosts.
There you go. Why do you think when you spawn in the game, you gotta leave the fountain quick? Otherwise you're gonna be haunted. They'll follow you out there. It's kind of messed up.
Fountain did just get a buff too. The healing is faster now,
There
so
you go.
at least you can get out of there quicker. I
That's
guess.
true, yeah.
Thank you, Ryan.
Before the psychic damage
Yeah, exactly.
really takes hold.
I gotta get out of here. Honestly, FlyQuest might be getting out of here pretty quick too, though.
I think so.
8,000 the gold lead for Cloud9, and yeah, I mean, with all the answers here to the poke that they've gone over, I mean, the onslaught of Siege will continue. Cloud9 looking to play on mid and bottom, of course. Top side, super minions will do the job for them. So JoJo fairly safe in mid just to keep this one, while they slowly usher up bottom side, Fudge doing his work.
Yep, going to be continually shoving this in. You know, we normally talk a lot about Azir scaling, but I'm going to be honest, I don't know how this build scales. I mean, it seems like the base damage, it seems like he's still doing real damage.
Yeah, looking pretty good to me.
Hard to knock down. It's a pretty cool build. I think it actually makes a lot of sense against this composition specifically, where it is so much about the poke, it is so much about the burst. You know, they've drafted for healing from Nidalee, healing from Senna. They've drafted really durable laners. The only way they can do anything is if they can one-shot you. Can't one-shot this Azir. There's the Emperor's Divide, and Bwipo, he's not nearly as tanky as that Azir. Wishes he was, but he's going to go down in a hurry as Cloud9 step forward. There's the flash. The depth charge connects onto Masu, and it's the dredge line onto Busio. You thought they were going for 180 carry, but they can take either one of them as Masu's going to flash out. Inspired, twisted advance forward, but it's not going to mean anything. This is Cloud9's base now. They're pushing forward and looking to put the finishing touches on this one, Kobe.
Cloud9, they've made the adjustments. They are back with a vengeance.
Cloud9 coming off that 2-week break and looking damn good after it. JoJo flying forward, looking to knock down these final members here. FlyQuest trying to turn it around on the Berserker, who is getting low, and they have the benefit of that fountain healing him up here, but it's not going to mean much. Cloud9 going to be able to finish off the Nexus here in sub 30 minutes, and they are back, baby. Looking strong after the 2-week break. A dominant win over FlyQuest.
We are so back.
Whew. Until tomorrow. And if they lose, never mind. But for now, we're back.
Honestly, really, really good stuff there from Cloud9. Not worried for a second. The rumors. Oh. Got a little quick listen in.
All right, Jat's ready. Let's get it away.
You can if you want to. Do you want to check damage? This is a big win. Yeah. Who did more? Was it the Azir or the Nidalee?
Definitely not the Nidalee. I wasn't dealing any damage this game. I was just pressing E on my Azir while he walked forward.
We're trolling to not get the damage. What is going on here?
Right there, bro.
Oh, I'm so okay. I think we're done here. No, anyway, Blaber, big win after the break. What did you work on the most during the break weeks?
I would say like we kind of just try to figure out what our team identity was on this team and what was working for us, and we just started shifting, I guess, our style into what worked more for us, and we just had to talk about, hey, what's best for us as a team, what champs we should be playing, and yeah, I guess it worked out today.
And how does the Renekton factor into all this, Fudge?
Renekton in Italy is broken. Renekton is back. C9 Fudge, Renekton is back. The croc in the top. The croc in the top.
Blaber, another follow-up on the Nidalee and the season so far. You guys are now 5-5, so like, what are you really focused on throughout the rest of the regular season? Only 4 more games left.
Well, currently we're still focused on getting into playoffs. It's not guaranteed, and it's looking rough right now. Actually, not that bad. After we win today, it's not looking that rough, but it was looking pretty rough before. So I think our goal is still to make it to playoffs right now.
Yeah. And JoJo, since you walked past, we got the pregame trash talk. Do you feel like your compliments to Inspired had any impact on the victory today?
Yeah, I was definitely in his head, and C9's back, so yeah.
Any final thoughts, Blaber?
No.
All right. That's it. That's it from here. On the other side of this, we have another episode from the latest Are You Smarter Than, and then Energy versus TL. And Fudge is happy. C9 is happy after this one.
Welcome back for round 3 of Are You Smarter Than LCS Pro? All right, round 3, Dragons in Media and Culture. Who watches movies and stuff? Yeah, this is not League of Legends related whatsoever.
I hate those movies.
For 2 points each, name one dragon from either Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon. Bonus points.
Oh my god.
If you can name more than one.
Wait, frick. I watched House of the Dragons before, but...
You got these big snipes?
I don't even know, to be honest. I don't know.
I don't know any.
I'm sorry, bro.
All right, we might have to throw out this question if no one has an answer.
All right, guys, I'll say an answer. Deathwing.
No, but that's a cool dragon name. All right. This Yu-Gi-Oh! Dragon card is one of the most well-known monster cards and things in Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes.
Blue Eyes White Dragon?
Yes.
What the? Yo, we need to at least get a point, guys. Come on.
Yep. Go easy on this one.
Bill, you got
Alright.
this. Let's go, Bill.
In Pokemon, dragon-type moves have no effect against what type of Pokemon? Yeah.
Fairy type.
Yes.
Let's go.
actually.
Comeback season, guys, come on.
Remember, the last thing is entirely bogus, so you might be able to make up your points there. In the Chinese zodiac, there are elemental dragons, just like in League of Legends. Name all 5 elements for 1 point for each element.
Oh.
Yes.
It's the ocean element.
Yes, that's one.
That's one. Fire element.
Yes, that's the second.
Wind element.
No, wrong.
That's not wind? Oh my god.
Air.
No. That was also wind. Goes back to you. You can confer with your team after.
I think try light and dark.
Light and dark?
Earth and then light and dark.
Light and dark, okay.
I don't know what else after that.
Yeah, we can do that, sure. So I'm gonna go for Earth.
Yes.
And light and dark.
No.
Oh, light and dark aren't it?
Mountain.
No. The other 2 left are gold and wood.
Oh?
What?
Yeah.
What? Gold and wood.
I
don't know what these are.
We're almost done. That was it for round 3. Now it's on to catch up XP.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Sea Blue Edition with the taste of Juneberry. Wings for every taste.
So what makes a yordle? I'm glad that you asked. Explaining the answer is no easy task. Sure, yordles agree in both size and in name, but that doesn't mean we're exactly the same. In Gadgeton, yordles are all about tech, like Rumble, inventor of flame-spitting mechs. There's bots, electricians, a chemist or 2, explosions set off by suspicious shampoo. The yordles of Greensprout grow lush, wholesome crops. They farm and they garden, they fish and climb rocks. You think you're outdoorsy? You might lose that bet to Timo, the Grove's greatest Vandal Scout yet. For fresh inspiration, escape to the Isle of artists, musicians, and chefs by the mile. With Lulu to grant you that whimsical spark, you might find yourself at a huge water park. In Yarnville, where yordles make scarves and warm hats, it's there you'll find knitters and Yumi the cat. This stuff is like magic wherever you walk. Yarn houses, yarn bridges, a yarn-talking sock. From surfing to fashion, from acting to math, we've all different passions, our own unique path. Some call us obsessive, some say it's a phase. That one little thing sends us into a craze. When yordles can't tinker or teach or make art, it ain't long before our whole world falls apart. However we fix it, we must fix it soon. By might or by magic or giant harpoon! But one thing's for sure, that for worse or for better, what makes us all yordles? We're yordles together!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It's time for game number 3 here today, where we got Energy squaring up against Team Liquid. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Jat and Afromu, returning to the casting desk here for the second time today. How'd you feel about your first one?
It was fun. It was fun.
Hell yeah.
Was it higher or lower level than Immortals and Shopify Rebellion?
That was the one I cast.
Your performance.
The first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I casted that one.
Yeah.
Higher or lower?
Your performance in the cast.
Was it higher or lower?
Yeah.
Well, I'm confused. I'm confused.
He's asking you if you felt that your performance in the cast was a better performance than the teams on the Rift.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get a little trash talk out of you for our face-off week here with the LCS, but we are into Champ Select. So let's go ahead and jump in and see where we are here, because we've got Kalista, Ashe, and Ivern all banned away at the start.
Yeah, and we have a really big game between Energy and TL here, just because we had the 2-week break and Energy underperformed their defending champion expectations so much. I'd say even though Team Liquid is 5-4 as well, that's still only 2 losses away from last, so there is still so much on the line for both of these teams with only 2 weeks left.
Surprised there's a Kalista Ashe man for TL. I guess they play super hard bot side.
Well,
when Energy is also super hard bot side, you know?
Yeah, Zazil was saying in his post-game interview what the AD carry meta is becoming, and he's like, there's Varus, Kalista, Senna, and then those are a lot of times what you're going to pick early on blue side. So just having those gone very early from Energy is, I agree with you, quite interesting.
Expecting a Senna ban here, just because Huhi FBI, Huhi can play anything. He's shown he has Ziggs before.
Alrighty. TF taken off the table. We know that AD Twisted Fate has been terrorizing the Rift lately in a variety of positions. Don't want to be dealing with him this time around. What's the final ban for TL going to be here? A little bit of time left to choose. Going to make sure they run the clock down, get their thinking straight on this one. It will be Energy's first pick. They're playing from the blue side. Both of these teams very close in the standings as well, 4-5 versus 5-4. It's a battle for the middle of the pack. And remember, this is our second to last week of regular season play, so time is running out to make sure you're as high up in the standings as you can afford, as the Talia will be the final ban of this draft. Senna locked in first for Energy.
So, Afro, what would you pick to go up against Senna? Because we saw Smolder Seraphine, apparently.
Okay.
That is one of them.
Support or
probably as
carry?
Farming, to be honest. Usually versus Senna lanes, they're going to stack up no matter what.
Yeah.
So you might as well pick something that scales just as well. Smolder kind of a little too weak without having Leona or Braum like we saw in the first game, but that is also another one of those picks. So yeah, you just want to do that, and then as a support, you want to roam against these kind of lanes.
Okay. All right. Well, the Nautilus, I would not be surprised at all to see this locked in next to the Senna. She often likes to have those tanky buddies down there in the bottom side, and sure enough, they lock it in.
3 games in a row now, we've seen Senna Nautilus locked in by blue side. 2 games in a row, Senna Nautilus is 1. So we'll see if that ends up being 3 here. It's a really powerful combo. It's it's a little shocking to me, actually, that so many teams unanimously will play it when it's up, yet 3 teams in a row will allow it to be up and let the other team play it.
Right, it's kind of, the priority doesn't feel completely aligned, since it's not ban-worthy, but it's first pick-worthy.
It's aligned enough that everyone's doing it, but not aligned enough that people are willing to ban it. It's just, it's surprising it happened 3 games in a row.
Well, they're also going to take the chance on Energy side to lock in the Aatrox before we get to the second part of the ban, so we'll see. Does Team Liquid want to go ahead and answer that right now, or are they confident that they can just wait and pick their top laner during the second half of the draft?
Hovering Rel, which would show that it would be farming Seraphine if they lock it in. Although Rel could still be flexed to the jungle, so we don't know for sure. Yeah. There's a lot of unknowns with the first 3 picks of TL's draft here.
All right, where are we going here with the bans? That flex power on TL, very important, like you're talking about. Over on Energy side, we pretty much know where the 3 champions are going, right? Yep. It's not like that's going to have a lot of heads being scratched.
Afro, what do you think would round out the Energy comp most here in terms of their mid-jungle picks?
You need a long-range mage mid. So Azir is gone. I don't know. Oh, Way's banned. I was about to say that. So who is their mid laner again? Palafox? I'm trying to think what he really plays. Talia's gone. Oriana's gone.
That's a lot of champions down the totem pole already.
Yeah. Do you think TL just double bans mid here?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they have to. That's the only way they can really get a good comp on Energy.
Well, the Jax banned out by Energy, wanting to remove that potential matchup there in the top lane. Keep Impact away from that one. All right, TL, final ban. What's it going to be? We're looking for those long-range mages. Looking for what's going to round out the comp for Energy the best.
It would be funny if Palafox played Ziggs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just throw it down in APA's face. Okay.
Okay, we have lost the draft temporarily.
Hopefully that'll return here sooner than later. We can see exactly how this is going to keep going.
Right when we were going to get the reveal, too.
Yeah. It was coinciding with the timer. All right, we're back. Akali. So, yes, it's a mid lane ban, but it does not fit the archetype we were looking for.
Yeah, just banning out things that they think would be good against Azir. So, I mean, APA with a lot of agency in this draft, so to speak, with an early pick Azir, and then having 4 mid lane bans from his team devoted to shutting down Palafox.
All right. Last ban, Renekton. Okay, so double ban mid on Team Liquid side, double ban top on Energy side. Team Liquid to pick next. You already know what the enemy top laner is, but at the same time, they could just want to wait, save that final pick there for top lane for the very last one of the draft.
What do you think, Afro?
Yeah, I think you just counter top right here.
Okay.
That way, T gets a better pick, depending on what Contrast is going to play. Especially when you have a Seraphine comp, you want your jungler to be on something that has priority.
Okay.
To secure the early game.
The Cassante, that'll be the choice into the Aatrox here in the top lane for Impact. How do we feel about Cassante? Because he got some nerfs, he got some adjustments.
I hate the champion, man.
Okay, that totally fair. Totally fair.
I'm with Twitch chat. I hate Cassante. Most broken champion on release, still broken. Everyone's still picking it, you know?
Yeah.
It's been years.
He is so strong. You can see on your screen right now, though, Udyr has kind of been the staple for Team Liquid in this spring split in the top lane. Impact 4-1 when he's on the Udyr, 1-3 on anything not named Udyr.
Yeah.
The thing about Cassante is...
it's not named Udyr.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He does a lot, but he's not named Udyr. So we'll see how that can play out as the Volibear locked in for Energy.
And I mean, with the nerf to Cassante, he is slower. Like, he should be more kiteable, even if he's still fairly unkiteable. As we were mentioning earlier, you're going to see Ghost on almost every Cassante. But if Energy was going to lock in that Karma, I think it would have actually been a fairly difficult comp for Cassante to get in on with the Karma and the Senna slows, but they've gone a different direction with what looks to be a really strong mid jungle if they lock in this Ahri. The Volibear is a pick that I was thinking was going to reemerge into the meta based on the patch notes.
Yeah.
Just the buffs weren't massive, but they were big enough that the slot now makes a lot of sense for the Volibear because he's so strong early game. He can really allow your lanes to get ahead. And then late game, how it comes, whatever. He's still a ball of stats, even if he's not a huge scaler.
I know that Kobe's been a big fan of Volibear Jungle recently, been really excited about the buffs, been playing it a lot in his own games. So, generally when Kobe gets really excited about something, I expect it to be back into the meta because he always loves when these champs can pop off and carry some elo.
He was finding success with Volibear before the buffs.
Well, he's a very dedicated Volibear player. He even knows the lore about Volibear. Apparently he's not just a bear.
He was... wow.
Yeah.
He was Grandmaster.
He's like a magic bear.
Okay, that's still a bear.
I know, but there's something more to it. I don't remember exactly what he was talking about because it wasn't Skarner, but there's something more to it than just a bear. Anyway, final pick of the draft for Umpty. It is the Poppy, locked in here for slot 5. Aftermoo, how do you feel about this being that last pick on red side?
I would have liked something a little bit more aggressive, but it's all right.
Okay.
It's a tank. Seraphine comp. You just got to survive, go in, cause disruption.
What would you have liked to see instead? Like if you had total agency to draft for that slot, what would you have picked then?
Honestly, Volibear's new, so I don't really know what you pick in the Volibear.
That's the thing. He's
really
really good early.
That's fair.
Ivern's a good pick into it. Ivern's already banned. At that point, when I was talking to Kobe about because I wanted to say that Volibear beats everyone at 4 minutes, but we actually have something more pressing with Zazil on the stage.
All right, here we're at TL versus Energy. We're going to see if we can get a word here quickly with APA. APA, you have time for a quick word? All right. So, APA, you're going to be going up against Energy here. You're facing off against Palafox. How you feeling about the matchup?
Honestly, Energy's been pretty trash this year. I think losing Ignar was massive for them, so I'm not too worried.
Oh, okay. We'll see what Palafox has to say about that. Palafox, do you have time for a quick? quick word. All right, so APA just said he thinks you guys have been pretty trash this year and that losing Ignar really hurt the team. You got any words here for APA before you guys head on to the Rift?
I mean, we beat you guys last time with the worst comp, so.
All right. Oh, don't go calling for the mid gap. All right, we'll see what is going to happen. We'll see if it gets spicy on the Rift. Thank you both. Good luck in the game.
I feel like Palafox could have gone a lot harder based on the history. He's completely destroyed APA in the past. It was back-to-back playoff matchups last year in the LCS Summer Split, and then also the first game of the Spring Split here in 2024.
I mean, APA is saying that energy's trash, and Palafox is saying, well, despite that, we beat you anyway. And we know in the past, when these two have gone head-to-head, yes, these are both North American mid laners. Palafox has been in the system a lot longer than APA has. Palafox has grown over the course of many years into the player that he is now. And in a lot of these head-to-heads, man, he has had APA's number.
Dude, throw some shade to my boy Huhi, man. Come on.
Strong mid jungle for energy too already with the Volibear R8. I'm curious how they're going to be playing around this one. I really want to see how Team Liquid's comp comes together because it's looking a little odd, honestly, when I stare at the mid bot backline damage of Azir Seraphine, and then the AD damage on the team is a Ghost Cassante and a Jungle Poppy. It makes me think that if you can just rush some magic resist items early on that Nautilus and Volibear, you're going to have a demon frontline that just can't be taken down. But we'll have to see how it plays out.
I'm ready to go, baby. Again, these two teams so close in the standings, right next to one another.
5-4 for TL, 4-5 for Energy. Energy 1-0 in the matchup so far this season, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what Palafox said, right?
Yeah,
He said
just double checking.
Yeah, he said we whooped you guys last time.
APA is always so confident. You never know.
All chat, APA just giving him the GLHF, the sportsmanlike conduct. All right, let's hop in here. Let's see how it's going to go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 3 of the day. A reminder also, after today's games, we are going to be rating contracts on his personal stream as he will be doing an AMA, I believe. So if contracts pops off on the Volibear this game, you got some questions for him about it, head on over there once the LCS is done. But remember, we still got this one and then one more game after this before we get to that. Starting off here at level 1, everybody's just drawing the lines of scrimmage. It does not look like any shenanigans are afoot just yet. There's a lightning bolt, that's about it.
I was talking with Kobe earlier about Volibear, and he told me that he'd given contracts all of his tips. And I asked Kobe what the tips were, and he says, not for you. So
Not for you?
Yeah, they're like secret. He thinks it's secret tech. I don't know how much secret tech there can really be on Volibear, but I'm going to be on the watch for it.
Okay,
yeah.
Let's see if there's anything super spicy, some crazy hidden Volibear mechanic that the 3 of us are not aware of that Kobe has managed to discover. Dokla versus Impact up here on the top side. Again, we kind of flashed those stats when the champion was locked in for Impact as not Udyr. It's been a big Udyr factor for Team Liquid so far this year. Impact's going to have to kind of shake off some of that bad mojo if they want to come out on top in this one.
Absolutely. Aatrox versus Cassante, and he's going to have to do a lot of, he really just has to do a lot of damage this game. Impact has to get really strong, otherwise the MR stacking is going to be way too effective with the Senna healing coming in from the back line. So a lot of pressure on Impact.
Uh-oh. Let's see how is this going to go down here with the level 1. Just immediately trading with Yana Core. Nice dredge line there from Huhi.
That was a good hook.
Yep.
How do you see this bot lane playing out after?
For Huhi and FBI, they always like to play super aggressive, so taking the early trade right here when their jungler's pathing bot, especially Blaber, who's good at early diving, is very good. And unfortunately, Poppy's pathing top, so Teal just has to not take as much damage to prevent this dive.
And I mean, when you're looking at the support items, you can see it's the double Dorian start for the energy bottom lane, delaying the support item purchase so they can play more aggressively in these early trades. It adds to the extra confidence they have just waiting in the brush there for the level 1 trades, knowing they just have more purchase stats in inventory.
Yeah, in theory, I'd actually like to see the Senna farming at this stage of the game too, if you're going to eventually build the support item anyway. Just accelerate your items a little bit, but it doesn't really matter as long as they're trading effectively because that's what they've itemized for.
Tri-lane view here shows Dokla with control over the top side, Palafox pushing up in mid, FBI and Huhi doing the same thing bottom. It's energy control all across the rift here early on.
Yeah. Does that wave look like it's in a state right now, Afro, that the dive would be considered with contracts finishing as clear, going to be hitting level 4? There's a ward that's going to be expiring, but there it's a relatively healthy yawn.
Surfing didn't clear it anyway. It's kind of hard because you can throw a Q max range and clear the wave. So you really only need one wave, just fast push it in. Especially early games, you can't really clear it that fast. It's like 2 Qs, 3 Qs to nuke it. But
so no dive.
TL played pretty well. I expect that. Dying on first clear is kind of noob, I'm going to be honest.
I can agree with that.
You don't see it pretty much since they buffed the turret damage. Unless things have gone really, really wrong in the bot lane and someone's on like 10% health, I feel like the dive fails frequently. He was looking for it at least. He did invade into the blue buff, but it's just not there. You're right.
Total mirrored performance from the junglers here. Nobody's really getting involved with anything just yet. Full clears into Scuttle Crabs on opposite sides of the map, and both are going to take their recalls. You can see Contracts getting back to base, picking up the Dorans, going for the early extra power spike of that item, having granted him a little bit of extra advantage if he runs into his opponent there in the 1v1s or the small skirmishes he may get into. Meanwhile, for Umpty, just the double Ruby Crystal scaling straight towards the first completed item instead.
Yeah, and these teams have been on a 2-week break from the LCS. I think one thing about NRG this split was trying to figure out how they're going to do after coming off that incredibly successful summer split, because their expectations have been really high. As Contracts is actually going for a gank, gets the ghost. Not much happening after that. But I wanted to look at if NRG has actually been worse this split, because they're putting so much more pressure on each other, fighting more, expectations are high. They're actually technically better. They were really bad in the first 9 games of that summer split when they ended up winning the split and then beating G2 at Worlds. So it's a little bit what we should have been expecting from NRG, but they still have that peak they can reach that they're trying to get back to.
I think it's because the expectations are so different. Last year, they were just looked at as scrappy underdogs. When they won, people were surprised. Now, everybody's looking at them as reigning champions, and those expectations are so significantly higher that, like you're saying, even if it is better in actuality, it feels worse when you look at it subjectively. Aframu, how about your own experiences? And hold on, never mind. We're talking about Dokla's experiences now as Core JJ makes a rotation up to the top lane nation and immediately gets Team Liquid on the board.
That's exactly what you want to do versus Senna lane. First base, you don't really want to fight the Senna, you just want to farm. Yep. So have Core JJ roam, and there you go.
Jan also getting cover from Umpty just in case they wanted to try a dive on the other side. Love that from Team Liquid, and it's exactly what they needed to do to get the kill on a Cassante as well.
And I feel like Core JJ has been a part of TL for so long, and he's defined the way that they play. I love seeing him on engaged champions. I feel like this team, all the iterations of this team that Core has been a part of, even if Core JJ is not a bad player at Enchanters whatsoever, I think that the team as a whole always looks better with him having the ability to pull the trigger and go in, say this is how we go, this is where we engage, because his natural sense of finding those opportunities in those moments, I think is really top level.
Exactly. When you have a world champion caliber player such as Core, you want him to affect the whole map. Him playing an Enchanter where, you know, he's confined to his lane, has to play laning phase, you know, win there, whereas he can affect the map like he just did is so good.
Impact's going all out, looking for Dokla here as he pops the World Ender in response, but Impact is about to end him. Easy peasy, solo bolo up here on the top side. Umpty was ready to show up, but they didn't even need him. Dokla even uses the flash and pays for it anyway.
So that's really good for TL. Yeah. The fact that Impact has been able to jump out to this type of lead on the changed Cassante, win rate definitely went down, but now trying to just start these grubbies because they've moved up their entire bottom lane. Team Liquid not going to be contesting these just because I think they'd rather look for plates on the bot side. So a good rotation here by Energy. Just unfortunate what happened to Dokla on the top side.
Yeah, Energy will grab the first 3 grubs there, so that means they'll be able to spawn the little baby grubbies as long as they get at least 2 of the next set. 5-minute delay, I believe, on the respawn of those, so we'll be looking for those around the 12-minute mark. But remember, they are automatically replaced by the Herald at 14 minutes, so it'll be a pretty tight window to take that second set of grubs.
Yeah, absolutely. Also kind of checking in on the mid lane matchup. I'm curious if APA is going to be going the tank build. Most likely not, because he's gone fleet already, and they're a relatively low damage team, but it is something we have to track. That's what JoJo went the last game. He did the Leandries into Frozen Heart. Abyssal Mask build.
Oh boy.
Trying to get this bounty off of Impact, possibly. That's a very healthy Cassante.
Yeah, but Contracts is level 6. The Volley Bear can just flip the switch, turn these turrets off whenever he needs to. Impact already down to half HP, but he's fighting them off.
Okay.
Energy's still looking for the angle here. Impact just doing a great job.
What's happening?
They're going to try to clear out the next wave. I am not quite sure. They're at least looking for a TP, I suppose. The teleport used by Team Liquid, ready to reinforce up here. Okay, that's it. We're not going to get a dive after all. It was just a test.
Yeah, they probably baited out the TP, honestly.
Okay.
Not terrible.
What was the plan there?
I don't know. I thought they could have dove him and killed him. Yeah, for sure. Because Blaber, ulti, turn off the tower.
Yes, that's what I was expecting.
So the tower turret turn off on rank 1 volley is less. That was technically the trade-off for his increased move speed on the Q. It's like 2 seconds now. So it's pretty brief.
Yeah.
And the Senna has swiftness boots and a blade. Doesn't really do any damage. Aatrox is also physical damage for the Tabi Bramble. I don't know if that dive works even if they fully commit.
Yeah, I mean, Impact was 2-0. Tabbies, Brawler, so...
Yeah, just for clarification, I did look at it. It is base 2-second duration on the tower disable plus 1 second per level.
Yeah.
So by the time you get to level 3 ulti, it doubles.
Yeah, 2, 3, 4.
Now, Core JJ, once again, looking to shadow his top laner up here. If you couldn't kill Impact when he was alone, you're definitely not going to kill him with Rel right beside him. Core JJ just guaranteeing that there's no chance for them to try to make a dive happen here. The wave will crash into the turret. FBI and Dokla trying to see if they can just get a little bit more poke onto this thing. They do have the extra damage over time thanks to the first 3 grubs that were secured. All right, everybody backing away.
Man, this is just such a weird game for me.
Honestly, not bad. Because Senna going top, they're actually getting plates off the tower, whereas if you reverse Seraphine, she's just going to clear the entire wave.
Yeah, I think it's a good swap. I mean, I still think the early game went pretty bad for Energy, but their comp still seems so good. I'm just not seeing, currently, I'm really just not seeing Team Liquid's comp come 20, 30 minutes being effective.
I mean, Team Liquid is up 2 kills, which should be worth, 600, 700 gold.
Yeah.
But they're only up 100 gold overall despite that. So Energy having a pretty solid time here. I mean, yeah, Dokla's died 2 times. You'd rather have that not be the case, but hey, it could be a lot worse than it is. As Core JJ just still continuing to allow Impact to maintain his presence here in the lane. As you can see, Contract is pushed up into the enemy jungle, stealing away the red buff from Umpty. As Impact steps forward, Core JJ coming in for the Shattering Strike. His FBI is going to be pulled back, but he all out. The crash down, ready to take him out. And Impact goes on a killing spree. A teleport's ready to make its way into the fight now, as Umpty wants to reinforce. Contracts is going way too ham. Umpty just gobbles him down. And now you got Dokla and Palafox trying to get something back on the back end of the fight, but Impact barely gets away. APA and Huhi are in a 1v1 down to the Tri-Brush at the same time. Senna ulti comes over the top, but it don't get much. Team Liquid do not lose a man. They pick up 2 more kills. Okay, we're not done yet. Never mind. Hold on. Here comes the shuffle now. Umpty's in trouble. Palafox going to pick up the first kill of the game for Energy. The extended fight sees Energy finally making their way onto the board, and now Dope was about to get even more money from the turret plate.
And this whole time that Jan was solo in the bot lane, he got 1 plate? 1 plate? That fight was 3 minutes long, it felt like. It was probably more like 60, 75 seconds, but that looked like it was a disaster with almost everything going right for Team Liquid. Impact is doing everything he can, but the gold is still at about 100.
Yeah, overstepped here just a little bit for the Cassante Q.
Oof. But even though FBI drops here, the extended fight going as long as it does, it still ends up being a 2-for-1 trade, and plates end up going over to Energy, so it doesn't even feel like there's really much of an advantage for Team Liquid at all.
Yeah, absolutely. The kill going over on Impact, don't know if he's going to be able to carry the game with tank build. You can see down in the bottom corner of the screen as well that Team Liquid is picking up their first Drake, but it has been traded, I think, for a lot of turret plates up top.
It's been traded for a lot of turret plates, and also critically the other 3 grubs. Energy got them as they spawned, so Energy is now in a 6 grub game state. Feeling really good about that.
Yeah, one other thing to track during this game, as we might have to put pause on this with Core JJ moving up with Impact.
Okay, Dokla knocked back by the Q3. The Intofo strikes, trying to keep him around here. Shattering Strike stuns him up, but there's nothing left to follow it up with, so Dokla's just fine for now.
Yeah, if Energy ends up taking over this game late with more kills, did you know Huhi is 9 assists behind Impact for second LCS all time, but this fight is not ending.
Umpty with the double knock up there on the Snapcast ulti. Dokla trying to return some pressure here with the World Ender as Impact steps in front of his jungler to keep him protected with a Pathmaker. Now Team Liquid disengaging this one, even though they've got a 3v2 fight. They don't know where everybody on the enemy team is, so Team Liquid's gonna back that one up as APA uses his teleport to return to lane with the Azir. You can see the items in inventory. Does not look like we will be getting the tank Azir, at least here at the start. Recurvo tells me that's not the case. Impact again gonna look for an opportunity as Dokla's forced to flash away, and he steps just to the side of that third in Topo strike.
Man, Team Liquid is just out of sorts. They're forcing so much. The gold lead just keeps getting farther and farther behind. They invested 3 people top lane, but they're losing plates bot. They're losing their jungle. And after what I was going to tell you is Huhi's 9 assists behind Impact for second place LCS all time, but Impact is 1,150 assists behind you. So you have a monumental assist lead on the LCS. Just wanted to get that out there as they go for Dokla.
I don't gotta come back anytime soon.
Yeah, man, you are way out in front, and it looks like Dokla is way down deep in the ground. Another kill going up there in the top side. Impact 3-0-2 here on Cassante. Dokla drops to 0-3-1 on the Aatrox.
Honestly, it's probably I've never seen so much fighting top lane where the supports are laning top for 5 minutes. This is crazy.
That island has become a vacation destination for both teams here, but it is Energy. Despite the fact that the kills are 1 to 5, Energy's up almost 1,500 gold. The Drakes are tied 1-1. We have the next one not spawning for another 2.5 minutes. You can see the Herald is live on the map, but Core JJ now has to crash down the opposite direction as he does not want to get caught out by Palafox and the rest of Energy. TP coming back in from Impact, I'm assuming. Yep, there it is, as Dokla continues clearing out the control wards here.
11 plates for Energy?
That's a lot of plates.
If I saw that right. That's the reason they're ahead in gold here, because you look 1 kills to 5, but they've just been consistently applying lane pressure. And yes, Umpty's been able to get 2 kills and Impact had that solo kill up top, but I don't necessarily think where it matters. Like if Team Liquid wants to win, they need kills on Azir and Seraphine.
Well, Huhi's already gone in and Yon's under pressure. FBI is ready to follow it up and try to take him out. Core JJ with a Magnet Storm, but where's the damage? Team Liquid deal no damage. They're gonna kill Palafox, but that's the only one. Contracts taking a kill there on APA as Impact versus Dokla is a fight that won't really go Big Doke's way. Energy coming out on top right now. They put a lot of Team Liquid bodies in the dirt, and the Rift Herald's gonna be their prize.
Now that I look at it, Poppy probably not the best pick.
Definitely not a nice foul.
You definitely wanted some AD damage somewhere in your comp when you have Seraphine Azir.
I mean, that is what we've been saying, and it looks like it's true. Yeah. Even with the, like if you're going to win a fight, it would actually be that 14-minute fight before people have really had time to itemize and you're kind of just dealing with the base damage of the kits, but they did no damage. The Hollow Radiance are ready for Nautilus, exactly what we expect.
Yep.
Contract's next item is going to be big MR. I mean, Energy hasn't even really started itemizing the items that are going to completely shut down the damage, and they're already winning fights.
Yeah, Huhi had a great hook here though on Seraphine. Just instantly fights over once this lands.
Yeah, I think a lot of Team Liquid's team fighting is supposed to be about being able to play behind Seraphine and maybe just winning some long fights, but he absolutely couldn't be a part of this fight once he got hooked. He's just kind of hiding in the pit. He gets 1 Q over the wall onto the front line, not really able to heal anyone else, and then Dokla just finishes him off. So great engage by Energy, but I think the comp differences are pretty real.
You can see that. That was cute. Smile from Palafox. Man, and back to what I said at the end of the draft, the head-to-head between Palafox and APA, you can even see here, APA's words. It was a good tweet. I think he's probably the player that had my number the most, so I can't really say anything. And this is after Palafox told him, call me daddy. So APA has not had the best record going up against this guy. And once again, gentlemen, it's looking like an Energy-favored game. Nearly 2,000 gold ahead at 17 minutes.
This one in particular doesn't feel like a Palafox versus APA, but it definitely feels like an Energy versus TL. So the streaks may continue here. Next Drake being set up. Afro, what do you think Team Liquid has to do here? Being down 3,000 gold, they're definitely going for it.
Yeah, they're going for this fight, but I would just wait for 2 items. most likely be able to start doing damage to these people. He's basically invincible right now. He's taking 0.
He is. Look at his health bar.
Support Nautilus, the ultimate Chad. He's just leading the way in the middle of 5. The Dawning Shadow over the top as Impact goes all out looking to finish off Huhi, but he's so damn tanky. Ulti's going to be dropped at the exact same time as a 1-for-1 here so far, but Energy's looking to make it even more. APA gets caught over the wall, and Palafox is ready to keep on chasing him. He fires the charm out, but it goes wide right. Now Contracts is ready for the flash follow, and APA is going to drop. Contracts needs to get away from the turret, but the last shot should finish him off. It'll be a 2-for-2 trade at the end of the scrap.
That's about as well as Team Liquid could hope that fight goes. They actually do kill Huhi, the Giga Tank Nautilus, throughout all that. They kill the jungler at the end, so Energy can't pull off for Dragon. And let's just watch the way this fight starts once again.
I think Ari was a little too far. He was kind of scared going in right here on this. Teamfight's already been going for like 5 seconds, and Palafox finally showed up.
Yeah, Palafox gets some damage in over the side. It looked like a lot of free hitting was able to happen towards Huhi up at the top side, and Yon has pretty good position over that pit for most of the fight. Runs out of mana at the tail end though, so kind of has to retreat. And then just a nice shuffle with, you know, APA's dying breath.
I was so surprised Contracts died here.
Yeah, he just gets trapped in the turret. Core JJ gets a Rel CC on him after as well.
Wow.
Rel CC into the Seraphine E, making sure that he stays locked down. There's just a ton of CC there. So APA at least manages to take somebody with him. He's pretty much dead to rights there no matter what. Checking in on the stacks, FBI up to 81 on the Senna.
He's a really good Senna. I mean, I think for years with FBI and Huhi playing together, FBI has been very comfortable with pretty much any Senna lane. So a lot better at warding than a lot of other Sennas, I feel like. And then also very efficient at just getting his stacks off. And the biggest thing I'll say is, like, when he hits around 120, he can really just take over mid lane a lot of times with the extended range. Yeah. He's really good at playing around that, where I think a lot of Sennas don't necessarily know like where their range breakpoints are. It just kind of happens as you play throughout the game. Yeah. But he's going to get there at some point this game, I think.
And I called Huhi the support Nautilus earlier, but man, he's farming up a Storm. He's got one more than the Seraphine right now. He's got the 2 items completed, and he's about 2/3 of the way to having that thing. I don't even remember the base name. It stacks up into Fimbulwinter. It's bought so rarely, and I only see the evolved version of it.
Winter's Embrace?
Winter's Approach, I think it is. Okay. Winter's Approach. If I'm wrong, chat, you can flame me. It's all
Got
good.
there.
It doesn't matter. It's something to do with Winter, and Impact is trying to have nothing to do with Energy as he backs away, popping the Ghost to try to survive. It's a 3-man push down here in the bot lane from Energy. Again, they've got all of these Void Mites. It makes pushing the objectives so easy. Energy now with a Drake lead, with a gold lead. They're not ahead in kills, but they don't need them.
And we know Energy didn't start the split the way they wanted to start. Even though it is technically a little better than they started Summer Split, I want to talk about their remaining opponents, because they still have aspirations of winning the entire split. They're at 4-5. However, remember, FlyQuest lost to Cloud9 earlier today, so that moves them to 3 losses. Energy is still sitting at 5, and they got Immortals, Shopify, then FlyQuest, who, if they're only 2 losses behind them, become a very important game. So, like, when Energy is thinking about this game and thinking about the rest of the split, they're still in it for maybe even, you know, a high playoff seed, depending on how they come back in these final 2 weeks.
Picking up some solo turret gold up there in top lane, knocking that one over. Team Liquid, Afro, if you're on TL right now, what's the call to try to, you know, recover the momentum here in the mid game, stop this from bleeding out any further?
So now it's just pretty much 5-man defense wherever Energy is going to go. You hit 2 items on Azir, you're about to hit 2 items on Seraphine, and this is like the moment where the prompt either works or it doesn't.
All right, fair enough.
And what's your prediction?
That last fight, they went 2 for 2.
Okay. Okay.
It's not too bad, actually.
I mean, I never want to call them out of it for sure, because if they get a pick, let's say they can get a lot of damage down early onto FBI, it'll still be hard for Energy to kill Impact. Like, as much as we talk about how TL doesn't have damage to kill Huhi, or if Contracts is able to get a lot of MR, like, it's not exactly a super high damage team from Energy already, and Seraphine heals if they have, you know, double Leandries ticking from the Azir, Seraphine. There's a world, I put it at like 75-25 at the moment if I had to put a number on it for how favored I'd put Energy over TL because of the comp and the gold lead.
I do think if TL catches Palafox at any point, they probably just win the 2-5.
Okay. We'll have to keep an eye out for how they can make these engages happen, because I feel like if they don't just blow somebody up, you know, you're talking about FBI, you're talking about Palafox, the damage does feel really lacking, right? It's full tank Poppy, Cassante obviously wanting to just itemize tank. Yeah, we've got Azir, but we need a big performance from APA, I feel like, for Team Liquid to find success in this game. They're taking the blast cone back this way. Contracts and FBI going to follow him up here. Energy, they're going to use Dokla as bait. He flashes away. What about the rest here? It's a ton of TPs. All of Team Liquid has decided they want to participate here in the fight as Impact has to get back away from the Q3. Who he's approaching from the side. Big old tanky Nautilus just now joining the fight. Team Liquid continuing to push forward as 5. They have the Sun Disc raised behind them to fall back to if they need. Huhi and Contracts, there's your engage, there's your front line for the side of Energy. Team Liquid staying bunched up. Death Ball with Seraphine, the name of the comp.
Jan holding on to his empowered W. You can see he's kind of stacked it right now, so if Huhi was ever going to engage, it was going to be off cooldown. He just presses the giant shield and everyone. That gives them a decent chance to start the game. They're on those 2-item power spikes that Afro has just talked about. But when they're not grouped up like this, Energy's thinking about getting some poke in.
Impact trying to dive in after FBI, but immediately gets intercepted by Huhi, just trying to protect the president here. Dawning Shadow over the top. Impact is low, but he goes all out, trying to find a fight here. Back on a contract. Palafox in the middle locked up, but he's not going to be killed here just yet. Dokla and Huhi locked into the fight as Team Liquid keep marching forward. The Seraphine is empowering everyone. This war battery just keeping the health bars topped off.
It's looking okay.
It's not too bad.
Yeah.
The Energy doesn't have really that much damage yet. So send us on 1 item. Kind of feels bad.
I mean, I'd say the Seraphine Death Ball worked very well in that situation, considering they are 4,000 gold behind, as well as just having the Cloud Drake. So now, they actually didn't even have Leandries, I believe, on Yon there. They were sitting on 1.5 for items on the Seraphine. So a little bit more damage here. Energy's got to be a little careful. Look at all the flashes they used that fight. Huhi lost flash, Palafox lost flash, Contracts flash ult as well. With the next Drake coming up shortly, it's going to be a big contest here, and I think another fight now that, you know, as you mentioned, Aframu, like, this is where the comp either works or it doesn't, and it is kind of close to working, even though I was a pretty big initial skeptic.
Yeah, the more I look at Energy's comp, there's no way for them to really get on the backline with Palafox flanks, unless he flanks.
So we're saying there's no way for Team Liquid to do damage to Energy.
No,
but then we're also saying...
Yeah, both sides.
Yeah. So
it's a little tough.
Team fight.
It's a little tough.
A little tough. Speaking of Palafox, we have been seeing him not have the greatest impact in the past couple of team fights, whether it's arriving late or getting caught out in a spot where he has to flash out defensively. And when you think about this team and how they popped off and how they kind of went from a non-factor in a lot of people's minds to winning the championship last summer, a lot of it was from his performances, and even he said one of their recent games was his worst game ever. And that's one of those things that you got to be able to shake off. You've got to be able to get to the point where you're not feeling that way. As now the team fight breaks out. Huhi's here for the front, Contracts doing the same. Now Core JJ ready to lock him down here with the Magnet Storm. Huhi's nearly dead already. Team Liquid can't quite finish him off, but they'll take Dokla instead. A shutdown over to APA. But now the counterattack might come through. Impact's very low, but he ain't low enough. FBI and Palafox just don't have the damage to seal the deal. It's a 1-0 trade for TL, and the Drake is the prize.
All hail the Seraphine, apparently, because they all end onto APA. Jan pressed his empowered W. It did nothing. Since they didn't have a super clean flank, they had to go straight through them with eye contact, and Team Liquid down 4,000 gold. Win that fight pretty easily to tie up the Drakes 2-2.
I think Energy made this mistake twice this game. They started the fight in the river, like 4 of them already, FBI, Huhi, Contracts, and Dokla, but Palafox not even there when that fight happened. That happened in the 2-for-2 fight that happened earlier in the game, and it happened just there too. So they're ready to fight, but...
Palafox over the wall.
Palafox is over the wall, not really ready to hit. He misses Charm here, but he has nothing else after he uses his Q right here.
Yeah, so he's
kind
of... Oh, and then he gets bashed away
by Poppy. So it's kind of just, they weren't really ready.
It's almost like
when they first walk in.
Yeah, you almost need Palafox, as you say, to be the one kind of landing a pick and then they go in.
He has to be the guy to start this.
There's been a lot of charms not connecting in these fights. We just saw that one. The previous one in the river that you were talking about with the 2-for-2 Afro, he held it for a while, or it was on cooldown. I'm not quite sure at the time, but either way, the first charm he threw out in that fight also not connecting. I feel like the charm is just so important. They've got to be able to land that extra bit of lockdown. Palafox throws out a Q. He dashes in on top of APA. There's the point-blank charm. Dopa's coming in to try to help him. Immediate use of the ulti, but now beautiful slam back at the Azir wall from Umpty, and Team Liquid takes out the enemy mid laner. Now they're ready to reinforce their own lines with the Seraphine. Here comes the shielding and the healing, and there's no way for Energy to find anything else.
That was beautiful. The Azir wall into the Poppy Slam.
Perfect. Now CoreJJ wants even more. Crash down into the Magnet Storm. Seraphine ulti over the top. Contracts has to immediately escape, and Huhi has no such way out. He'll try to Spider-Man his way to victory, but there ain't no heroes on Energy today. Team Liquid, they've been fighting from a multi-thousand gold deficit, and they've been knocking Energy's teeth out.
And they're going to go Baron off of this one. Palafox down for 10, Huhi down for 35. Palafox can TP back. I don't think the fighting is over yet. This Baron doesn't necessarily go down that fast, even with the Azir. Contracts, no flash, but wants to slowly move in, and this is going to be a contest.
All right, Energy, they know they got to try to stop this here. They've been slipping for the past multiple fights in a row. CoreJJ does not have an ulti. Contracts can't afford to lose a ton of health here. They just want to waste the time of Team Liquid. Contracts still just trying to get away from these guys. Lightning's going to slow Impact down there a little bit. Doka still looking for maybe the opportunity to find a flank here if Team Liquid overcommits, but they're not going to do that. They know that all they have to do is stay clumped up in a death ball, stay around the Seraphine. Huhi coming around from the side. Palafox tries to go in, but again, the charm goes wide. It's APA locked down, and Huhi's got the kill. Now Impact goes all out to try to bring Huhi back underneath the Sun Disc. Doka's ready to follow it up, and CoreJJ drops. Umpty pops, and Energy just won't stop. They'll take the Sun Disc, they'll take 3 kills, and they'll take the express route over to Baron.
What an insane hook by Huhi there. He catches APA when they're not balled up around the Seraphine. They turn the bad situation into a good one, and they finally get their fight.
Huhi's playing phenomenal this game. Letting both hooks early game, and then this one right here to secure the Nash. I mean, Energy's been able to get very massive leads once they're on the back line.
I am so sorry for everyone watching at home that cannot see the all chat happening in this game right now, where after the previous play in the bot lane with Palafox getting caught, APA types, you guys are so bad. And then after the previous thing, after the catch there, the response is FBI saying lol and Palafox saying well played, well played. The banter is popping off here in the all chat, and I love it for this Energy versus Team Liquid matchup. TL was looking real good there.
They were.
But then they really weren't.
They were about to make me eat my words earlier on about saying they're already 4,000 gold behind. How are they ever going to be able to kill Contracts and Huhi? They don't have any physical damage. Impact, we mentioned he's only won one game, then he's not on Udyr. 5-0-3 on the Cassante. They had the advantage. But then they started chirping. You know, both these teams, both these players just in there with the chirping, and that's actually one of the things that turns this game. So now, let's see. Energy again in what feels like a good position, but we could still be in for a really long game because you can't just say, let's get picks and then get picks. Like, you need to have the proper setup. You need to be able to find moments like that. Yon and APA both have flashes up. There's no soul point, so this could just be a Baron where they're trying to get a bit of a gold lead.
And we are at that point that you talked about earlier, Jat. Senna, over 120 stacks. This is where some of that mid lane, that extra control you were talking about to just sort of dominate the map, have that extra control, have that extra shove and priority. As you can see, Huhi and FBI pushing up with Contracts right behind them here in mid. They want to try to claim this tier 2, get rid of this thing, grab the extra control that will yield them. Boom, there it is. One more shot from Senna, and that thing is rubble. It's 5 turrets to 1 in the favor of Energy. Team Liquid has only managed to claim that top lane tier 1 after 31 minutes of play.
After you said at 2 items the comp either works or it doesn't. What about 3 items?
We'll see. The APA is caught out like that again. I don't know if the items matter, but
it's a little tough. when you're a 1 damage comp and the 1 damage guy gets Nautilus hooked, there are problems on the horizon. 11-9. Kills still favoring Team Liquid, but it's a 7,000 gold lead nearly here for Energy, who are also now on Soul Point. Here in 5 minutes, we'll see if they can secure that soul. They've still got 30 seconds left of the Red Bull Baron buff, plus 2,000 gold on that overall so far. As FBI just again moving out, trying to control this vision, remove all Team Liquid wards from the map, make sure it's scary for these guys to step out. Because of the way the comp works, because of the need for them all to be balled up, it's harder for one single guy to go out, drop some wards, try to sweep some vision. This team needs to be together.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And again, coming off the 2-week break, we need to kind of reset our expectations for these teams because the standings say Energy is 4-5, TL's 5-4, but a lot can change in 2.5 weeks. We've already seen Energy's next 4 opponents. Let's look at TL's next 4 opponents because yes, they are in 3rd place right now, but they potentially have a very hard road the end of this week and the start of next one. So every win really will matter a lot. If they don't come back in this game, that'll move them to 5-5. Then they'd have 2 big games against Cloud9 and FlyQuest where they could potentially swing from 7-5 to 5-7. So it really ends fast is what I'm kind of trying to say. And they have a very tough upcoming schedule.
All right, Team Liquid. We've seen what success looks like for this squad. We'll see if they can replicate it. Again, I have eyes on Palafox so much this game just because we're still waiting to see one of those big performances in any of these fights from the Ahri. Seeing if he can land any of those clutch charms. He's got a lot of firepower if he can connect. The Death Cap, the Leandries.
He has almost 5,000 each.
Yeah, Huhi's a bit of a problem, man. This Nautilus is an absolute brick wall. And Team Liquid just needs a sledgehammer to get rid of him.
Look at the lines.
Oh, yeah.
It is, yeah.
With the Koenig Rookern and the W shield put together, that's, let me go ahead and check here the numbers on it. The Titan's Wrath, the Nautilus shield, is currently only at level 3, so it's still going to grow some more. It is 530 HP right now.
And he's at 4,500 health, but then the Koenig shield and the W shield puts him over six lines. But they might kill him. Oh, yeah, really close.
Oh, boy. Let's see what we got.
Moving? Oh, there it is.
They broke through the shields.
They broke through the first shield. Here comes another shield. Team Liquid is throwing everybody in the kitchen sink here with the Nautilus. Dawning Shadow over the top. The Nautilus still ain't dead. Why are we overcommitting to the Nautilus? Team Liquid contracts going in on top of APA, but he ain't gonna find him here just yet. FBI flashing back away as APA goes golden. That's nothing but a trophy for Energy as APA drops in Core JJ's trying to get the hell out of town. Huhi and the rest of Energy still going in. They thought they caught the knot. No way, not today. Energy turn it right back around and suplex him in the mid lane.
Huhi is a legend this game, man. They took everything to kill him, and then after they failed, he landed back-to-back hooks to close out the fight. APA Core JJ down, teleporting back in on the Nautilus. There's the shields, they're back. Taking another inhib.
Let's go. The tier 3 turret crumbles in mid lane. The inhibitor falling immediately after, but Energy decide discretion is the better part of Valor. They know that APA coming back here in 10 seconds means that they will not be able to push further into the Nexus turrets. Let's take another look at how this fight started as Team Liquid thought they had a Nautilus-shaped punching bag here.
This is so funny, man. They're doing damage here. His health's not even moving, so you're like, is this a good idea? And then let's move it a little bit here. So we're like, yeah, let's call the boys. But I think you need the Avengers to take down Thanos, man. We're missing a couple more members, bro.
They got him down to 1,000 health, which it looks like he's low, but he's actually not low because he can still press W to go up to 1,700. APA just is a fly right next to him. That's incredible. I think he completed another item after that as well.
So what we learned is if there's one opponent on the enemy team with an effective 6k HP, you should not throw everything at that guy.
Just be a little cautious, you know?
Just be a little bit careful of how you're gonna do it. Team Liquid grouped up as 5 again. This is how we need to see this comp played. Baron down to half HP as Contracts and Dokla are 2-manning this. Control ward from Team Liquid was in the pit but got removed. Energy, they still leave Dokla on the Baron alone, but the problem is Dokla actually loses a lot of health to this thing. Team Liquid still stepping up. Huhi's still on the front line. Palafox, nice charm there on the Umpty. That's what I'm talking about. Some of that controlled Dawning Shadow over the top as Baron is secured by Contracts and Energy. Now Impact still on the front line. Dopa's at about 40%, so Energy's not going to try to force this fight too hard. They already got what they came for. They already got the Baron.
Yeah, they have Baron now. They don't want a full reset because the Drake is going to be spawning. Dokla's able to go back, get his health, zoom back with the Baron buff. And now I think it's just eye contact in mid. Notice that one Senna Q cutting through APA Core and Umpty. Really strong at this stage in the game with that Senna, with 152 Senna souls.
Yeah.
See how they play this.
That is spicy, man. Senna also only needs one more item, and FBI's full build. So Pretty scary stuff here. Team Liquid, again, on the back foot, except now it's finally a 5-digit gold lead. 10,000 plus. The Drake is on the map, and TL cannot do anything to even approach, so Chemsol picked up here too for Energy.
Really nice job there by Palafox and Energy. Like this is one of the ways that they thrive, is in these like late game macro situations. So rather than just trying to 5v5 eye contact, even though they'd probably be stronger against the Seraphine, they just send the Ahri up top with the Baron buff. It forces Team Liquid to defend, and then they can freely get the soul without any contest. Just like a lot of teams would be able to do that, but Energy is able to do this very consistently whenever they have Baron in these late game situations. So they still, you can see, like if they take Impact out of this fight, it's way easier for them to actually chunk out whoever is standing in front with the Senna. They took 33% of his health with a couple autos there, since Impact is the one that has to match Palafox.
Palafox just not really too worried about this, can step away from that third Intofo strike pretty easily. Huhi, by the way, is up to just like 20 HP shy of 5k now, and the shield does about 650 on a 9-second cooldown. So the Nautilus is becoming more and more fearless as time marches forward. And as time goes forward, so does the Energy. Looking to apply pressure here to the second tier 3 turret of the game down in bottom lane. Team Liquid falling back to defend the Nexus turrets. That first one already below half HP, but removing the defense bottom means that it just gets shattered. Second inhibitor down. Top lane, Palafox has the opportunity now. Third inhibitor down. Team Liquid's backs are against the wall. Okay, I'm not even going to act like it matters if Huhi gets hit by anything. Now, Core JJ here on the front line. Humpty looking to knock somebody out of the fight. He gets contracts. Huhi still the only one in any sort of reach, and they know better than to try to engage on him now as FBI continues trying to poke at these guys. Speaking of poke, those cannon minions nearly killing off Nexus turret number 1. FBI still finding a couple of long-range shots as the first Nexus turret dies. Team Liquid trying to rally and defend. Contract's ulti is ready to go. If they want to try to dive these turrets, they can do it. Volibear has the off switch, and now Huhi's ready to go in. Core JJ already at half HP, trying to find an angle here. Palafox getting knocked down by the Magnet. Storm is against a flash away, but Upty's going to grab the kill. Energy have lost their mid laner, but they return with a kill into Core. FBI gets hunted down by Impact in the very back line as Contracts, Huhi, and Dokla are struggling to find the damage to do anything. Impact looking to solo down Big Dokes, but Huhi wants to make his way into the fight. Contracts still trying to scrap, but he ain't going to do it here in a 1v3. Team Liquid find their angle and critically find both the carries.
They're never giving up this game. When they can get onto Palafox, good things still happen. The bad thing is this happened after all 3 of their inhibitors were down and they'd already lost a Nexus turret. But like, let's watch this engage one more time as they're able to kill. I saw the pick onto Palafox. I need to see how they end up getting on FBI. So Nautilus ult and Senna ult burned early. Then Core JJ engages onto Palafox. He goes down. And then Impact just zooms his way into the back line. No way of peeling him. So once those two are down, then TL's able to take the fight.
I always get a little confused when you're so far ahead. You got Baron running into their base. Palafox was top the whole time before this.
Yeah.
Why did he decide to group up here?
Why ever group up when
and
you're just holding
give them
5 wide?
the opportunity to defend the base? When he was top, everything just fell over. So.
Yeah, that was definitely what looked to be a macro masterclass for about 4 minutes. They take the Baron buff and the Soul, clear every inhibitor, make it seem like TL has absolutely no options. Then as soon as they group up, TL finally engage.
All right, Nautilus update. He is level 18. He is full build. He has 5,623 HP. His W is on an 8-second cooldown and shields for 765.
Okay, so that's going to put him at 63.
His Kanik Rookern is a shield for 1,012 against magic damage.
7,300.
And Fimbulwinter, every time it procs, will shield him for 272 damage, 490 if more than one enemy is present. It has already shielded for 4,561 in this game.
So the max health plus shields he'll have is about 7,600?
Yes.
If a Senna ult comes through, I think we could get to 8k.
Well, but also remember, his armor and magic resist are both at about 2/3 reduction, so you have to triple his HP for his EHP, so it's about 20,000 EHP on Nautilus right now.
I think he needs an elixir.
He's getting juggled around, but he just does not care. 20,000 effective HP.
We got Thanos in the game, guys.
You just can't kill the guy.
They made him go back to base. They got him to like 4,500.
Oh man, he's hurt. He's got a black eye from that one.
It's funny because you actually see super tanks like this sometimes, but then the other team has like a Vayne and you actually die in like 4 seconds. I think this is just this much more ridiculous because it's just Azir, Seraphine, and like 3 tanks that it just becomes so comical.
That was some fantastic stuff, man. Great champion. Just watch it, looking at that goofy health bar.
Oh, like, and he's got the anathemas, so he puts that on his ear and he's doing less damage to him.
When Nautilus's health bar is down around the R of energy, he has as much HP as Senna at maximum. That's...
Nah.
That's the kind of health that we're dealing with here, to put it in a visual representation.
And the Chem Soul means he takes more reduced damage when he's low.
Correct. Yes. When he's below half.
It's like the perfect game.
He's so tanky, man. Baron at about 8,000 HP. All right, so Baron is down to about Nautilus health now. As Contracts continues keeping the aggro here. Impact stepping forward onto the front line, but he gets locked down. A lot of damage coming out on him. Takes him down to about 1,000. Dokla here in the front as the Dawning Shadow fires off down to the mid lane. Palafox versus APA in a 1v1 is up. The Impact and Yon trying to turn the attention back into Dokla. He's trying to end their world, and he's gonna do it. FBI and the rest of Energy slaughter TL in the 4v4. APA and Palafox break even, but a triple kill for the Senna. A teleport coming out for the Nautilus. APA wants to at least get Palafox, but they ain't gonna give him that. It's a clean ace for Energy, and they're gonna walk it in for the win.
It took him a little bit of extra time after that base, but I think they were waiting for Huhi to get more items by the end of this one. Energy pop off at the start of the final 2 weeks of the LCS, equaling Team Liquid 5-5.
Wow.
Don't fist bump. It's a cage match.
It's a cage matchup, and they were stuck inside there with a Nautilus that took up the whole damn cage. Huhi popping off. FBI ending with a 6-2-11 scoreline. 17 out of 17 kill participation for the Senna. Contracts' Volley Bear at 16. The Aatrox for Dokla at 14. Huhi's Nautilus at 12. And then Palafox's Ahri at 10. FBI the only one with 100% KP there. Energy, it got a little dicey in the mid lane. It was a little bit concerning there when they were going up against the Deathball Seraphine, but really it was that play in mid. It was the Nautilus hook that grabbed APA that led to the first Baron that kind of sealed Team Liquid's fate.
Huhi really popped off this game. I mean, their bottom lane was effective. It definitely wasn't the cleanest win for Energy. They had some fumbles in mid-game fights, overcommitting, not necessarily getting good flanks onto Team Liquid, but honestly, a win's a win. They've had Team Liquid's number for about a year now. I wish we had audio on there chirping right now.
Yeah.
With Palafox and APA chopping across each other. That'll be a continuous rivalry. I've also heard they actually have it. They're going to play it later. So stick around the stream as we're going to be going to commercial break. But I think a relieving win for Energy. We know their upcoming schedule is not the hardest, so they're going to be looking to make a surge.
All right, and as game number 3 wraps up, a reminder that Fantasy LCS is live right now on Sleeper. Make sure you lock in your picks and bans for next week's games if you want to top your league. We got to toss to a break right now, but don't you go anywhere. 100 Thieves versus Dignitas is going to finish up the day. Coming up next.
Is there no flash? Seraphine at left. Look at Emerald. Just kill Emerald. Kill Emerald, man. It's a massacre. Nice. Good job.
Dude, why'd you put your new rig in the basement?
Didn't you hear? Bill's a gagillionaire now.
Basically, my new connection is so strong I can game anywhere. Check it out. We've got Gamer Rocker, Gamer Floaty, Gamer Couch.
Whoa.
It's got wheels.
Gamer Bench, Gamer Throne, and Gamer Mower. What's that? It's hard to game while walking downstairs.
I get it.
That's smart.
Live like a gagillionaire with low latency everywhere. AT&T Fiber with All-Fi.
There he is. It's right there.
Cover more ground in the Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid. Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What's up, guys? As we've got the team setting up around us, I was able to pull Huhi, a victorious Huhi after that last game. How was that one?
I mean, it felt pretty good, especially after a break, and then we had a losing streak going. I think having a dub definitely helps us.
What were you guys like specifically working on? Because yes, the slump that you guys had, it felt like you guys were a little bit disjointed. Now you guys had that break. What specifically did you feel like you guys hit?
I think we kind of developed a lot as a team, like learned about each other, and kind of like, yeah, I think just improved and got better as a teammate. So I think we're clicking better now.
That makes sense to me. And I want to talk about Senna, because you and FBI have had a long relationship. You guys have been the best Senna team, just period, in the LCS. And it feels like around the world we've been seeing Senna Nautilus and Senna actually start laning with top lane more regularly. Was this, in this game, was it more of a reaction to like the lane state top lane, or was it just how you guys saw the map state? Because you guys had like 11 turret plates by 14 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, they just had the Seraphine that was versing like a Nautilus. So like I don't need the Senna at all. And they're never going to dive me. So yeah, I think that's why it just made sense to send the Senna top, and then I kind of lane alone and kind of chilling. Yeah.
Makes sense. Last question. You were just a fat champion. You literally were unkillable. The last fight in the game, you were just 1v5 and you were basically at half health. Actually, Aframu was talking about how you were just like not taking any damage. How did it feel, I guess, within the game? And just any like message to Aframu who was casting it from afar.
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely feels good, especially as a support player. You usually don't get that tanky. I never get 6 items. But as farming, and I was pretty fed because I got 5 plates bottom as well. I just felt unkillable, and sometimes it kind of put me in a bad situation because I was too overconfident.
Yeah.
But it definitely was fun. And to Zach, I actually saw him like going into my game, and he told me that he was casting. Lots of love to that guy. Like I still love him, and will love to see him again.
There we go. Yeah. Appreciate it. Thanks for the interview, and congratulations on the win again.
Thank you.
Going to be sending it over to you guys. Thank you.
All right, that's Jokla popping off from the last game in. Afra, you got to cast that kind of slobber knocker between the two teams. I did love the Huhi that would not die. Just no one could kill the Nautilus, and we'll see if Senna Nautilus gets through in this game as well. What have you been thinking about Senna Prio on blue side thus far?
It's actually probably worth a ban.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest.
I would say.
After seeing who he play with FBI, and it looked just impossible to kill, it's definitely gonna be, hopefully not get through the draft.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Dig ban it, because obviously I would think 100 Thieves in particular is a team that we've already seen play a lot of Senna themselves, even before she kind of took over the global meta. As they ban out the Ivern and the Ashe, and then on the side of Dig, we have the TF and Vars coming out, and we'll have to wait to see if that red side third ban is that Senna.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys talked about it, just came in, but the Twisted Fate ban has just been a regular on red side. Tells me that people are really respecting the Twisted Fate flex. Yes, like mid lane for sure, but the win rate on top lane is just ridiculous. It's like 53% at the moment. So a lot of love, a lot of respect to it. I would imagine that with the break that you've had, a lot of teams have been able to run it. So just wanted to throw that out there. It's not obviously being played, but nice note to the new patch.
Yeah, and Callista ban coming through. We are all waiting with bated breath to see.
Please ban it.
Does Senna get through?
Please.
What do we think? We'll see if chat is spamming it too. Yes, she does!
Not to buy.
After the sigh you just let out was certainly something. I'll be shocked if this first pick actually is Aatrox and not Senna.
Yeah.
They're thinking about it. I mean, like, Senna is so good at the moment. We just saw it dominating the games today. Yeah.
Hell Surprise.
There it is.
Makes sense.
There we go.
And, like, honestly, Sniper's actually expanded his champion pool just a bit, and you've had that longer break, so it feels like he can be a little bit more comfortable. So he doesn't have to go to an Aatrox that early, even if Rich is to take it away. So makes sense that you want to drop that down and see what we end up getting.
I was going to say, what happens if you take Nautilus away? What do they pick?
I mean, I feel like you can run Senna with anything.
You're probably just going to go
just
Kench.
lock in Leona and start farming?
How would you have liked to play farming Leona back in the day?
Back in the day, no.
Now?
We didn't get gold back in the day.
Yeah, that's true.
You're broke.
Scrounging. But now with these new items and all the gold support scale, it might not be too bad.
Yeah. And with that Nautilus takeaway, they also lock in the Talia. Last week, Dig actually had an unexpected, undefeated weekend, right?
Yeah.
I think a lot of us kind of underestimated this team. We see Tomo there, one of the first players in LCS to bring out the Smolder and win with it. So, going into this week, I'm very curious to see where Dig end up, because they are in that 4 or 5 block, or they were at the start of the day. So
you're right. Like, they've surprised a lot of people. The fact they were able to get that to a weekend, just in general, a lot of credit to XU and Isles for me, because Isles is a player I thought has actually been performing quite well. We've seen Dignitas in the past, like, few splits where bot lane is just getting pelted with every jungle attention. You're getting dove constantly. In this case, Tomo and Isles have had great laning phase. XU's had really good early jungling sense, so that's been a positive. The one negative I'm going to give is about the draft, because Talia Nautilus versus Tom Kench, like, this is Tom Kench's dream, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know we're off camera, but the shrug you just gave us here, like, yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah, maybe you don't take Nautilus away, huh?
It's possible. It was wishful thinking, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we see the Renekton coming in for Sniper, and as I had mentioned previously, Tomo is such a Smolder enjoyer. He was one of the players who was streaming it constantly. Here we see Sniper. This is his debut first 9 games versus a whole bunch of other top laners that are either currently in the LCS or have otherwise been in the LCS. It's really interesting to see his numbers stacking up against them.
Yeah, what's important here, of course, if you're comparing top laners, Impact, Someday, even Rich, they've all had a wealth of experience. So even if this is your debut in LCS, this is him as a rookie, incredibly young. The 5 solo kills that he's had, 3 in lane, has been shocking everyone. Even if you talk to the Academy casters, well, he wasn't performing well in NACL, but he came on stage. Every time you see him in an interview or talk with him, he's incredibly humble, talks about just grinding the game. And so in fact, he said during the podcast with it was a 100 Thieves podcast that he was surprised with the LCS work ethic. The negative surprise. Because he was
no!
So and he was being very kind about it, but overall, he's the type of person after scrims will grind solo queue, and it's been coming out really clutch for him, you can tell. So he's on the Renekton in this game. He's gonna get the support from the Senna cross map. So overall, good to see it. They're in winning ways right now, second in the split. Want to see if they can convert this game.
Yeah, and as we see the Azir taken out by Dignitas, the Volibear taken out by 100 Thieves, and the Orianna taken out by Dignitas. One thing I would definitely credit 100 Thieves for, and Sniper is obviously involved in this as well, is their coaching staff and their players seem to really know how they want to play, what they want to put them on for success, and seem to have a very good understanding of their players.
Yeah.
I think obviously it's just the first 3 picks, but this draft is already shaping up to be a really good one that 100 Thieves should be comfortable with.
And even though we've seen the Volibear ban, just want to put it out there that this could just easily be a Talia jungle. So we're not sure what the mid lane pick could just be already. What I would like to see is, man, the Azir ban, I guess, makes it very clear that it is
Azir ban
just
is
a
so
Talia
good here.
Yeah, it is really good. So
seeing it the past 3 games today, we've had enough.
You don't want to get that nice Showmaker tank
No.
Zir in there. Buffed by Senna. Actually, yeah, it would depend on the rest of this draft to see what they would have picked for that. But as we see, Rich, Cassante, the old standby, even with the nerfs, obviously Cassante is still a very dangerous champ.
Yeah. And even though I did say that this could be a jungle Talia, and that's why they're kind of holding the flex to 5, with Orianna and Azir ban, kind of expect that to be mid lane Talia. That being said, you could be really creative here if you're XU on what your 5 pick could be. You know, back in the day, not so long ago, like if you see a Tahm Kench Senna or just Tahm Kench anything, you start to think about Zac. Anything that's like a beefy tank that can stay in the fight for a long period of time, so Tahm Kench doesn't get the benefit of just holding, like, nabbing someone.
Yeah, and I think it will be really interesting to see Quid coming out on the Hui, right? Because Talia, what Dignitas kind of is also a takeaway. 100 Thieves made the most of Vi Talia last week.
Yeah.
And then Trundle coming out as River's jungle pick, which is very interesting.
100 Thieves comp is disgusting to play against.
Oh, yeah. Trundle's actually such a good pick here versus Cassante and Nautilus.
Yeah, and it really is calling out whatever Dignitas' 5-pick jungle is going to be. It feels like it's going to be bad, right? You're going to lose the 1v1 to a lot of bruisers. I mean, the Trundle's going to beat a lot of bruisers. You can't really pick a tank pick because then you just get a lot of value off of Trundle ulti. So it's going to be XU's Lee Sin. What's your thoughts on the draft so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think I really like 100 Thieves draft. And really quickly, I did want to go over just a little short telestrator of River in that kind of Vi Talia last week in a team fight. I think here, this is in their game against C9. Berserker and JoJo are the two people that River is constantly looking out for. So this is like team fight targeting 101, right? Because after C9's ults miss there, 100 Thieves is able to go in and just watch River because he is constantly aware of where JoJo is. He immediately ults JoJo as JoJo comes around on the flank, changes his teamfight targeting. He knows exactly who he needs to mark. And this was the game-winning fight for 100 Thieves as we speed through the rest of this. They got Ocean Soul off of this. They got Baron off of it. And where C9, Berserker, had just, who almost comes out at the very end of this fight with a few more kills. He had just gotten a pentakill before this. It really looked like C9 was in charge. That's something that I credit River highly for, and I thought he did a really great job in that game. We'll see if he can do it on the Trundle with this 100 Thieves composition as we take it away, Flowers.
Thank you very much, Emily and Raz and Afro. It's time to get into game number 4 of the day, our last matchup here in day 1 of LCS Face-Off. Afro just did champ select with the analyst, so he's not going to be joining us for the cast this time around, but I'm still Captain Flowers. I'm still joined by Jat, and we got 100 Thieves going up against Dignitas. Some interesting storylines here with the loss of FlyQuest earlier on in the day. 100 Thieves has the opportunity to tie with them for first right now, and at the same time, Dignitas is coming off of a really impressive performance of their own just last week.
Yeah, doesn't that just seem absurd that 100 Thieves would be in first?
Yeah.
At this stage in the year with only 4 games left?
That's kind of wild, man.
And they're favored. They should be favored in this game.
I think so, absolutely. They've been one of the teams that's kind of surprised a lot of people, myself included. I was expecting them to be like lower mid of the pack, and they're accelerating really quickly. This team is really flipping the switch.
They need to come out strong right off the break to basically assert that they're actually here. Because I think in scrims before the year, even during the split, teams don't really believe their record because, they've beaten them a lot in scrims, or Sniper took a long time to ramp up earlier on in the split. He's still a rookie. Quid was so bad last year, et cetera, et cetera. Yet on stage, fairly consistently, they've had really strong, cohesive drafts.
Yep.
And then River, for me, and I know there's a lot of different competitors, but for me, River would be the leading candidate for MVP. Just because of what he's working with. Yes, Quid has improved a lot individually, but Gory also looked amazing with River as his jungler last year. And River just does so much for teams' abilities to play early, and specifically just their abilities to team fight late, as Emily just displayed in that telestrator.
Yeah.
Really being in the heads of enemy carries the entire game. On top of that, you have Meech and Ayla in the bottom lane for 100 Thieves being very effective when they need to be. I don't think they've necessarily carried games through the bottom lane, but they're allowing the mid jungle to take over the game without getting in the way, and then they're good team fighters. So, I mean, so many big things to say about 100 Thieves, and I want to see if they can keep this streak alive and actually move into a tie for first.
Yeah, them getting into a tie for first, incredibly impressive for them, could set them up for some amazing positioning heading into playoffs. Dignitas, on the other hand, is one of those teams that's making sure they get themselves into playoffs. Remember, this is one of the teams that a lot of people predicted to be lower in the standings. Having that full victory last week, or should I say a couple weeks ago, was incredibly impressive for them, but they got to make sure that they keep up this momentum. You can't just lose all of your games on the back end the last couple of weeks of the split and still hope to be in a good spot. Dig is going to have to put up their dukes and really show everybody that they've spent the last 2 weeks wisely.
And I think the thing that they need to be reminding themselves of is, for them, one win ties them for third. Energy and TL are tied for third at 5-5 right now. That's how compressed the standings are. A loss means they're one game out of last. So there is so much swinginess at the end of the season with how compressed these standings are. 5 games left for both of these teams. After this one, there'll only be 4 games left. The game's tomorrow, and then next week when LCS will be on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for the final week 6 Super Week before playoffs. So it really does matter that they need to come out the gate swinging. Just a reminder, since it's been a little bit since we've seen the drafts on screen, we have Smolder once again for Tomo.
Yeah.
It did not do well the last time we saw it against Senna earlier on in the day. That was Senna not, though. This is Smolder Nautilus. Tomo was one of the early adopters onto this Smolder. If he can get to 225 stacks early, it's going to be really important to cut through the front line that he sees on the side of 100 Thieves, and I can't wait to get into this one.
It was Tomo that played the first Smolder in the LCS. He got a win on it, and if y'all remember back to that game, it was Dignitas versus Immortals. Mask, the enemy mid laner, also played Hui in that game. That was the first Hui in the LCS. Nice. So we've got the Tomo Smolder versus enemy Hui. Once again, it's 100 Thieves versus Dignitas. Let's rock and roll. Last game of the day for day 1 here of LCS Face-Off Week. 100 Thieves in the blue, Dignitas in the red. Now, I mentioned how 100 Thieves could be tied for first at the end of this one. I also mentioned how Dignitas had an impressive situation where they managed to win last week. They managed to grab a perfect week. It had been so long since they had done that. I'm trying to remember how long ago they said it was.
So they said it was 6 years. It wasn't 6 years. They had forgotten a previous perfect week they had.
Okay, I'm a little less hype about it now, but it's still really impressive for a team that everybody predicted to not be able to perform that well. We'll see if they can increase that win streak up to a 3 here against 100 Thieves. Sniper on the Renekton versus Rich on the Cassante. Honestly, I mean, last game, we got to see Impact on the Cassante have a couple of huge moments. Even though Cassante is now nerfed, he's still, at the end of the day, Cassante.
And during Champion Select, we got to see the first 9 games of Sniper's LCS career versus a lot of other prominent top laners, including Rich. And one thing that Sniper had is he had more solo kills than all of them. And this is actually something that it wasn't necessarily expected before the year, but we're tracking who Sniper has actually been able to headshot. And he's on his way. He's already solo killed Dokla, Impact, Fudge. Can he get Rich?
He's locked in.
I will say, Rich gets a lot of solo kills too. So you never know what's going to happen. Yes, Renekton versus Cassante could just be meatballs slapping each other, but when Sniper is in a matchup that he's comfortable with, the champion he's comfortable playing, he's been very aggressive and very effective, so we have to keep track of this during this game.
All right, now in the bottom lane with the Smolder, remember when we saw this in game number 1 today, I believe piloted by Tactical? The enemy team abused it. They put so much pressure bottom lane. They were constantly trying to keep Smolder away from the waves, pressure him off the turret. The stacking was pretty slow in that game, and so much of Smolder is hitting that critical 225 mark, getting your execute, getting that true damage burn.
And I find getting to 25 is actually surprisingly hard, and the earlier you can get it, it'll like exponentially increase your stacking, because when you're 25, you can get the AoE. It means you press W on the back wave, you press Q, you get 3 every time. But I'll say part of what allowed the previous Smolder to get completely denied is the jungler was pathing bot to top. Here you can see XU has done 2 camps, and he's just like on Gromp already, skipping blue, like really shadowing Tomo and Isles, protecting them. Meanwhile, River has gone bot to top. So junglers are completely different. They shouldn't be able to deny Tomo off of this wave just because Lee Sin is here, even if they have a pretty good wave state.
Exactly. Dignitas do not want to let 100 Thieves do to them what Shopify did to Immortals bot lane earlier on in the day. Right now, it is a, you can see a little bit of a gold lead there for 100 Thieves, but a lot of that is just the fact that they've got control over the waves here in bottom lane and top lane, so those still waiting to be farmed up by the side of Dignitas. As you can see, that gold lead shrinking back down. Dove versus Quid over here in mid lane. Hwei is a champion whose burst is one of the most deceptive in the entire roster of League of Legends. This guy can seem like he's not doing a whole ton of burst just yet, but then all of a sudden the Spiraling Despair pops, the passive procs multiple times. If you clump up against him in a team fight, if you don't respect the AoE and the chain reactions of this champion, everybody goes kaboom.
Your whole team disappears. I'm really curious to see if XU can get onto River here. He should just miss out on it. And this is actually very different for 100 Thieves, because I'd say River Quid have been playing these hyper-aggressive 2v2 combos. Like, Hwei Trundle is the antithesis of that. They are camping under their turret. They're trying to like sneak crabs and then run back to their own jungle. It's very hard for them to play aggressive, so I want to see if River can still be effective in this game. XU, on one of his signature picks in Lee Sin, wants to play very aggressive, whereas now the roles are kind of flipped. Like if Trundle, Hwei get into the late game, that's really where they're going to turn on. So just going to have to monitor how they navigate not having the stronger 2v2.
All right, we'll also be keeping an eye on when those Smolder breakpoints occur, particularly the 25 and 225 breakpoints that we were talking about earlier. The Smolder currently at, what is that, around 15 stacks, so slowly getting there. But like you said, because you don't have any AoE on Q until 25, those first 25 just feel incredibly sluggish.
They really do. At least they have good bot lane River control. They're allowing him to just hold that wave, get a few free Q last hits to get closer towards 25, and yeah, really trying to take advantage of this early advantage Lee Sin has over Trundle.
Yeah, XU wanted to step up, try to steal away some chickens, but River has meat right next to him, so that means that Dignitas does not want to overcommit just for a big chicken. For Tomo as well, remember that it's not just last hitting with Q that gives you the stacks, it's also hitting enemy champions with skills in general.
Which is really the faster way to get them.
Right, exactly. If the enemy champion, if you can time it right so that both enemy champions are right next to each other when you hit them with the snot bubble and just get 2 stacks every single time, then that feels really good for accelerating it. As the grubs are started up here by 100 Thieves, Meech is just #1 Trundle buddy right now.
Yeah, there was a really fun Senna strat that happened in LPL that we probably won't see here, but essentially you move the Senna top at this timer, 5 minutes, but then you just leave the Senna top. And you start 2v1 laning with like Senna Gwen or Senna Renekton and just push the other top laner in. That works if your bot laner is Nautilus and he can 3-point E and wave clear.
It's like what we saw last game.
Ayla cannot do this, so you can see he's losing plates very easily to Tomo. So I would expect Meech to return, but just for those of you watching at home, like keep your eyes open for that type of Senna swapping because it's emerged on the global scene, and I think it's quite good if you have the right champions to do it.
Okay, well we have the 3 Void Grubs secured by 100 Thieves here, nice and early on. Remember, in the previous game they were taken a little bit later than this, so we are going to have a larger window to see that second set captured in this one. But the trade was for the first Drake. Dignitas recognizing, hey, they've committed their resources towards top side, let's go ahead and commit ours towards bottom. This should be free, and sure enough, it was. So neutral objectives traded evenly here at the start of things. How do you feel about early grub trades for Dragon trades?
It seems like teams are prioritizing the grubs, is the way it feels. I'm not fully convinced that it's better yet. I'd say you really need to have strong lanes if you're willing to all in for the grubs, which I'd say 100 Thieves might not have here. Like, they haven't really touched an opponent turret yet. So almost what's the point of getting the 3 grubs this early? However, if they're going to lose the dragon fight anyway, which I think they would, River, Lee Sin, and Talia being level 6, you just kind of initiate the trade if you can be first so you get something. Because if they're not initiating the trade, then they're just going to lose the Drake, and then Dignitas would be able to take the grubs wherever they want. So this one I actually feel like is less of a trade and more like a, we just left early so we get something. Right, and in that case, I'm okay with it.
Well, Tomo is up to 33 stacks there on the Smolder. It is a little bit past 7 minutes, so he had that probably around 6.5 or so. Pretty solid early timing for that. Feels just fine. A little bit of trading back and forth, but again, Tomo's just trying to make sure he keeps last hitting with the Q, keep poking with the snot bubbles, up to 38 stacks. Next breakpoint is 125. That's when you're going to get the splash after the initial projectile. That'll help you farm up potentially entire waves at once.
And when you skirmish with that is when you can really get juiced, because you could have one like minute-long fight and get like 20. because you pressed Q that splashed the 3 champions 5 different times.
Right.
That's when you really start moving fast, but we're pretty far from that. I'd still say the early game here is a bit weird for me based on 100 Thieves, just because of River Quid not being on champions that have a lot of agency.
Okay.
And I do want to bring up Golden Glue just a little bit here. He's the head coach of 100 Thieves. This is his first LCS head coaching job. He's also a former LCS pro player.
For a long time.
So yeah, we wanted to compare some of his stats from being player Golden Glue to coach Golden Glue. So, and this is also including Academy. So his record as coach Golden Glue is actually quite prolific.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, his solo kills and his bench press PR have dropped.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to get back in the lab, get back in the gym.
Drafts have been, he's won more drafts here as well. I think they needed that.
Yeah. Golden Glue, Coach Golden Glue has definitely made some good things happen there on the Rift.
If
you ignore his solo kills. If you ignore his solo kills.
If you want a big bench and solo kills, maybe coaching's not for you.
I mean, 235 is still a really good bench.
That's a really good bench.
Like we're talking about it like, oh yeah, he fell off a little bit, but going from 285 to 235.
I actually want to see some video evidence. That's a really high bench.
He's still got a really strong bench,
as a player, but that's still really high.
Like that's, dude is strong out there. We'll see if his draft can carry the team to a victory in this one though. 100 Thieves currently up a couple hundred gold, but it's really nothing to write home about. You can see there's that nice little gray hourglass on the map showing us that those next set of grubs should be spawning here before too much longer. It was the first 3 over to the side of 100 Thieves, so if you're Dignitas, you would like to grab at least 2 of the next set, prevent the ability for them to spawn the baby grubbies.
Yeah, or you just hope that you can be involved in something. XU wants to be involved with a lot of things early on in the game, so he's just camping the pit. He can obviously hop out the back, Dove would be able to come down, but 100 Thieves is here. Meech being level 6, this could very well be our first fight. He denies 1, so the 6 stack is gone.
Can't do
he's
6.
probably happy with that.
And that's honestly a strategy that you see a lot of junglers go for these grubs, even if you can't take everything, because it's so easy to just burst one down, smite it, because the shield doesn't appear until one dies. You can at least deny that.
Yeah.
So yes, they hit the break point to spawn the grubbies, but they don't get the 6 points double spawn.
Exactly.
So it's something.
That's when it gets really obnoxious. 100 Thieves still trying to get first blood here. There's definitely been a streak for XU having the most first blood kills or assists. He's not around though. He's gonna have to need Rich to clutch up here.
All right, Rich, let's see if he can make it happen. They immediately pop the Trundle ulti from River, sapping away those stats from Rich. He tries to defend in the 1v3, but it just doesn't happen. First blood over to Sniper's Renekton.
And a nice move. I mean, both of Meech's roams on Senna have been pretty effective. They get 3 grubs with the first roam, even though it's a dragon trade, and then they're able to just maul this top lane turret. Yeah, it's really, really tanky right now just because of the way the fortification works and 3 people being around it, so they're going to back off for a bit, but that's most likely going to be the first turret of the game that will eventually go over to 100 Thieves.
And the extra damage, the damage over time there from the 5 grubs, doing a lot of work, helping them force those plates down quickly while still being able to get off some good recall timers. You can see with the gold, it's about a 1,500 lead at 11 minutes for 100 Thieves, which feels really good.
Yeah.
Dignitas going for their second Drake of the game, though.
Yeah, it's priorities. I mean, we've kind of seen this before. We saw this in one of the earlier games, Cloud9 versus FlyQuest, where Blaber was getting a bunch of gold and kills top lane on the Nidalee Renekton, and Cloud9 was getting the first 2 Drakes, and the first 2 Drakes ended up not mattering. It really depends on how they play from this point forward.
Okay.
Nice little dodge from River there, but they're still going for him.
Yeah, he gets kicked back, forced to flash over the Weaver's wall, and Tomo finishes him off. Nicely done there from the side of Dignitas. Tomo also stepping away as the spiraling despair builds around him, making sure that doesn't end up chaining to anybody else. They didn't want to have any sort of a counterattack on the back end of that. So Dignitas going to shrink that gold lead a little bit and critically get some money on their scaling hypercarry.
Yeah, and that's, I think, one of the things that's going to be difficult for River in this game, and has been difficult for him. This isn't the stat line you're used to seeing from him. He's 16 CS down against his opponent. He doesn't have any kills. He just has the 1 assist. But it's because there's just so much mobility from the Taliyah Lee Sin to kind of make things happen. One other thing that we do have to track, though, because Sniper was able to get first blood, get his first item, we have to remember, he still needs that solo kill on the Rich. It will still count if he gets it in the upcoming minutes, because this is going to be a portion of the game where I think it's actually more likely to happen. Rich wants to defend that turret, and Sniper could go for a kill, but we have a fight bot lane.
Yeah, Ayla getting locked down here. XU ready to back these guys up. Ayla still stepping forward. The thick skin ready to cast. River right behind him. ready to reinforce. A combination of some honey fruits and a Senna heal gets Ayla right back up to about 3/4 HP, feeling pretty good about that one, as Dignitas will just walk back away, still less than a 1,000 gold lead separating the teams. That difference being made up for in some of the stats that the first two Drakes are providing for Dig. We've got the Herald spawning in 1 minute. Next Drake not going to spawn for 3, so those objectives not at the same time means we shouldn't really see the you take this one, we'll take that one type of trade.
I don't think so, but I do think 100 Thieves will probably get this Rift Herald just with the power differential they have in the top lane. Sniper being on his first item should be able to move down there. Unless 100 Thieves just prioritize gold, there's a lot of standing gold on the spot lane turret as they're trying to get some plates, but look how fast Tomo cleared that wave. He just ulted, he W'd it, pressed Q, and it's gone, so they can't really get that much done. And now River has a really long ways up if he wants to go for the Rift Herald.
Dignitas doing a good job just keeping these guys back there. If that hook connects, because you have XU just waiting over the wall, because he's got the kick ready to go, there is a possibility that they try to commit there onto the Tahm Kench, but Ayla sidestepping away cancels out that possibility. As it looks like both of our top laners are going to take the opportunity, take a recall, go back and shop. Thorn Mail completed for Rich. First item, going to help him survive some of that aggro from Sniper, who starting to work on, buys a Ruby Crystal, decides, no, need more damage, second longsword coming in instead.
Yeah, really wants to push his advantage, and I think wants to be able to one-shot a Smolder or a Talia, or even kind of threaten if Lee Sin tries to come in and pull anything funny on his way, just one-shot him. We also need to track like how quick Ayla is with his ult whenever XU tries to fly in, because I've really liked XU's early game. But as the Lounge was talking about during the champion select, like the Tahm Kench can be really good against the Nautilus Lee Sin in preventing big team fights from happening. Here's that Rift Herald we thought 100 Thieves was going to get, but they're actually just trading Sniper down to the bottom side. And
okay, Ayla gobbling up Meech, trying to keep him safe here. As Dove's Weaver's Wall isn't going to have the effect they wanted. Sniper going into the fight now in the middle of 3 different players for Dignitas. Rich deciding to go all out on him, but Rich is bursted down first. Instead, they're going to trade top laner for top laner as Tomo's trying to get away, but the Spiraling Despair kills him anyway. Quid getting that kill as Dove cannot finish off any of the low health bars on the side of 100 Thieves. Now he's going to be locked down by the Senna. They want to try to lick him to death, and it's going to be XU picking up the kill on Quid. 2 dead on 100 Thieves' side, 2 dead on Dignitas as well.
Clutch finish there by XU, because it was looking like a completely lost fight for Dignitas, but he's able to make it a 2-4-2. It looked like a very strange setup to me, because 100 Thieves could have just kept the Renekton top lane and I think brute force their way in, but they end up getting engaged on early. Sniper has to TP in at a bit of an awkward angle, and then the power of that Renekton, while still kind of effective in that fight, they are able to burst him down because he had to teleport into that compromised position. So watching this one more time, like, yes, they force the Tahm Kench ultimate. They make it so the Senna has to play very conservatively, and Sniper thinks it's going to be a 5v5, but you can just see that was about 2 seconds where Dig was able to bump all their damage on a Sniper, and 100 Thieves wasn't able to retaliate. Then Big Renekton still gets a kill, and we're popping out because Sniper's mid lane.
Ooh, Isles trying to flash away as Sniper flashes in. Tomo is nowhere near the rest of his team, just gets popped in an instant as the Drake is about to spawn, and 100 Thieves are working their way down to the bottom lane.
Super important timer there because the Dragon is up right now. If Dignitas gets this one, it is going to be Soul. They might try and stall this because Tomo can teleport back, and the third Dragon has a lot more health than the second Dragon, so we could see a big team fight here. This could be game deciding.
All right, 5 players strong for 100 Thieves here in the bot side river. Tomo coming in with the TP as Weaver's Wall separates the Thieves. Rich on the flank compared to the rest of the Dignitas squad. They kick the Trundle back into the pit, but he flashes back in to rejoin the fight. The Dragon's still at about 1,500 as XU is going to be taken low. The Drake claimed by 100 Thieves. Tomo trying to escape as Ayla and Sniper want to finish him off. Sniper goes in after Dove, but they split their aggro. They both die. 100 Thieves, though, still winning the fight overall. It's 3 dead on the side of Dignitas. It's about to be 4 as Meech puts a bullet in Tomo, and only Rich survives. 100 Thieves get the objective, get the fight, get everything.
Everything they could have wanted from a mid-game third Dragon fight when you give up the first 2. Not only do they secure the objective, but they get a massive influx of gold. All the kills, plus this turret on the tail end for River's Hungry Trundle, who's now miraculously 300 gold ahead of the Lee Sin on the other side. Watch this one more time, and I think the timing was just a little off for Dignitas. It's hard, though, because they're really just trying to steal this, and to me, this is an example of Dig almost over-prioritizing the fight, or the steal over the fight. Because XU used his ult on Trundle to kick him out of the pit. That's not kicking Meech or kicking Quid, which could actually win the fight for them, maybe even more important in the grand scheme of the game. But then when you prioritize the Drake, don't get it, you're in a bad position for the fight, and insult leads to injury, and they are down a lot of gold now.
The rough part there was when we saw 100 Thieves kind of split their aggro trying to chase after Dignitas. They end up losing a couple players, but they come out on top anyway.
Yeah.
They got that objective. They're set up in such a good spot. Now they can take the Herald. It's 18.5 minutes. That was only going to be alive for another minute anyway. They pick it up towards the end of the timer. They're up 2,000 gold already, and now they've got plenty of time to decide how they want to use this Rift Herald. Sundered Sky, you can see now completed on this Trundle, who you pointed out, yeah, he's a couple hundred gold ahead of his opponent, and that item can make a big difference in these larger fights.
And he's going to make Io's life really, really, really hard. It's one of my favorite things is to play Trundle against an Aftershock user.
Oh,
because when you ult an Aftershock person, is River just mauls the turret.
Yeah, Dove he's caught in a spiraling despair. Even the Dawning Shadow from across the map from Meech, just to make sure that he gets a little bit of assist money on that one. 9-5 now for 100 Thieves. Tomo on the Smolder, just trying to make sure that he stays safe and keeps farming. 163 stacks. So he's getting closer to 225, but with the current state of the game, he's got to get there ASAP.
He does, and that's a lot of Void Mites coming down. River getting a lot of gold. I'm still impressed with the way he played. This is not typical River strat, but he's kind of like managing the map extremely well. This...
What? What the? Okay, yeah, we're just going to just drive the car into the ditch, hop on out. We're out of here.
Might have been a misclick, who knows? No harm, no foul. So let's reset here. 3,000 gold, 4 kills, 100 Thieves with the win, gets to 7-3, which is the same record as FlyQuest. Tied for first. Absolutely incredible. Dignitas 4-5. A win here actually ties them for third.
Yep. Also incredible.
Incredible. A loss, 1 game out of last. Big swinginess emotionally. Even though it's just a game, big swinginess emotionally considering what could happen. Trundle will instantly kill the Nautilus in a fight if he can ult the Aftershock, because then Senna Hui can just blow him up. However, Tomo's at 175 stacks.
Yes.
So 50 more, he hits 225. That's when he really starts shredding the big front line of Renekton, Trundle, Tahm Kench, who are tanky, but definitely not unkillable. So I'd still say this game's really close, is the recap here, because there's 3 Drakes until 100 Thieves is at Soul. So Dig probably shouldn't even look at the next Drake.
I think that's totally fair.
Yeah, they should just give it away, just make sure they don't get picked.
And if we remember back to the first Smolder game, the one that Tomo played against Immortals, it was around the 23-minute mark that he hit the 225 stack breakpoint. So if you're comparing that as the point that you want to weigh it against, yeah, unfortunately this next Drake is going to spawn 60 seconds, 90 seconds before that, and you're not going to make it.
Yeah.
But because you got those first 2 Drakes, you don't feel so bad about letting a second one go over the
Exactly. Yeah, and as long as they're not getting picked in the side lane, which is what 100 Thieves is hoping to do to Rich, but just nothing there because he's got a Thornmail.
Ooh, -1. Feels bad.
Yep. Hurts.
Tomo just being given all of these camps. This is the priority. Give Smolder everything. Let him last hit these. River just using the smite to deny the stack.
Drake's up in 24 seconds. I don't even know if his smite's going to be back up, but he got that stack.
Let me check. Smite cooldown, 43 seconds. Okay, he doesn't have smite for the Drake, but he took the wolf away.
He doesn't know that, though. He thought he had a charge.
Okay. All right, so Smolder lost a wolf. Oh, ooh, nice job! Dawning Shadow isn't going to find the kill, but Spiraling Despair, the shield trying to protect Tomo. They wanted to snipe him down, but just not quite enough damage. They forced that Smolder all the way home. Smite or not, River's going to have an easy time taking that Drake now. Dove up in the top lane. Got a little bit of true damage dot thanks to the 1 grub that they stole away earlier, but should be able to force down this tier 2. Also has his own jungler shadowing him just to make sure.
Yeah, shout out to Isle's Locket there, giving the crucial shield to save Tomo's life, and then the final dodge on the final Hui ability. And I think Dig actually played this whole sequence very well. Obviously, they'd like to keep Tomo's flash, but when you're giving up the Drake, since they're not going to be stronger, the fact that they actually traded it for gold, hugely beneficial, right? They got the inner tier 2 turret on the top side. They didn't lose Baron. Drakes are now even, and we're probably 2 waves away from Tomo being to 225. 210 right now, 213. Even if he just last hits minions, he can get there in 2 waves. Get it. Good.
Oh, there
he's
we
gonna
go.
get there soon.
Yep. And he's the build is kind of a hybrid of the 2 approaches that we've seen discussed for Smolder before. Going for the Essence Reaver Rush for the unlimited mana, the extra damage early on. Spear of Shojin secondary to just get those cooldowns really high, and you can see the Zeal being built into what should be a rapid fire cannon third, which remember, since Q counts as an auto attack, you're just pointing and clicking from a very long way away and just getting these Qs from extended range that have a splash, that have a true damage dot, that have a true damage execute. It can make him a serious siege weapon.
Yeah, it can. And now that he's going to be at 225, it's going to be more about how does 100 Thieves reach him. And they don't necessarily have great ways of getting backline access. Quid is extremely long range, which helps. Sniper could flank, and Dig doesn't actually have very good peel. And Meech, if he gets more souls, will just have more and more range. But they might fight here. He's hit 227.
Yep, they're going in. Mom over the top. Meech going to get tagged by that one. Tomo, keep your eyes on the Smolder. 100 Thieves still looking for an angle. Dawning Shadow over the top. Finds a couple of different targets. Sniper looking to lock down XU, forcing the flashback out of the Lee Sin. Dignitas keeps everybody alive, but they are worse for wear in the health bars. Rich down to half HP. He's going to recall. Does have his teleport to rejoin the fight. Flash also available. Sniper coming around here with the Dominus. Isles out in the very front. Tries to flash away. Getting caught. River goes on a killing spree as Sniper has to flash back over the wall to try to survive. Dove looking to chase him down, and they make it a 1-for-1. Now Rich here in the front line, and Tomo still looking to free fire. Finds a little bit of hope, but he's got to be careful. Senna has long range too, and Ayla goes in the middle of everybody. Dove is going to drop. Quid's grab the kill, and now Rich goes all out, but can he even do it? No, he has to retreat. The snipe forces the flashback out of Cassante now too. 100 Thieves get a 2-for-1.
Really well played team fights on both sides. I feel like Meech and Tomo are playing right at the edges of their range. Meech at 100 souls now, getting longer and longer range throughout this. They end up winning the fight 2 kills to 1, but I think one of the underappreciated facts of 100 Thieves' success has been Meech. He's really solid in these team fights. Anytime Tomo wanted to step up to clean a kill, Meech was there to chunk him low. And watching this fight one more time, I do applaud Dig's aggressiveness to right at 225, maybe before 100 Thieves has really processed it, to go for it. They don't get the right type of CC onto River, so Ayla's able to save him very early on in the fight. And both of these teams are really willing to throw down because the fight absolutely could have stopped right here, but as soon as the recall is completed, 100 Thieves decides to go for the dive, and chaos just breaks out.
Yeah, River getting the kill on Isles with the damage over time from the subjugation, and then Sniper gets chased down by Dove here, and you can see River then flashing out as Dove and Rich and everybody else from Dig are stepped up trying to get away. They throw in the Kench, and they sit him right back down. Rich barely escaping there. Remember, that Hui snipe, that artillery shot, does more damage if you're either CC'd or isolated.
What is this? Sen and Hui are going to be amazing. 3 frontline tanks plus 2 huge range carries. I mean, yeah, they're going to have a lot of range. More range than the Smolder. So we've done all this talking about the 225 stack Smolder. It is really hard for him to get to the carries of the other team by pressing Q. If they can set up a fight where they actually get to free hit the front line a little bit and 100 Thieves messes up their fight lines, those 3 are going to die fast to the Smolder, but it's going to be a game about team fight positioning. We're still 2 Drakes away from either team getting soul. So the acceleration for 100 would be to just go for this Baron right away and see how aggressively they want to flip it.
All right, the Baron already started up. How far will 100 Thieves go for this? XU over the wall tags it with the Sonic Wave. Dignitas is aware of what's going on, and 100 Thieves is aware of Dignitas' awareness. So now they're going to back away. Baron resets.
What I like about 100 Thieves here is Sniper is killing the top lane turret because they know Rich has no TP. So there was no one matching him. They knew they could get a free turret, and they weren't trying to go for the Baron. And until they send Talia to match, they're not going to pull off because Talia can actually come with teleport. So now they're thinking about a mid lane fight instead of the Baron flip.
River's got to be careful here. Immediately getting focused, but he pops the subjugation back on Rich, looking to focus him down now instead as Tomo is taken down below half HP, and XU's got to be careful now too. River continuing pushing forward, and XU is dead in the dirt. Quid takes the kill, and now enemy jungler dead. I think 100 Thieves is looking at Baron.
What was that comment again that said the Hui Senna is going to have really long range and is going to be good?
Yeah.
They're right.
Good job, Twitch chat guy.
Yeah. Did you see Tomo there? He couldn't do anything. He was like 1,000 units away from the fight, you know, running for his life.
And there goes the Crocodile, just hanging out, still having a good time. Yes, Dignitas is going to get the Drake as the trade for this Baron, which is about the best you could hope for at this point.
Yeah, actually, I like the Dig is going for this, but Hunter Thieves knows there's no smite, so they might try and get a little greedy.
Yeah,
that's a teleport.
I think they are. Sniper jumps in the what? Sniper, what in the hell was that?
Man, I was thinking quadra kill. Maybe
rethink that one.
Yeah.
That was... Oops. Okay. Sniper with a little bit of... getting a little ahead of himself here. Maybe feeling a little too much.
I think Hunter Thieves was a little bit too hyped there because they had just taken control of the game. The team fights were looking just very favored in their side. Something I'd say Golden Glue has done in most of his Hunter Thieves drafts. They've just generally picked compositions that work better in 5v5. And the way you judge the effectiveness of his draft is how easy or hard the early game is. But anyway, watching this fight one more time, like just watch Quid onto Tomo at the start of this fight. And what they're showing us actually is Dove interrupting Sniper's teleport in, but how it doesn't really matter in the end because they can still easily 4v4 push Dignitas back, kill the jungler, and go straight for Baron.
Play is so strong. The fear onto the Smolder, and then immediately following it up with Spiraling Despair. Spiraling Despair is crazy powerful. This thing is going to do, what is that? Every 0.25 deals 50 magic damage per second, so you're going to get that for 3. That's 150 plus 728 on proc, so about 900 damage pre-mitigation just from the ulti. And it's on a 45-second cooldown.
There's absolutely no MR on Tomo.
Yeah.
Or Dove. So if he's and the range is so long, it almost doesn't matter that there's a front line on Dignitas because Quid is able to reach these guys. Quid is having an incredible streak of games. He was player of the week before the break and really popping off once again on Hui here.
And I know that he was a big point of criticism last year because he didn't have a ton of great performances previously. He was one thing that a lot of fans are being like, man, why is 100 Thieves deciding to keep Quid around? Like, is this the call? And now he's kind of been popping off for him as Sniper again. Uh-oh, this is not where he wants to be, or is it? A little bit of damage coming in over the top, but Spiraling Despair is going to zone away the rest of Dignitas. They cannot commit hard enough to kill off the Croc.
Sniper definitely having a few moments that are on the edge here as 100 Thieves try and close the game. Really poor Baron power play, all things considered. Plus 1,200 gold with only 40 seconds left.
The default's 1,500. You get 300 for every guy. So not... Generally, if it ends lower than 1,500, there's something you could have done better with the Baron.
That's safe to say.
That's the way that I like to put it politely.
I think the average is probably like a plus 3K. So this is like 2,000 gold below average. And Dig now just one Drake away from a soul in 2 minutes, 20 seconds. So still favoring 100 Thieves in the game, but you never know. On to Quid, though.
Okay.
It is just still so surprising to me. Looking at that 2023 roster.
Yeah.
Someday, Closer, Bjergsen in the spring, Double Lift, Busio, Quid. Who you keeping?
Quid.
Get rid of all those guys for keeping Quid, and he's like best player. One of the best players
now he's smurfing.
And they're in second place with the win. They go to first. No one would have said that. Absolutely no one would have said, you know what? River and Quid are going to be the best mid jungle in the entire LCS, and they're going to be tied for first after 10 games.
And it's looking like that's about to be the case. He's currently tied for the highest KP on the team at 10 out of 12. And when you're a champion that has this much range, it's very easy to affect every type of fight that you could possibly get involved in. As now we're going to see 100 Thieves continue pushing up the mid lane. Baron's not alive for another 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Drake is spawning in 90 seconds from now. And I think you said it. If Dignitas wants to have any kind of a chance to really stabilize and make sure that they don't just get run over, it kind of needs to be a Mountain Soul angle, as Quid now could be caught out. He immediately lands the fear into Spiraling Despair. Dove has to pop the stasis just to survive the burst coming out from this champion. Quay is just not going to die. Dawning Shadow over the top to find both the burst and the reinforcement for his own mid laner. Quid is showing these guys exactly how it goes down. They thought they were going to go after him, man. He just paints him a happy little accident in the 1v2 and completely turns it around.
Who is Quid and what has he done with Quid? This is a completely different player. Doesn't even have to use the stopwatch in this fight. They get 2 kills. Sure, Dignitas was going to be able to stall this one out for a bit longer, but what a massive win for them here. Breaking open at least the inhibitor.
All right, Inhib down in bottom lane. Let's see what else 100 Thieves wants to push for. They got the next wave coming up behind them. There's still 10 seconds on Dove, 10 seconds on XU. Tomo doesn't have an ulti here to fight with. Quid and the rest of 100 Thieves still pushing up. River's here in the front line as Sniper's going to be devoured back to safety. First Nexus turret focused down, and that one's going to drop. Isles dies as well as Rich tries to stand and fight, and finally Quid is knocked over. Rich ready to keep this one going as Dove throws out the projectiles. Dignitas is barely hanging on, and 100 Thieves are not leaving yet. Another lick comes out from Ayla. They lock down Dove again. He's gone. Maybe the Abyssal dive. Meech going on a rampage as Dove takes out Sniper. Now XU and Rich have to try to survive here in the 2v3. Ayla, once again, Abyssal dive leading the way. Meech is all the damage. Rich and XU know it. They gotta play smart around this, but Rich here in the front line, finally gonna be bursted low. Bursted down. Meech is unstoppable as XU, the last man standing, but he's only Lee Sin. It's 33 minutes into the game. They're just gonna kill the Nexus instead. 100 Thieves are going to get it done. They'll pad the stats a little bit before they stop. XU finally falls over. Isles respawns only to die again. They're gonna lock him up too. They just want to make sure they look good doing it. 100 Thieves farming them in the fountain. 100 Thieves onto the Nexus. 100 Thieves are tied for first place.
7-3, 400 Thieves on the march towards playoffs. Another massive game from Quid, this time on the way. Honorable mention to Meech's Senna, 6-0-11. Whew. Who would have thought?
These guys are pretty good, man. 100
really
Thieves, pretty good team.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit stunned just about the way that game ended as well. Everyone knows Quid's a problem, so Dove and XU just completely sell out to try and kill him in the bot lane pick. He turns it around, kills one of them, Senna ult comes in over the top. That leads to that final push where they actually played that incredibly aggressive. Great game by 100 Thieves.
All right, now let's toss things down to Raz for the post-game interview.
What's up? I got the victorious Ayla right next to me for this win. How is this game, brother? It's another hectic one.
Yeah, it was hectic, but I don't think it was as bad as the C9 TL, because like before the break, both games were like very, very, very chaotic, like insane kills per minute. But I think this game was more cleaner than we expected. It's no secret we do pull in scrims, so like no one had any idea how the game would go, and I think it was more tame than I expected it to be.
That makes sense. And like, I know you guys within like the 100 Thieves podcast you guys had, were talking about just how you guys felt like you were a streakier team, but now you guys are on a streak. Like, you guys have been in winning ways. What have you guys been working on overall during the break that you guys have had? Because yes, when you're winning, you don't want to have that loss of momentum, but it seems like you guys are still firing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of us thought we had momentum coming into this week, because like a 3-week break of only scrimming is very long. So no one's thinking like, oh, we just came off like, I think it's like four stage wins in a row. I don't think any of us were thinking about that. It was more like what are our problems in scrims? What do we need to fix? Like, why are we like getting shit on all the time? Like, we were focusing a lot on the fundamentals and like trying to help each other out and like just rediscover ourselves as a team. So yeah, that's been our focuses over the break.
That makes sense. And it feels like the meta changed pretty heavily. Senna has dominated today. To say the least, Senna has dominated, and it felt like it's dominated in a different way than we've seen before, where she's now actually just laning with top, laning with mid, picking up plates, and it's really hard for, in this case, it was like Nautilus, Melee, but also Cassante has been getting abused pretty regularly. Where do you feel like that is coming from? Because like now it's just been a constant hit throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, Senna's just broken. I mean, it's very obvious. Everyone on the LCS thinks it's broken. All the teams so far have tried to counter it, and I think it's 100% win rate today or not?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so I mean, it just farms souls so easily, and like you can go top. Like you see a lot of Sennas going top lane, they get grubs. They lean against the top, they get a bunch of souls, and like even though Smolder this game was like pretty strong, like head Elder in a reasonable pace, like it didn't matter because our comp is so tanky and Senna is so strong, and like it's just the chance broken.
That makes sense to me. And the last question that I got for you is just like about the team environment, because you're on a team that you guys have talked about it quite a bit, about how you guys have a lot of trust in each other. Seems like it's like just such a positive team like environment for you to do what you've done when you were in academy, actually, when you were in TLA. Can you talk about what has allowed you to be able to feel free and being able to shot call, make plays like this, and just like you guys are performing because of it?
I think it's just everyone, like every player in the team, every coach, the coaching staff, our general manager Joseph, like everyone is very, very open and like we're willing to like criticize each other, but at the same time, even when we're doing poorly in scrims or like we're not doing the best, we're like just supporting each other, telling each other like, guys, like be confident, let's be better. And I think just having those type of people in the team, like which dominate the culture, and like it just allows us to play aggressive and like not be afraid to make mistakes. You know, like we don't play perfect, we're still very bloody, but we're not afraid, and we just shine because of that.
Hell yeah, and it makes it makes it exciting for us to watch. So appreciate it. Thanks for the interview.
Appreciate it.
And we're going to be sending it to the desk. Thank you, guys.
It's time for Catch Up XP, where I submit these two teams to torture, and by torture I mean putting together dragon puzzles.
Oh, wait, what? I'm in a zone right now. Okay.
All right. Each team has 5 minutes to complete a puzzle. The winning team will be rewarded 20 points for completion or 10 points for getting further than their opponent. Ready?
Okay, let's do it.
On your mark, get set, go.
Do the outside first. Do the outside first. The corner pieces. Like find these type of pieces. Yeah. Okay. And put on the outside and.
If we can find connections too, that's good. We can start building. Oh, this is a dragon now. This is a dragon eyes.
Yeah, both teams seem to be employing the same strategy of doing the border pieces first.
No, River, look. No. If you put it there,
This is like here, bro.
Why is it so hard? Yo, they're also struggling, so it's fine, I think. You think so? We're not struggling. Oh, I did this. Nice.
Okay. Oh, it's here. I found the top left.
Production wants me to ask you, what is your strategy?
Just use our brains.
What has your strategy been thus far?
We don't have strategy. Watch out, I'm like smurfing right now.
I'm smurfing.
Oh no.
How close are you?
I don't think we're getting there, to be honest.
Yeah, we're smurfing.
I stuck it away. Oh wait, we can look at the image. Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Shopify really close.
Look at the shapes of these. This is like a weird one.
Just work our way up, no? Yeah. Alright, we got it, guys. Just compare the image and find it.
No, I think this.
GG.
GG. All right, we're up, hit the button.
No way. Let's go.
You can keep going. They may have gotten it wrong, but.
You think we got this wrong?
You think we got it wrong?
No, you did not.
We did not get it wrong.
Congratulations! Shopify Rebellion wins!
We just suck. I think we need to go back and mod review.
And that is it for another episode of Are You Smarter Than LCS Pro? Once again, congrats to Shopify Rebellion. There are your winners.
Woo! Come on, River, you could have carried us. Like, you could have done better.
We will see you next time. Thank you.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. Last place in Are You Smarter Than? Probably worst performance ever by a team.
Yes.
But first place in the LCS.
Woo! Let's go!
What really matters in life.
True.
Let's check out the Pogs from today. Curious who ended up winning that last one. I heard votes for Quid, maybe River, maybe Meech. It was Quid.
Easy.
Insanity Blaber, who he quid for the day.
It's funny, too. I want to put this out there because as I was getting the interview done with Ayla, I hear Golden Gloom be like, Quid doesn't get this, I write. So they are not writing, guys. I think we're okay.
I love the Huhi unkillable Nautilus still. That was just so funny watching TL be like, okay, 3 people can't do it. We need all 5 people. And then he still just does not die. Obviously, Senna was the star across all of our 4 games, but that Senna Nautilus from NRG was just hilarious.
Yeah, double Quid. Senna won all 4 games. Let's check out the highlights, though, from games 1 to 4. First up was Shopify Rebellion versus Immortals. It was a very close game.
It was.
Although, it wasn't the fastest start to the day, I'd say.
And it wasn't the highest quality game. I feel like there were a lot of mistakes that ended up happening from specifically IMT side. But they made it close somehow. Like, the shutdown came in. Apparently, the tactical was ending like farming quite well. So it was close, even though Shopify completely decimated bot side.
Man, they just weren't accelerating the game whatsoever. They had that massive bottom lane advantage and then just weren't just moving between lanes to take turrets.
Yeah, it's just like they got to get some more practice in, you know? the break wasn't enough.
We need more. We need more.
Yeah.
The moment this was happening, I was convinced that IMT was going to win. And even with the Baron picked up, I was like, okay, Tactical actually has kills. He has a lot of gold. It felt like that was going to be the case, but no, this engage is quite good.
Oh my god, this fight always old 9-17 on Insanity. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was the turning point with the Hui triple kill, right? So the big story of the day, though, I think, is that this was a great Nidalee Renekton performance. Obviously, again, we talked about the Senna, but I thought C9 did such a great job in this game using the advantages that they did focus on getting on that top side, spreading it around the rest of the map.
Yeah, and I think the one thing was the interview that we ended up getting from Blaber. He talked about that they were working on getting a team identity down, and it felt great for me. Fudge had an amazing lane, and also Blaber just completely blasted the game open. The top lane dive that we expected to happen did happen, and he started to snowball off it.
Yeah, and I think the team also just looked really comfortable executing this composition overall. It's a lot of comfort picks across the board for them, and also a playstyle on this recent patch that I think they'll be more comfortable with.
This was a close one, weirdly enough. It felt at the start like it was going to be draft diff. Then I was worried that I talked crap on the TL draft for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then it was draft diff. How'd you feel about this one, Afro?
This one, yeah, I mean, it was kind of close. TL no AD damage, energy, Thanos on the Nautilus because the game went so long he was able to farm forever. But I think, yeah, TL had some type of AD damage, whether it be Graves in the jungle or something like that. I don't know. Would have been a lot better.
Yeah, I think the one thing that got me a little worried was Team Liquid had an early lead based off of Core JJ's early gank top lane, and Doklo was in a really bad spot. But what Ayla just said is accurate. Senna has just been it's just broken.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. And so they got, what, was it like an insane amount of turret plates just off this one alone. Like 11 turret plates in the 14 minutes of the game.
It's so weird to me. It's like such a big coincidence that 4 of the teams are willing to let Senna through.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then also 4 of the teams are like, no, this is just so broken, we're going to first pick it every single time. Like, how did that happen? How did one of the teams think it's so broken not let it, like, be red side and just ban it?
I feel like this happens a lot when there's a new pick that people are abusing. Hey, let's go! Let's go! I did not see that one coming. Like, we've seen that, like, when Ryze was broken in the past, people are like, oh, but, like, range kills it, and we think theoretically this could work, but it just never really pans out that way.
Yeah, I mean, this was the game I was the most surprised that Senna did not get banned.
Yeah.
Only because, again, we talked about it in draft. 100 Thieves are a team that we've already seen be super, super comfortable with piloting Senna compositions. And I, once again, really loved and appreciated this 100 Thieves composition coming out. They seem to have a really good understanding of who they are. And also, it was great to see Quid popping off on the Hui this time.
Oh, so clean. I didn't even notice that flash live.
Yeah, same. I mean,
yeah.
wow.
Yeah, he just...
That's a pog.
Yeah. This is why Grayson was like,
yeah.
Quid pog or we riot.
It doesn't really matter that Meech was like 6-0 and 11 with like perfect Senna. So it's like, well, Quid did this one thing, so of course.
This game was just insane. Yeah, we're just taking a look at the standings, and you're right. The point that you made about 100 Thieves now being first place, tied for first with FlyQuest is crazy.
Cloud9, 3rd place.
They're 500.
They're climbing. Cloud9 and Energy, both big wins today.
Yeah, I think the biggest question mark to me, again, is TL. Because they put together some really good games and some really strong executions of compositions. And then today, they actually almost kind of were able to take it.
Schedule for tomorrow, Immortals versus Energy right off the bat. See if Energy can complete the 2-0 week. Battle for first. 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest. That's got to be match of the week.
That has to be.
Team Liquid Cloud9 at the end. One of those teams walking away into the final week with a losing record could also be pretty shocking. Here is the NACL schedule as well. This will be coming up right after this, following LCS, TLC versus Maryville University, and then AoE versus Fear. Check out the Sunday schedule there as well. But that is it for us here from the LCS. We'll be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific, so same time as today. So now let's hand it over to Contracts' stream. We're rating him. Check him out. He's doing an AMA. Goodbye.
I think it might hit Senna, by the way. I think Senna's rooted. Yeah, he's rooted. He's dead, he's dead. Hitting trunks. Hitting fronts. Carrot is trunk, carrot is trunk. We're too hard. Oh, shit.
With Shopify that come up big, better team fights, better coordination, they walk away with the win. Cloud9 step forward, there's the flash. The depth charge connects onto Masu, and it's the dredge line onto Busio. You thought they were going for 180 carry, but they can take either one of them as Masu's gonna flash out. Inspired, twisted advance forward, but it's not gonna mean anything. This is Cloud9's base now. They're pushing forward and looking to put the finishing touches on this one, Kobe.
Here with the Nautilus, dawning shadow over the top. The Nautilus still ain't dead. Why are we overcommitting to the Nautilus team? Liquid Contract going in on top of APA, but he ends up finding him here just yet. FBI flashing back away as APA goes golden. That's nothing but a trophy for energy as APA drops in core. JJ's trying to get the hell out of town. Huhi and the rest of energy still going in. They thought they caught the knot. No way, not today. Energy turn it right back around and suplex him in the mid lane. Rich on the flank compared to the rest of the Dignitas squad. They kick the Trundle back into the pit, but he flashes back in to rejoin the fight. The Dragon still at about 1,500 as XU is going to be taken low. The Drake claimed by 100 Thieves. Tomo trying to escape as they let Sniper want to finish him off. Sniper goes in after Dove, but they split their aggro. They both die. 100 Thieves, though, still winning the fight overall. It's 3 dead on the side of Dignitas. It's about to be 4 as Meat puts a bullet in Tomo, and only Rich survives. 100 Thieves get the objective, get the fight, get everything.